Just make sure you put it right here. Oh, yeah, perfect. Awesome. Make sure you put it right.
And that was Angels Flying Through Hell, which I think all of us in this movement feel like we are some days. Good evening. Welcome to Sunday Sessions without John LeBon once again. I'm your host, Enchanted Warrior, aka Lisa. And thank you very much for joining us on this lovely Sunday, the 14th of June 2015. In the panel tonight we have the always entertaining, ever gracious Lindsay the Silver Fox. How are you, Lindsay?
Oh, very good, thanks. Thank you for that compliment. I didn't expect that.
That's all right, it's all true. We also have joining us tonight Green Pill. How you doing tonight, Green Pill?
G'day, Lisa. Yeah, good, thanks. Good week and good weekend, so ready to have a chat and get into it.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. And third on the panel tonight we have is Play, aka Jack. How you doing, Jack? How's your week been?
Yeah, it's been pretty and very lucrative with information. So thank you.
We're glad to have you. Thank you for joining us. Although I think if I win Lotto, I'm going to buy you a new computer, because every time your little fan goes off, I think he's mixing me a cocktail, and it makes me thirsty.
I'll try to bend the microphone because it's two-sided, so the audio comes from my mouth mostly.
That
See what I
yeah.
can do.
See what you can do, because you make me thirsty every single week. I hear that thing going. It's like a cocktail blender.
I always just assumed he worked where someone was constantly vacuuming around him or something. His computer's in an office or something. With that,
or he's got or his OCD. That's what I was like. I was like, it's either cocktails or someone is vacuuming madly. Thank you to everyone joining us in the chat. Also, I'd like to give a shout out to everyone. We've got 11 watching. Woohoo! And only 2 thumbs down. Yay! 4 thumbs up. Remember to give us a thumbs up. I don't know why. I have no idea why the thumbs up is important, but do that. Oz TV show.
Apparently puts your...
It does something. What does it do, Play?
Apparently, if you get a good rating of thumbs up, the episode will be made for some people.
Right. So it might put us further up the search engine. Who knows? So yeah, Oz TV shows joined us. Daniel, Trevor. Hey, Trev. Yeah. So we've got a few of the regulars. I thought I saw Biz in there. Yep, Biz is there. So hi to everybody in the chat. Thank you for joining us. We were asking before about topics. The chat have put a couple in there. Project Bluebeam, that was one, which we might touch on, because we were discussing just before we went to air. We might go down the alien agenda track tonight. Trevor suggested the housing crisis. That could be something we touch on. It's absolutely unbelievable in this day and age that we have a housing crisis. blows my mind. So yeah, so there's a few ideas. I saw something. Oh, that's right, Biz. He went searching to the 7 News website to see what topic we should talk about, and somebody has done a human head transplant. Oh my God, really? Did you hear about that,
yeah, I read
Lindsay?
about that.
A human head transplant.
Yeah, I heard about it. I just
Holy
assumed that
cow.
it was like propaganda.
Do you think it was real?
I don't know. I just assumed that it wasn't real, but I might be wrong.
That just blows me away. A human, and I don't have the article, so, and if I start trying to search for it, my internet could revolt on me.
Can I
What
just,
about you, Play? Had you heard about it?
One sec.
Well, while you're doing that, I'll ask
Yeah.
Green Pill. Have you
Yeah.
heard about this human head transplant?
No, I haven't. I'm a bit like Lindsay. I think every time I look at it, I just sort of go, oh, yeah, righto, like just another push for the, that sort of half man, half, advances in genetics and genetic engineering and all that stuff. I'd always just go, righto, I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I
It's
just came
quite
across the article for
mind-blowing.
you.
Play?
Just came across the article for you. Yeah, I found the article that you might be able to make use of. It's on ab.net.au.
Yes.
It's pretty much saying, yeah, it's just saying a human head transplant pitched by Italian neurosurgeon receives skeptical welcome in the US.
Yeah, so I've just pulled up the ABC. I managed to get it to work. Italian neurosurgeon project to undertake the first human head transplant has received a skeptical welcome in the United States, where he made a pitch to donors and fellow scientists. I'll just get you to put yourself on mute there, Play, because I can hear you typing and mucking around on your keyboard.
Yeah, I'll do that now.
Bit disconcerting. Apparently he made a 2.5-hour presentation at the American Academy of Neurological and Orthopedic Surgeons in Maryland. Apparently the secret was to use a nanoblade to cut the cord, then polyethylene glycol and an electrical current to accelerate the reconnection of severed nerve fibers. Holy crap. The next headline says, transplant project likened to a moon mission. Well, there you go. If they're likening it to the moon mission, obviously it's never going to happen because we never went to the moon. What do you reckon, Lindsay?
Yeah, no, that says it all, doesn't it? No, it was, to me, I can remember people talking about having heart transplants and having and inheriting some of the characters of the person who donated the heart. The point they were making was that there is emotion in the heart. You know how we talk about your aching heart and things like that, and they're saying yes, there was emotion in the heart. That was the proposition they're putting forward. But I thought, if that is true, then how would you be changing a whole brain and putting it on somebody else's? I find it just beyond belief, to be honest with you. I think it's so complicated, and there'd be so many other things that come along with it. You know, when we're talking about spirituality or whatever, there's so many other things involved in this. It's not just a physical thing. So that's my view of it.
Yeah, well, I agree. I have a lot of I put a lot of stock in muscle memory, and I definitely think, obviously from what I can read in it and what I know about the body, most of the personality, the brain itself, so it'd be my head, it'd be Lisa, and I'd be on another person's body. So yeah, the other person's, obviously the rest of their body's memories would definitely somehow, their muscle memory would have to come up into the brain. Imagine if you got put onto a left-handed person and you were right-handed. Can you imagine? Look, I can't see them ever being able to do it. I don't know. I'm with you. The intricacies involved, Lindsay, are mind-boggling. The thousands and thousands of connections that the brain makes. I don't know. I don't think it would be. It'd be very Frankensteinish, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Very strange. What do you reckon, Green Pill?
Yeah, I reckon the body would reject if they ever found an actual way to do it. To somehow keep both alive at the same time. There'd probably be some sort of rejection, like when a body rejects organs. The brain and the body wouldn't be mashable. One's lived its entire life with another body and another head, and vice versa. So, but yeah, it's probably just one of those. This sounds like a great idea. Give me billions of dollars, and I'll work on it for the next couple of years.
Yeah, just like NASA. Give me lots of money, and we'll pretend to take people to the moon.
Yep, 2-hour sales pitch. That's all he needs. Billions of dollars. We trust you.
Oh my goodness! And what are your thoughts, Play?
My thoughts are he's going to actually die if they actually try to do that, because the way that the electromagnetics work in the body, and where the let's say the soul of the person is located, is not actually in the brain itself. It's going throughout the body. So if they transplant the head with the neck to someone else's body, it's going to affect the person's not going to be the same person. It's going to be a totally different person if the muscle memory is still within that donor body. So, like you said, it's going to be like the mission.
Yeah, I agree. Daniel in the chat says, plus we could end up legalising a bloke's head on female bodies and vice versa in no time, going down that path again. And that's obviously, the ethics of that would just be a minefield, I agree with you about the soul thing. I think there is no one part of the body where the soul resides. I think it's right throughout the entire body. So to just put a head on someone else's body, I can't take it seriously. It just makes me laugh every time I think about it.
But Greg,
I'll bet you was.
Yeah.
No, that's sorry. Greg just said in the chat that not everyone can get ahead in life.
Yeah.
That's
agree on that
me,
one.
Lindsay. It's just a joke, isn't it? Although, and you think about it, like we're sitting here laughing, but like this guy could actually get funding. So you've got to think about what sort of research. I mean, how's he going to research this? This is the kind of, at least with, like when they were doing heart transplants, they researched it obviously on animals, and we have a huge cruelty, free movement now that's saying, well, we shouldn't be experimenting on animals. I mean, so what are they going to do? Transplant chimpanzees' heads onto gorillas' heads? I mean, I can't even imagine how they would research it. It's mind-blowing. And it takes me back to pictures, ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic pictures, where the hieroglyphs, and you would know this, Lindsay, depict, animals with different heads, men with the dog heads. Were ancient Egyptians going down this path of experimentation already, Lindsay?
Yes, no, I know what you're talking about. Maybe they were, I don't know. But I find the whole thing impossible, so it doesn't worry me too much.
Yeah, I'm a bit with you. I'm not real sure how they would pull that off. Now, cloning, you know, that's possible. But yeah, just transplanting. I mean, the whole Trev mentioned Face Off. The whole idea of transplanting the skin. Now that's, you know, that might be possible because it's just the skin. And you might be able to do that. But yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to sever the spinal cord and the brain stem and actually reattach that. I can't see how they would do it. What do you think about the Egyptian connection, Green Pill? Do you think maybe humanity's gone down this path once before with all these hybrid hieroglyphs we know, reminiscent of ancient Egypt?
Yeah, we probably have. We seem to be very cyclical like that. You know what? Never sure if it's actually happened before or not, or if it's like an analogy of a half goat, half human man. That's probably what they're trying to create in the end. That Horus or whatever. You know, half androgynous being, male, female. You know, I'm sure there's a lot of mad scientists working on that right now. But yeah, the Egyptian stuff, the Sphinx, a lion with a human head or whatever that is.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe that's why he will get funding. You know, future applications of, can you create me a Sphinx goat man?
Wow.
They love that stuff. Yeah, with all their devil worshipping.
That's a little scary, isn't it? Oh, what do you think, Clay? Do you think he's going to use the Egyptians did it, so you should let me do it pitch?
I mean, I can certainly see where Greenfield's coming from when he's talking about elites being a bit obsessed with the idea of crossbreeding and making humans/animals. It has happened before a long time ago, and that's, let's say, the reason why the human race was wiped out by the flood, let's say, allegedly. And it kind of goes back to the figure Baphomet in the Satanic Bible, who is like half human, half goat, including having female breasts. So it definitely kind of goes into the idea of inverting and twisting everything possible. So yeah, it's a bit crazy, but I'm sure he'll get his money in the end. He'll be put in Area 51 or something.
Wow, well that's really interesting too. Yeah, could this be an actual, you know, play by the 1%? Could they actually be trying to legitimize this kind of, I don't know, creation in order to put their rituals into full steam ahead mode? Do you think they would?
A bit.
Think they would attempt that?
Lindsay talks about.
Sorry, Jim. Yeah, go ahead.
With the new breakthrough in transplant technology, we can do everything now. You know, we can even transplant a head, and they put it out there and just see if people actually believe it or not, or people just go, "Oh, I don't need to worry about this stupid body anymore. I'll just move my head to a new fresh body that they create in a lab." That sort of thinking. At some point, that'll be, people start to grow organs in labs and things, and people just go, "I don't need my liver. I'll just drink all the time, and I'll just get a new liver grown for me for 10 grand or whatever." Like, that'll be the mentality. It already is with certain things like knee replacements, hip replacements. Some organ transplants in China probably with that human harvesting, but yeah, that might be another aspect.
Who was the bloke that did the really cruel joke about poor old Gina?
Let's read them out.
So, I think that was great. I was contemplating whether or not to share that live on air.
Please,
but I did have a LOL in the background.
Okay, it comes from a certain Mr. Greenpill. They have already recreated Jabba from Star Wars. Her name is now Gina Reinhardt.
That's hilarious.
Unbelievable.
Oh, we're so mean, aren't we? Laughing at that.
Very creative.
Yeah. No, I was just thinking, when you were talking about that, I was thinking about totems. I thought, yeah, you're going to talk about space and what have you later, aliens and things, and it just intrigued me. I thought, well, you used to have totems. Now I don't know whether the people in Egypt were just trying to I was going to say the word embody totems, but by putting like a bird's head on a man's body and things like that, whether it was just meant to symbolise something. But then at the same time, we've been talking recently about Atlanta and how the Egyptians is possibly were like a refuge for the Atlanteans when they fled. And they may well, they're supposed to have been, very, very high culture. They may well have been doing that sort of thing beforehand. I don't know. It's once again we come back to this idea that our genetics is created by aliens. Well, if they had the ability to create our genetics, mix their own genetics with other animals or whatever, and create us. What's possible and what's not possible. It's just all supposition, isn't it? Really.
Exactly. Yeah. And look, that's what I sort of often, when I read the forbidden archaeology and the ancient aliens sort of things, lots of different articles over the years that I've read, archaeological stuff. There's a lot of these stories, even way back, to the ancient Sumerians, that talk about the gods experimenting like this, and it does make you wonder: are we actually, a genetic experiment? Is that, and are the depictions in our ancient cultures of these strange hybrid creatures, were they the first experiments and they were trying to perfect it? They were trying to use the animals of the day, the slaves, what it's really hard to know, but there's definitely so much there in our ancient pictures and ancient writings that it has to make you wonder, what was going on, and what was the true origin of our DNA. I know the story in the Sumerian text, and look, this week I've actually listened to quite a lot of information, and I've had aha moments left, right, and centre in some of the YouTube documentaries that I've been watching. But one of the stories that I heard long ago was the Enlil and Enki, the two Anunnaki brothers. One of them was the good guy, one of them was the bad guy. But the way, as always with all wars, the victor writes history. The bad guy was, and I don't know which one of the names, who was who. The memory is not what it used to be. But the dude from the Garden of Eden, he was actually the bad guy, and the snake was actually the good brother, and he tried to give, Adam and Eve and they weren't the only ones in the Garden of Eden, FYI. He tried to give them the knowledge that they actually had this Anunnaki DNA, and that is why the staff, the DNA staff, the medical staff, how it has the DNA strands around it, that's actually an ancient Sumerian symbol, and it's actually also ties into the snake, right? So why the brother who tried to liberate and give the knowledge, why he was always depicted as the snake. So it's very interesting when you get into really, really ancient, the ancient creation stories. This is not, they didn't make this stuff up. There wasn't, J.R. Tolkien was not living 10,000 years ago carving out Lord of the Rings on stone. Their stories were what they believed. How do you think we don't put enough stock in these ancient stories, Lindsay?
It is hard to say, because you'll get somebody who'll write something like this, and then all these fellows pulling apart. No, you mistranslated this, and you've, as a result of that, you've come up with this leaning on the story which wasn't true, and so for us lay people, it becomes very difficult to distinguish what's correct and what's not correct, because to me it's just a stone with marks on it, so I can't interpret it. So that's where I fall down on it. I'm taking other people's word for how it's been translated, and it does become very, like Zecharia Sitchin. He's a perfect example. Much of what you're talking about with Enki and what have you is all comes out of what he's translated, and they're dumping on him all the time. So I don't know what to believe anymore. If you go back to the Indian, and I can't even remember the books, I've got copies here, but they're talking about people being bombed, and they're talking about aeroplanes and all that sort of thing. It wasn't just aeroplanes, but they actually had a manual for pilots and what they were to eat, and how far apart the meals were. Well, that's the sort of thing you wouldn't make up. That sounds like it's a what's the word? A nuts and bolts sort of a manual. So there's a whole lot of stuff behind the scenes. So, and also this whole idea that there are vast areas that have been of sand that have been turned to glass, and digging up the whole village full of bodies that have got, even now, are still radioactive. And do you believe in that? And if it's true, then that does lead to a Star Wars that happened, 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years. How long ago was it that this happened? And we've just all lost complete memory of it all now. It's just, it's all down the drain. So I don't know what to believe in it. I'm sure there is some crumb of truth in it, but really I try not to believe anything, because I'm not certain that there's enough there to base a belief on. Okay.
Yeah, and I get where you're coming from. My thing has always been, and I agree, it's really hard to translate, to know, because you can get one word in a sentence wrong and it changes the whole tone of the sentence. So obviously translation is a huge issue. However, I've always come from the place that there's enough evidence, while you might not be able to get the exact translation word for word, there's enough correct translation for us to say there's something to this. We have not just one. If we just had one ancient civilization that depicted some form of, flying craft, gods from space, all of this sort of stuff, you could kind of go, okay, well, that was just one. Maybe they were taking a lot of mushies. But you have a lot of different ancient cultures. You've got the Native American Indians, you've got the Mayans, the Incas, you've got ancient India, and I can never pronounce the name of their book, but the ancient Indian book, talks about the gods having, the Star Wars, basically. There's a lot of Indian pictures depicting that. You've got the ancient Celtic stuff, you've got the Sumerian stuff, you've got the Egyptian stuff. So it's not like we just have one or two. We have a huge amount of archaeological evidence that suggests that there were 1, 2, 3, 4, even a dozen different times in our history where this earth has been fought over by visiting races. And I don't think I don't think we can dismiss that many ancient cultures. As I said, 1 or 2 maybe, but I don't think we can dismiss that many. What do you think about that? When we've got such a huge array of information and ancient cultures to grab that from, Lindsay, do you think we can really discount it? Do you think that just means we just have to have an open mind about it? Before I start, a few people are saying that I've got an echo, and I'm not sure what that's from. If you can
find out, just give me a bit of feedback and I'll try and do something about it.
I can't hear an echo on my end.
You did before, but it's gone now, I think.
Has it? Okay. I haven't changed anything, so I don't know what's... Anyway, no, I agree with you. It pretty much comes back to what I'm saying. There does appear to be a lot of evidence that something or a number of things have happened in the past, but, like, I can't start saying, yes, that's true, or it's not true, or whatever. And I don't... I mean, one of the things we're talking about was that fella from South Africa, and he's talking about tunnels underneath the gold mines that are so smooth they look like they've been drilled with lasers. Well, you can't argue with facts like that. If what he's saying is true, you can't argue with that. And obviously, when that was done, there were no lasers that we know of.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right. So
that's always been my stance, Lindsay. It's like, you can't. How do you argue with that? It's like evidence that is right there. And I think for a very long time, humans en masse have just gone too hard basket, not going to look at it, not going to discuss it. And I think that's to our detriment.
Yeah, I think they've got to, because the whole system falls apart. I mean, you've had all these reports about somebody finds, a giant body or something like that, and gives it to some museum or wherever in New York or wherever, and it disappears because they don't want that sort of thing coming out. I can understand why they wouldn't want it coming out. I mean, I mentioned one other week we were talking here about I'm just trying to think of the name of the books. Worlds in Chaos. Anyway, you probably know who I'm talking about. He's talking about very finely made gold chain inside a coal, in a block of coal, things like that. So what do you do? Does that mean that coal isn't 1 million years old, or does it mean that we had people around, a very long time ago who had the ability to make very fine gold chain? They're just anomalies that we've got to try and come to terms with, but I'm not sure what the answer is.
Absolutely. What are your thoughts on that, Green Pill? Do you think that as a population we're too afraid to open, this avenue of questioning? Is that why the masses just put their head in the sand when confronted with that kind of evidence?
Yeah, I think that's an aspect of it. I think it's a big part of the control system as well. We're sort of taught to dismiss it, taught that we know everything. This is our history. We've only been here for X amount of 1,000 years. Like, that's most people's view. Not even just the religious people, just other people don't think further back than, going somehow jumping from monkeys to standing up and using tools, etc. But I think it's extremely, further back than anyone can even guess. We don't really know, but people like Graham Hancock talk about really interesting aspects of the, how long ago the pyramids were built and how they're built and things like that. Like one of them that's underwater around New Turkey, I think, has signs of like heavy rainfall for decades or hundreds of years or whatever, and weathering by rain, and that's underwater near Turkey. So how long ago does that have to have been above water and getting rain for it to be, I think approximated 25,000 years or something. So that's just the pyramids. We think they're 4,000, 6,000 something, and to build them we needed some sort of technology. But I think people just think this is the only time we've ever had technology, and in a very sort of restricted view. But like myself, I don't see it as controversial at all to think that we have been here and done that, and then whatever's happened in between and we've started again, sort of thing. But I think
wiped ourselves out.
Exactly, wiped ourselves out, or like we're talking about with some sort of. I think the Earth does what it does. It constantly recycles itself and cleanses itself, and whatever volcanoes, asteroids. If we don't actually achieve technology and wipe ourselves out first, but I think the Earth constantly does that in every hundreds of thousands of years, or whatever. Like apparently, if Yellowstone, I think if that had a full-blown eruption, that could destroy most of what we now know as modern civilization. So that's just one volcano as an example. One asteroid,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
a mile or something, can do the same just through tidal waves and all the dust it rips up into the sky, etc., blocks out the sun. So things like that, we're really living on the edge of, that constant cataclysmic event's always a possibility, but it's just scary to think about. But yeah, it's probably happened multiple times, whether we've been here around or not, for that interesting topic.
Yeah, well, I think obviously, combination of all of the above. Like you say, the Earth is got volcanoes, it's got weather, we've had cataclysmic events in the past, we've had ice ages, we've had volcanoes. So certainly I attribute, the rise and fall of past civilizations definitely to the cyclical nature of the rock that we're living on, as well as, maybe we think ancient aliens, but you're right, maybe they weren't aliens, maybe they were just technically advanced humans that had reached a point of like we are now. We're flying, we have wars in the sky. I can't, though, reconcile a civilized people, so you look at the world today, we've got wars, okay, we've got fighter jets that blast in the skies, but there isn't an ancient people on the ground underneath that writing that all out on stone tablets. That's the part that makes me wonder if it was really the human beings that were technically advanced, or was it just was it a very different world? Was it just one area that was very technically advanced and the rest of the world was still still primitive? Like, the mind boggles, but I love thinking about it because it does challenge your brain a little bit, and I do think that we definitely, those of us who want to say that we are awake, should absolutely challenge our brain with questions like this, because if it is part of the deception, if it is part of, if there is an agenda, like you were saying, don't question it, just tease the people with their tinfoil hats on, ridicule. If that is an agenda, then those of us who are awake, it's all very well to figure out that the Boston bombings and Sandy Hook were fake, but that's a huge, huge deception if that's the case. And we shouldn't dismiss anything if we're going to say that we are awake and aware. Would you agree with that, Play?
Definitely. I mean, one of the things that I actually came across was that there are a number of tribes. Kenta, can you mute the other window?
Well, it's not me. I have the other window muted.
Lindsay?
Yeah, mine's muted as well.
Yep,
Okay.
Mine too.
Yeah, right. That's strange. So there are still a number of tribes out there that are pretty much in the stage that you've been talking about, looking at the sky and seeing fighter jets and all that type of technology and thinking, oh, very advanced, like spaceships and stuff. So,
Are you there? Oh, I think we have a technical difficulty with Jack.
Maybe his mic died because he's not on mute.
think about it. Like,
Oh, we're getting-
documentaries about tribes. Sorry?
Yeah, you just froze for a minute there.
I just froze? Okay. How much? So where did I get cut off?
That there was a couple of primitive tribes like today
Yeah.
that are
Yeah, there were, like today there's Tony, that are still kind of possibly writing stories about these flying objects going across the sky, and they can't really express what it is exactly, other than saying that it's a flying eagle or whatever. So who's to say that, let's say 50 or 70,000 years ago, there was a human race that was inhabiting the Earth, that went into primitive human beings and interacted with them as well. Um, and you have that expressed in movies like Cloud Atlas, as well as um, you know, other sci-fi movies.
Yeah. Well, and look, as I said, not against that theory that there might have been a technologically advanced, region, and then, but it would have to have been. It would either have to have been one really advanced area of the world, and everywhere else is primitive, because you've got so many of these ancient civilizations who kind of have the same, interactions, or it must have happened several times where we've evolved to space flight, flying around in the sky and blown ourselves up. I know it's hard. I mean, obviously we're just surmising, and we're just talking about the possibilities. We're never going to be able to pin it down to an actual answer. But just looking at the numbers, to me, I kind of look at that and go, if there was only one or two, I could kind of, what's the word? Imagine that it would have only been, another civilized race. But the fact that there's so many of them, that's what gets me, is that there's just so many of them. And we've got so much buried information. What do you think, Lindsay, about the fact that those of us who want to say, well, we're awake and we're aware of the hoaxes, but won't look at this possible deception? Do you think that's cutting off your nose to spite your face a little bit? Do you think we should be open to all of these things and really give them a good investigation and a serious conversation?
I'm probably a bit biased because I've got an interest in that direction, so it interests me. Others may not feel that way. But yeah, I think that it's this whole thing about you can't know yourself until you know where you've come from, and I think that's probably what spurs me along. But once again, I have difficulty because I'm not quite sure who I can believe and what evidence I can believe, and that's where I'm falling down. So you just try and read as much of it as you can and then try and put a picture together. But once again, doing something like this podcast, it doesn't leave you a lot of time for that field. You're so busy doing the up-to-date news stuff that it doesn't really leave you the amount of time that perhaps we'd like for doing research into the past. So that's where I stand on it, yeah. So I'll see what the others think about that.
That's a good point. However, there are people who do the research, but I find that there is a lot of ridicule in this group, in this group of people that like to call themselves awake, aware, that when you start going down, and it is kind of like what we talked about a few weeks ago, who's running the show, who's at the top, is there an agenda? Is there an alien agenda? They just ridicule it. And I while not every single one of us has the time to research it, there certainly are some really good researchers out there who are doing the work. And I think that perhaps we do a great disservice to truth if we discount it just because it seems too far out for some of us. What do you think about that, Green Pill?
Yeah, I agree as well. I see both sides. Like when not everyone's going to research it, so they're still sort of in the mindset like someone who doesn't, like someone who's not in this movement at all would just dismiss anything we talk about. It's that sort of cognitive dissonance. But there's definitely that human psychology is being used against people. They sort of dismiss and fear what they don't understand, and we've got to be really conscious of it, not to do it to people who are, especially when they're educated, they're in the movement, they're questioning everything, and they might have come to their own sort of conclusion about, maybe this is possible, maybe this is possible. But I think, like, I'm still guilty of it myself, where I sort of jump at things, not necessarily out loud, but in my mind sort of say, well, that's a bit crazy. But then I sort of think, well, not really, because the things that we do know that have been proven, to us, which, are now just evident and common knowledge amongst the movement, but before we sort of learnt stuff, we might have thought the same way. It's nothing surprises me anymore, but I think there's a few people in the movement that will still, dismiss before learning about it, and maybe they don't want to prioritize learning about it because it is less relevant in some ways, I guess. But
and that was one of the things I had to learn really early on, was to catch that automatic knee-jerk reaction to dismiss it. And when you get really aware of yourself, like, I can catch myself now when pre-programmed responses come out without me thinking about them, and I'm getting really good at jumping on them, like, and before they do too much damage. And that's one of the things. It's the ancient civilizations and the alien agenda, I still find, is one of the biggest hurdles for the, in inverted commas, truth movement to take seriously. Even with the flat earth thing that, has suddenly taken over the airwaves, it seems. I certainly am not a flat earther, but again, I didn't have that knee-jerk reaction to just say, oh, that's just ridiculous. I'm like, well, hang on a second, like, there's some really good points being made. Not all of them, but there are quite a few inconsistencies with the model of the globe that they're giving us. Is it flat? Don't know. Is it possible that it's a lot bigger? That's one possibility. But yeah, and that's what I think we need to train ourselves, is to just not jump straight into that brainwashing. Have you noticed yourself or your peers with those knee-jerk reactions play, or have you learnt to sort of stop and analyse stuff before making a judgment?
Yeah, I mean, when I come into a subject like, for example, the flat Earth concept, at first I thought flat Earth. It sounds a bit too much taken straight away, but the way I approach any subject is try to find at least 4 to 5 different consistent sources of information to kind of build a picture that's based on a bit scientific, but at the same time having a spiritual open mind to the possibilities and kind of looking back through history. And that's why history, for example, is important to go through, because it kind of connects to the present as well. So I've got a video that I actually want to interject with, because it's coming up to, I think, 1 hour. It's like a 7-minute or something clip, and it's called Spinning Globe Theory Debunked, Newscaster Debunked by Captain Obvious. So that's something that we can use and go from there.
Did you put that link in the side, or? Yeah,
I did, but I can do it right now for you, so it'll be easy.
We'll have a look at that. Yeah, and I think that's, if we're going to call ourselves, truthers or whatever the term is these days, I think we need, for integrity, is to be able to say, well, we're going to look at everything with an open mind. We can't cherry pick and just say, well, I believe the government will do false flags like Sandy Hook and the Boston bombings, but I don't believe they'd pull a hoax like Flat Earth or Ancient Aliens. Maybe it isn't the case, but if you're going if you're going to be a person who seeks the truth, in my personal opinion, you can't discount anything. You've got to give it all a good investigation, a good soundbite. At least listen to what other people have to say who have researched the subject without ridicule. And that's what I think. That will really, I think, unite this, group of people, is when we can get to that point. When we can get to the point where we don't ridicule ideas that people are exploring, because that's all they're doing. They're just stretching their brain and they're looking down the rabbit hole. And some people are further down the rabbit hole than others. Some people have discovered stuff and it resonates true for them. Other people may not be that far down, but I do think one of the hinges that will undo us is this inability to be completely open-minded to everything. Even if it turns out that it isn't true, and it was like a false lead, I think we still need to at least, give it what's the word I'm looking for? Just at least give it thought without jumping on that knee-jerk, pre-programmed reaction of dismissing it. Do you agree with that, Lindsay?
Yeah, I do agree with it. You're always going to have some reservations because you've had it drummed into you all your life on some topics. But yeah, I do. The more we can open up, the better we'll be. I can't fault that at all.
Oh, that's good, thanks. Well, they're talking about the emerald tablets in the chat, and I've listened to nearly all of. There's a gentleman who's reading. He's on YouTube and he reads the book. Basically, I think it's a chapter per YouTube upload. Each video is a chapter. That is absolutely fascinating stuff. Now, it's sort of gotten the same attention, Lindsay, as the Protocols of Zion. People have come out, called it a hoax, said the emerald tablets don't really exist. And I've read information that says they do exist. Now, apparently the emerald tablets were discovered, and these tablets are basically impervious to everything. Can't be broken, can't be burnt, they can't be damaged. Apparently there were 10 tablets. 9 of them had been translated, but the 10th was not translated. Well, it was, but was not released because the information would be too and I can't remember the word that the guy used, but basically too mind-blowing for the human race to handle. Now, that's as far as I got. I have not done any into that any further. What I listened to of it was definitely resonating truth with me when I was listening to it. Often recommend people to listen, to go either get the book or go onto YouTube and have a listen. And so, yeah, they've put a few, but all you have to do is go to YouTube and put in the search bar the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. And it describes amazing, things, like Daniel's just said, interdimensional travel, the origins of the, different peoples, talks about Atlantis. It's quite fascinating. So, yeah, if it was made up, the guy, he needs a few Academy Awards or be on the bestseller list or something, because it's pretty phenomenal stuff. But as I said, for me, it resonated really, really truthfully. Have you listened to those at all, Lindsay, or have you heard about them?
No, I haven't listened to them. I just did a search while we're here on my documents, and I just put emerald in, and I've come up with the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, and there's another one called the Emerald Tablet of Hermes. Now, I just downloaded them when I saw them, but I haven't got around to reading them yet. Maybe people can tell me what the difference is between the two.
Well, Hermes and Thoth are meant to be the same. They are the same person. Hermes was one incarnation, and Thoth was a different incarnation of the same being. And apparently he had, and Biz will correct me if I'm wrong, because he seems to know quite a lot about it, but he apparently had 3 incarnations on this planet. And I cannot think of what what his third one was, but they're essentially the same person. One of the fascinating things that I heard about Thoth was that he actually gave one of the ancient people the ability to determine. Now, you know how we have a lot of talk about the reptilians and their shape-shifting ability. You know, there's a lot of that stuff on YouTube where they think they've caught someone shifting. Well, in one of Thoth's writings, he actually describes a particular sound frequency which will actually destroy the facade and reveal the reptilians for what they are. And I tried to do research on that a couple of years ago, and just sort of dead end after dead end. But that was fascinating to me, because I thought if we could figure out that sound frequency, we could prove that once and for all. We'll just go around and play that and see who turns into a reptile. You know, but it's fascinating. I mean, some of these ancient writings, I think we don't delve into them enough. But again, that's that instant, so people dismiss it. But yeah, you will really find it fascinating, Lindsay, if you download it. You can listen to it too. He does there's a guy on YouTube. If you prefer listening to it, you don't have to read it. You can just pop him on YouTube and listen to a chapter at a time.
Okay.
So I have to give a shout out before I go over to Jim and see if he's heard of the Emerald Tablets. I have to give a shout out to Mr. John LeBon, who has joined us in the chat. Hello, John. If you get nostalgic, feel free to ask me for a link in Skype, and you can join us on the panel. And we'll get your input. Greenpill, what do you think? Have you listened to or heard of the Emerald Tablets? And if you have, what do you think of them? Are they like the protocols? Are they real and they're just saying they're a hoax, or they're a hoax and they're just saying they're real?
Yeah, I have heard of them. I haven't looked into it, but with all things like that, it wouldn't surprise me if they were real, and definitely they would be suppressed if they were. The things like the Dead Sea Scrolls, it's similar, not talked about, not known about. Sort of, it's fringe stuff, but why wouldn't people put things on tablets and try and have it last? And you dig something up, you read it. Some people end up, the Egyptian stuff especially, people end up dying if they try too hard to expose it and push it. But yeah, I won't comment further without knowing specifically about it. But that's my view on those sort of things in general.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Well, Biz said in the chat, and look, Biz, if you want to add me to Skype, it's Enchanted Warrior. Add me to Skype, and we're going to have a little bit of a break in a minute, and we can get you on, and you can give us the down low on the Emerald Tablets, because Biz seems to be our resident chat expert. So he obviously knows what I'm talking about when I was mentioning the frequency. Apparently chanting Zinuru, which was apparently Thoth's mother, will expose the faces of the reptilians. He said, I wish I could join you guys. Should have told me. Well, we didn't plan on talking about it. I saw you guys talking about it in the chat, and I went, okay, there we go. So we kind of evolved. This is a very organic conversation. We're just muddling our way through. But yeah, so that is something that I had read. He had actually given the ancient peoples a way to actually uncover them. I also heard that now it was the horn of Jacob or something. There was, in the biblical days, there was a trumpet, the same sort of thing. It gave a certain frequency, and it could bring down mountains, and it could bring down brick walls and things like that. And all along the same lines, again, frequency. And this was all information handed down from Thoth. Very fascinating. It's been a few years, and this is sort of, I might have to go and put on my recording and have a listen again, because it's been a while, and this is sort of reignited. I found it very, very fascinating when I first was getting into it. Have you read them play? Have you had much to do with the Emerald tablets? I've got the hiccups now, of Thoth. I wonder if he's got a cure for hiccups. That would come in really handy right about now.
I'm probably one of the other people. I haven't actually gone and listened to the Emerald tablets, but in current weeks I've come across presentations where one of the German presenters actually talked about these objects they encountered, which are indestructible and have encrypted languages on top, which includes that little pyramid with the eye that illuminates. So if you're talking about the Emerald tablets, I have no doubt that there's a good probability that they found something like that, that actually they had to not reveal. But otherwise, yeah, I'll give it a go and listen to it myself too.
Yeah, I would highly recommend it for everyone. I think it's definitely worth a look. And again, it's along the same lines of the protocols, where they've discovered it, and then suddenly, it's just a big hoax. It's been labelled. But then when you look at it and you go, how could this, especially when I read the protocols, I'm like, there is no way this could be a hoax. This is happening, almost word for word. I think they're just labelling it that so people don't pay any attention to it. Biz was saying, should we put on one in the break? I think probably we won't do that. It's probably a bit much for most of our listeners, Biz, but we'll let people, do that and research that. If that's what they're sort of drawn to listen to, they can, I think the first one goes for about 35 minutes. So unless you listen to the whole chapter, you don't really get the same impact. So I think you have to listen to it chapter by chapter to get the full impact. So we might, and I might do a show on them. You and me can do an Emerald Tablets podcast at some point, and we'll just go through all the tablets. But Sunday sessions, we gotta be a little bit more not mainstream, but a little bit more easy, because it's Sunday. Now, Play has given me a YouTube video to watch. Let me have a look at the spinning globe theory. We said we would touch on a little bit of the immense information that has been coming out lately, and all of the people that have been, getting onto this flat Earth, globe Earth. What is it all about? Is it real? Is it an agenda? Is it deception? Is it just to keep us distracted from something else? So we might have a little bit of a break. This goes for 7 minutes, and I think I'm already going to love it. if it is who it looks like it is. I hope it's him for the whole 7 minutes, because then I'll be really happy. We'll take a little break. We'll have a listen to this, and we'll be back, and then maybe we can discuss it and see what the rest of the panel thinks about it. Although I don't want to spend too long on it, because that is Mr. Le Bon's pet discussions lately, and we don't want to move in on his turf, so to speak. Alrighty, so we will share this, and we will be back in a few minutes after we all go and powder our noses and get a drink. Enjoy, and we will catch you on the other side.
These people in the space program, assholes, I call them. In case you haven't heard, the latest disaster for the rest of the universe is that the United States is going to go to Mars. Okay? Oh, yeah. We're going to go to Mars. And then, of course, we're going to colonize. Question number two.
Wait, you gotta know. Let me just so you understand. We've been fed a lie. We've been fed. It's a point of view thing, I think. Earth has been misrepresented to us by geologists because the globe has been told that you rub your fingers and you feel the Himalayas and you feel the Rocky Mountains. No. What you're seeing here is a mirage. You typically would not be able to see this last night. Conditions are right on the way. We're only seeing a mirage.
Let's look at an example of such craziness that it actually almost single-handedly got me a full belief in the flat Earth. And that is between California and Hawaii, 2,468 miles. Take that number times 2468, 8 times 2468 times 2468, and you get some incredible amount of inches. I think it's like 50 million. Divide that by 12 and you get 4 million. And then you can take that 4 million and divide that by 5280 to go from feet to miles. And your answer is 769 miles of curvature. Look it up. Again, don't ever believe me. Don't think I'm telling you to believe me. I'm not trying to fool anyone. That is the answer. So, knowing that, imagine a few things for me. For instance, the ISS flies about between 150 and 250 miles in space, supposedly. Now, how would there be a 769-mile-high hump in between California and Hawaii? Well, believe it or not, wake up, reply, anyone there? If you believe in the globe, then you believe there is a hump of water that is 100 times higher than any plane flies in between California and Hawaii that cannot be measured, that you call science. Cannot be measured or tested, you call it science. Scientific method, yet you don't use the scientific method. Just makes no sense.
5 seconds, 135,000 feet into the flight, looking for an 87-second burn. Uh-oh. He's in the role it appears at this point. Does not appear to be a scripted maneuver. Shut down. Come on, Mike. We have shut down main engines to Spaceship One.
horizon line is flat, which is impossible if the Earth is a convex ball. So this kind of bothers me. It really intrigues me, seeing I have a science background. I have a bachelor's of science in mechanical engineering, and I've always been intrigued by science. Read many books on evolution and creationism and all these different topics. And with mechanical engineering, you do a lot of math. And you do a lot more than that. You do vibration, statics, dynamics, thermodynamics, all manner of different types of analysis with physics. And they're just highly detailed analysis in various realms of physics, where you take friction into account, or vibration, or all these different things. And you end up with formulas this long, literally, with 20 variables, and then you end up doing 20-page calculations. I even had one that was like 40 pages long calculation. Yeah, so you actually do mathematical problems that could take 40 pages to solve. Remember when you were in school and you did this long of a calculation? So that's the kind of background I had when I was in college. And this really bothers me. See, a lot of people, they just drink the Kool-Aid, they just believe whatever they're told. But the concern I have here is, why is the horizon line always flat? That should really...
Galileo is probably rolling in his grave. A Saudi cleric said our planet doesn't revolve around the sun.
Let's say we go to Sharjah Airport to travel to China by plane. Understand? Now focus. This is the Earth. Say it rotates and we leave the airport. The Earth is rotating, right? So if you say the plane stops still in the air, wouldn't China be coming towards it? Yes or no? If the Earth rotates in the other direction, the plane will not be able to reach China, because China is also rotating as the plane rotates.
Get it? The Earth doesn't revolve around the sun, or planes would never get to their destination. Some Saudi cup of water physics. Well, the man's theory is quite popular, at least online. It's an instant viral tweet subject trend on Twitter. Some say the Saudis finally got it right after all the years of what we learned in school. This user looking forward to the cleric.
And welcome back. We are Sunday Sessions without John LeBon tonight for episode 3 on the 14th of June 2015. And we would like to thank everyone in the panel for joining us tonight. We've got Lindsay the Silver Fox, we've got Play, and we've got Green Pill. And Green Pill was just saying he's got to leave us soon, back to his 5 a.m. morning wake-up calls. So we might just start off this session of Sunday Sessions, the second hour, with Jim. You had a question you wanted to ask about the insurance job on the Titanic, and did I look into it, Green Pill? You know, I didn't. I've had a very busy week, and it's still on my to-do list. I am still very, very interested in reading up about that. I'm fascinated about it.
Yep, so it's still on the list then.
It's still on the list.
Yeah, very relevant to our conversation last week about 9/11 and the people who benefited from the insurance side of things. Yeah, maybe next week.
Absolutely, yes. Look, and I will make sure I get to it next week. We might have a conversation about it, because even like looking back as we look back through time, that event, you know, and this is the way it works, doesn't it? That event dominoes into the next event, which dominoes into the next event. And if one event way back here didn't happen, then the event that happened, you know, yesterday couldn't have happened. And I think it is really important that we can at least see the connections. And yeah, if that was instrumental in the Fed being able to be established, that's a huge one that we should have some information on. So it's definitely on my to-do list, but I've just had one of those weeks.
Yeah, no worries. Probably got a few things, the amount of interesting topics we're covering, a few things on the list to look into.
Yes, and Biz just said, don't tell me the Titanic fell off the flat Earth. Not quite. Oh, that's funny. Yes, now, I'm not sure what's going on with the delay in the chat. I think it might even be me buzzing. I know Play said I was getting a buzz, and I can't hear it, so I don't even know what's causing it. If I could hear it, I could stop it. Yeah, it might be NASA. It could be the NSA or NASA. They're listening in. So I'm really sorry. I do not know what is causing it. And because I can't hear it, I don't know how to fix it. But anyway, are you off Green Pill, or are you going to hang around for a little bit longer, or did you want to get going?
Yeah, I was just going to leave it on in the background and do some stuff and, yeah, listen a bit more. But, yeah, maybe not contribute.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it, coming in and sitting in with me and holding my hand while I do these hosting nights. Much appreciated, and I promise I will look into that next week. We can chat about. I will actually be at Mr. John LeBon's house next Sunday, because next Sunday we have the No Jab, No Pay, No Way rally in Brisbane. Ethan and TOT News, they're going to be filming it, I believe. I'm going to be speaking, and so we thought we would cruise in back to Mr. John LeBon's and sit in while he does the podcast, and we'll probably be there for Sunday sessions. So it'll be a good evening. So we'll make sure that we put the Titanic on the agenda.
Awesome. Yep. That sounds good. John's got some competition when it comes to the hosting of Sunday sessions.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not feeling like I'm filling his shoes very well at all. He has these wonderful smooth transitions from one to the other that I haven't quite gotten the hang of yet. But I'm getting there. I'm getting better, at least, I think. I'm improving every week. So as long as you improve, that's all we can ask for. and figure out the technical side. That's my biggest headache, is the techie side. But I really thank you for joining me the last couple of weeks. It's been really nice to have you have a ally sitting in the panel. It's excellent. So good luck with your week. Don't get abducted by aliens.
Would I know if I did?
No, well, yeah, no. Would you know? That's a good question.
Or
would you
just
know?
be a memory, or like a bad dream? That's another topic. Alien abductions. Are they real, or are they experiments?
We'll put that on the list as well. Yeah, missing time. Apparently, missing time is a clue.
There you go. All right, love your work. Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much, Jim. Have a good week.
No worries. See ya.
See ya.
So now in the break, Lindsay, did you get yourself a cuppa? Did you?
No, I was
have you
watching
settled
that.
in?
I was watching that video, so I'll have to just put up with it for another hour. So that's all right. I'll survive.
So what's your take on this sudden fascination, this YouTube, internet, craziness on suddenly was Galileo wrong and is the Earth flat? Do you think it's a distraction or do you think it's got some weight?
I'm not sure how to answer you. Good luck to them, and there may be something there that I'm missing, but I think I was talking about this quite some time ago now, a few weeks ago anyway, and I vaguely remember as a kid sitting on the seashore and seeing boats coming. I can't even remember where it was. It might have been down at Redcliffe or Sandgate or somewhere like that, and seeing boats coming out and seeing the full boat, and then after a while them heading east, just seeing the upper superstructure of the boat, and that I was quite convinced in my mind that yes, they were going over the horizon, if that makes sense. Where if it's a flat Earth, they wouldn't be. So I'm going to take some shifting to be convinced that there is a flat Earth. That's. But anyway, and it's like I say, it's a childhood memory, so it might have been false at the time or whatever, but nevertheless, it's still quite heavily embedded in my brain. So it's going to take a bit of evidence to get me to come across to their side of thinking. So that's about where I am. I'm not saying it's wrong or right, because I really don't know. But you can't doubt yourself. Something as persuasive as that actually happened to you, it's very hard to doubt yourself on that. So that's where I am at the moment. I'm just sort of sitting on the fence, really.
It is hard when I look at it this way. Some of the arguments really make sense to me. The curvature math really makes sense to me, and I was chatting with Alan about it, and we came up with a theory of what if it isn't that it's flat, but that it's actually 3 or 4 times massively bigger than what they're telling us, and there's actually a continent or even 2 that they're hiding from us that we don't know about. And that's the reason why the math doesn't work when they do these mathematical calculations about what the curvature should be, and that's the reason why the flight paths don't go over certain parts of the Earth, because they don't want us to see what's there. Do you think, does that have more weight than a flat Earth, that it's just bigger than what they're telling us, Lindsay? With you,
I really don't know. Or what I can talk about, I think it might have been last week. I posted a link to Rene's book, The Last Skeptic of Science. He's done one on NASA Mooned America, and the other one was The Last Skeptic of Science. And there are quite a few things he does in Last Skeptic of Science, but one of them, he attacks this idea of a bulging equator, and does the same thing as you're talking about. If you do the mathematics, it's virtually impossible. It'd be miles high at the equator, and it just wouldn't. You just can't have that. It just doesn't work mathematically. So yeah, you may well be right. I mean, I've never even thought about the proposition you're putting to me. So I can't really make you like an informed comment on it. But yeah, it could well be. I mean, they've been saying that about this bulging equator for some time. Well, when you get somebody who just shows you that it's not possible to be that way, what else are they talking about that isn't possible to be? So yeah, I really haven't got a strong opinion either way on that, and you could well be right. But I find it difficult to believe about another almost like continent or something like that. You'd think there'd be something in our history somewhere.
Well, you'd think, but then if all the obviously we don't believe a word that comes out of NASA's mouth, and they're the only people who are providing any decent pictures. supposedly for us, so we can't trust those. Africa is massively bigger than what it's depicted on the maps, so it makes you wonder. And I just have to take a side for a moment and welcome Mr. John LeBon to Sunday Sessions without John LeBon. Although we now have John LeBon in the house. Thanks for joining us, John.
Oh, it's good to be here. I was happy just sitting back and listening. I enjoy just chilling out listening to you guys, but I thought if there's a conversation about the flat Earth, I really do have to just chime in and put a few myths to rest. And one of those myths is this idea that the ships disappear. That's not true. You can disprove that for yourself. Just get some binoculars or a telescope, go down to the water, you'll see the boats disappear. Then use your magnification, your telescope or your binoculars, and you'll see the boat again. It's back. When it looks like it's disappearing, that's just simply a problem of perspective. And this is very easily demonstrated. Lots of people have done videos on this. Perspective is an important part of art. Like imagine that you're looking down a long hallway, and it looks as though the hallway is sort of rising, and the doors are getting higher, but they're not. It's just from your perspective, that's how it looks because of the way that our eyes work. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can see that.
Did you guys happen to check out my 3-minute video question?
No.
Well, I tell you what, I hate to come in and interrupt or to take over someone else's show, but it might be worth just screen sharing for 3 minutes the video that I put together. Mark Sargent, who made Flat Earth Clues, and that was the series that first made me question all of this. He was on an interview a couple of days ago where he said that my 3-minute video is the best intro to the Flat Earth on the internet. It's like praise from Caesar.
Wow.
Yep. So I'll tell you what I'll do. I might even just screen share that myself. What do you reckon? It's only 3 minutes.
Go for it.
All right, just let me open it.
And we'll watch that, and I'd love then to maybe bring in the discussion of what you think of my theory about the Earth being way bigger, and we might get Play's comments on that as well. So if you've got that ready to screen share, I am absolutely happy to sit back for 3 minutes and let you do that. It's your show after all.
Well, it's not my show tonight, but I'm happy to just come in and play this one for you guys. I'm actually surprised you haven't checked it out already. But what I'll do is I'll screen share this now. Where are we? All right. So are you guys seeing that now?
No.
Yeah, it's popped up for me. It's showing. It's just, I can see the thing playing right now.
I'll press play now. This is just 3 minutes. You might have to put yourselves on mute, especially you, Play, because of that bloody computer thing you've got going in the background. So just chuck yourselves on mute. I'll play this now, and it's 3 minutes, all right?
I want to be clear. I am willing to work with anybody. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. we live on a globe, I am on their side. Show me proof that the Earth is a ball, and I will be more than happy. And that's what I'm trying to do. I just can't find it.
I mean, one of the main things is the question for me is, where is the curvature?
Now, I don't know for sure that the Earth is flat. I've seen enough evidence to make me strongly feel that is the case.
If we are on a flat Earth, then that changes everything. I thought I had it pretty much figured out, so I'd be quite happy if we can prove the ball Earth theory. So let's hope that by discussing it, we can do exactly that.
Now, please tell me that the screen share works just then.
It did.
All right. So that's just a 3.5 minute clip, and I've made that as the promo for my Ball Earth Skeptic Roundtable that we had the other night. And yeah, that actually took me 5 hours all up to sort of write that, to edit all the footage I needed, to get the photos, etc. It took me about 5 hours, but it was totally worth it, completely fun, and yeah, like I said, it's received good feedback. So if that's the first time you've seen it, Lisa, what did you make of it?
Yeah, I thought it was really concise. You brought up good points, and like I was saying to Lindsay before, the curvature math is one of the things that got me when this was first presented to me. And I have always, and I said this earlier in the chat when we were talking about the alien agenda, I think we have to look at everything with an open mind and not instantly dismiss it with that knee-jerk reaction that says, oh, that's just crazy, I'm not even going to look at it. Because there are some of the arguments that they make that are valid. And that little video brings all of those points into a very clear, concise sort of dot point framework, and it really makes you think. So well done. I think you've done a brilliant job on it. I love it, and I will share it. I will share the shit out of it.
Glad to hear that. In the live chat, Francisco Pizarro says Shell Beach, still looking for that place. And I don't know if you guys have seen the film Dark City, but it was released the same year as The Matrix, and everyone knows of The Matrix. Very few people seem to know about Dark City. But I put to you that just like The Matrix is full of truths that you can't believe they would put in a film, Dark City has a lot as well, and it's tragic that not more people know about it. And for those who haven't seen the film Dark City, I won't give it all away, but in the film Dark City, there's a whole bunch of people who are being mind controlled. They don't realize what's going on. They think that they can get out, and they just take it for granted that they can get out, but it turns out they're on a flat disc. And that's all I'll say about the film. You have to go and check it out for yourself. But that's just the tip of what that film has to tell you. So Dark City, 1998, I think. If you haven't seen it, go and check it out. But Lindsay, have you seen Dark City, my good man?
No, I haven't. I've not heard of it before. Well, not that I remember, anyway.
Well, they're going to be bringing in laws soon. They're going to pass this thing called the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and they're basically, what they're going to do is, I'm pretty confident, they're going to pass laws that will make it so that if you download a film illegally, you can be, you can essentially be prosecuted for it on the spot. And so while we still have the ability to download films, I would never encourage anyone to break the law. But on a completely unrelated note, I think you should go and get yourself a copy of Dark City.
All right, I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah. What about you, Clay? What did you think of my clip? All constructive criticism taken on board, mate. What did you think of that 3.5 minute clip?
Yeah, I've definitely seen that video clip during the week, and it was very clean cut and concise. So it's probably something that someone that's moderately in the hole so to speak, could bite on and have something to think about. So it's, yeah, like everyone's been saying, it's been fantastic to look at. And in regards to Dark City, I definitely have seen it. And one of the aspects of it is connected to Matrix, that we're kind of lulled into a different reality than what's really being done to us. So yeah, it's fantastic. Good stuff.
That's the thing. I mean, even if you really want to believe in the ball, okay, but hopefully most of our listeners can at least see that we're being lied to about other things. And what's happening is people's realities are being altered. I mean, that's quite literally what's happening through the news and through the propaganda. What people experience as life is being altered. Their minds are being shaped. And so even though you and I might say, oh, it's so obvious that X, Y, or Z is happening, it's obvious to us because that's within our reality. But the people who believe ISIS and are scared of ISIS, that's their reality. Their reality is that there's this scary group out there that they have to be afraid of. Like, it's every bit as real to them as ISIS being stupid and fake is to us. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, people's realities are being altered, and you know, I'm not sort of being how do I put this? I'm not using these terms for rhetorical effect. I'm being quite literal here. People's realities are being altered, and once you get your head around that concept, things start to make a lot more sense. The reason why you can't convince someone of the truth, it's not because they're stupid, or it's not anything like that. Their reality is different to yours right now, and you're trying to change their reality. Not an easy thing to do, especially when they've got 13 years of school and thousands of hours of television shaping the reality they're currently living. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. Sorry,
Yeah,
Clay, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You go for it.
Okay. No, I mean, if you really think about it. Sorry?
That fan of yours, mate, I'm
Sorry?
happy. I will buy you a new fan. You
It,
tell me the
it's
bottom.
not,
What?
it
I'll buy you a new
is, it is not me, because I can hear it as well, actually, so it's not
It is
me, because
it can't be Lindsay, because Lindsay.
Enchanted or someone having.
No, Play. It is you, because it
Nah.
happens every week.
Okay, let me mute and we'll see. Okay.
Yep, and it stops. As soon
I
as you
can hear
mute,
the
it
hissing sound
stops.
as well in the background. It's so strange. Nah, but
The hissing
anyway,
sound is
in regards-
me. We can't work out where the hissing.
Yeah.
I may need a new mic, but the fan is
Yeah,
the
I
fan
might
from
need
your
as well.
laptop. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll need to invest in a headphones that has like a USB connection, like Don suggested.
I think so.
But in
Big W
regards
has
to
them for $10.
what the USB connected ones?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, I'll have a look. But in regards to programming and perceptions, the saying goes that every person on this planet, so-called, it has an angle of perception. So no other person or no other person will have the exact same perception as you or me. So obviously, for me at least, if I talk to my best friend Adam, he has a different perception than someone else. Obviously, due to programming. So, but there are more and more people kind of waking up to certain things that they've kind of sat down and thought about when they're fishing or whatever. So it is something that's going to just come to a peak, and we'll find out perhaps, for example, that we're living in a little a swimming pond with big land masses, and around that land mass you have ice which stretches out to a different piece of land mass. The possibility, considering let's say Atlantis and all those different land masses being closer together at that time, and since then the land masses have spread out because of the crust displacement and everything. So it's something to think about.
Absolutely, and we've just lost Lindsay. He's been abducted by aliens. He's dropped off the flat Earth. I don't know. Come back, Lindsay. Hopefully he'll rejoin us. Hopefully he'll be able to rejoin us. Hopefully it's just a technical issue. Yeah, John. Look, I agree. The reality thing is fascinating to think about, and you're absolutely right, and it does explain quite a lot that's going on in the world at the moment. Depending on where people are, it really is a case of they literally are living in a different reality from the one that we're living in. We were sitting, I mentioned in the chat from the ARP show this afternoon, we went to the Sunshine Coast show here in Nambour last night, and being the 100th, anniversary of the Anzacs, the Nambour show thought that they would commemorate this, and they had this 40-minute, I don't want to call it a play because it was horrific. It was 40 minutes of the most horrific propaganda I've ever heard. And this is like all the things I've watched on TV and all the stuff from NASA. But this was just horrific. And people were getting up. It was so inappropriate for children. This is supposed to be at a show, right? The ring entertainment. And it was so inappropriate. Half the people in the stands with children got up and left. And Alan and I are sitting there saying, wish we could film this so we could talk about it and share it with you guys. But the other half sat there and applauded. And I'm looking around going, how can you applaud this? And it was really just like what you're saying. It was like they were living in some other reality where this was okay to be watching and for little children to be witnessing. Because, they were like, the whole thing was literally about death and all the dead soldiers and all the mothers crying when they would get telegrams. And, it was horrific. And, yeah, there's people around us clapping. I was like, yeah, these people are either like seriously brainwashed or, they're living in a completely different reality. So, yeah, it's interesting that you said it like that tonight because I actually witnessed that firsthand last night. And yeah, I wish I had a big plug because I would have liked to have unplugged them all last night. And Lindsay's back.
That's exactly it. And you're experiencing that film in a very different way to what they are. You're all sitting in a theatre. Like, no one's disputing the objective facts of what's happening. But in terms of their perceptions, the way that they're interpreting the information that's coming in, they're perceiving it so differently to the point of their reality is different to ours. And it's not their fault. Like, they've been conditioned to be that way. And the people who are doing the conditioning understand our minds far better than most of us do. So, like, it is, I was saying this to someone the other day, if you think about it, if you can go through 12, 13 years of school, plus consume thousands of hours of mainstream, media, whether it's news or TV shows, whatever, if you can go through all of that and yet somehow come out the other side and understand, some of what we like to think that we understand, it's actually an amazing feat, you know what I mean? You should almost be proud of yourself to think, wow, despite everything that was working against me, like I've essentially been raised in something very close to what they tell us North Korea is, I still managed to come out the other side and realize, no, this is all crap. And I don't support what's happening. It's truly an amazing thing. So, like, we've got 20 people watching live right now. Many of those people will disagree with me on a whole bunch of things, but one thing we probably all agree on is the government isn't our friend. They're lying to us. The media's lying to us. We need to sort this shit out for ourselves. And to have worked that out, despite all of the time, all of the years that our enemies had to mold our minds, it just shows the human mind does want to seek out the truth. Some of us will get here, and like I said on today's show, more and more people are getting it. Don't you worry about that. It is happening. I kind of feel sorry for the people who just get stuck at one gate because there's so many gatekeepers out there. I know a lot of people, they just get stuck at one gate, and so when they don't see enough change happening rapidly, they start getting upset or frustrated or whatever. But that's why you have to expose yourself to to lots of people, not just to one or two shows or something like this. Expose yourself to lots of, like, there's many corners of the so-called truth movement. You've got to expose yourself to lots of them, not just to one or two, because if you're just waiting for everyone to realize that something is a hoax, or if you're just waiting for everyone to realize that 9/11 was an outside job, was Israel, or if you're just waiting for people to wake up to one or two things, yeah, you'll be waiting for a while. But collectively, I see this almost every day. Collectively, more and more people are starting to wake up to some of this stuff, and it's exciting. For me, this is such an exciting time to be alive. You know, is it hard at times when we see things that we don't like, and we see our families, you know, suffering with diseases that have been caused by our diets, and, you know, when we see people, you know, being prescribed medications that we know don't need by doctors who don't care about them. Like, of course, this is all tough. I'm not denying any of that, but at the same time, we're going to get to see an end to all of this. I truly believe that. I'm excited every day.
You reckon we'll see an end to it, John? I really hope you're right.
Lisa, I'm convinced now. There's something much bigger than us. There's a bigger force than us at work, and yeah, I'm very confident. In my lifetime, things are going to change. Very confident.
That gives me hope, because I was starting to doubt it. I was starting to doubt that I would see the mass awakening occur. I just want to welcome Lindsay back from his abduction.
Thank you for that. It's my own fault. I clicked on a wrong button and I lost. I was gone. So it took me a little while to climb back out again.
Oh, I hate it when that happens. I hate it. But you're absolutely right though, John. We touched on that earlier, and look, you we poke a bit of fun at you when we talk about the alien agenda, but it is something what you said about you just don't expose yourself to one single thing. We've got to look at very many, you know, a variety of people and the things that they're uncovering, because they absolutely are lying to us. They absolutely are deceiving us on so many levels that most of us would never even have dreamt of when we clicked on that first video. I mean, a lot of people seem to have woken up to it with 9/11, and in the last 15 years, you know, that first click, people would have never have dreamed of the things that they had realized what they're being lied to about when they first watched those videos. And that's why we were saying before about we shouldn't just discount them, because none of us know how deep the deception really, really runs. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, well, I mean, the point that I'm making is I see a lot of people, they seem to get stuck on one or two things. I mean, Sandy Hook, Boston bombings, 9/11, very important events, and each one of them is important in its own right, and they're important as a collective, all this kind of thing. If you're waiting for everyone to wake up to the fact that no kids died at Sandy Hook, you are probably going to be waiting forever. You know what I mean? Like that.
Yeah.
You don't want to get hung up on one event. What I'm saying is if you start to branch out, you realize that the hoaxes are just the tip of the iceberg of what's going on here. It's so much bigger than that. And, you know, you talk about aliens. Well, you guys know I don't believe in the aliens thing. I hope that you guys are open-minded to the possibility that this alien thing plays right into their hands. Like Wernher von Braun is supposed to have said that they're going to use the Russians, then they're going to use the terrorists, then they're going to use the aliens as the enemy. Like, I hope that when you guys, you know, are looking into this alien stuff, you're also looking at the possibility that you're being played.
Oh, absolutely. And look, that whole fake alien invasion thing, I absolutely agree that they're going to use that and milk it for all it's worth. You know, but there are certainly, like we were saying before, there is so much archaeological evidence of some form of advanced civilized race, whether it was human beings, and as we discussed earlier, whether it was human beings and we just destroyed ourselves several times over. We've grown to the height of technology and blown ourselves up because we didn't have the spiritual growth that came along with the technological growth, or whether it was intervention from outside races. We won't know probably in this lifetime, maybe we will, but there is too much evidence from our ancient cultures for us
What
to
evidence,
completely
Lisa?
wipe it off the board.
When you say there's lots of evidence, what evidence?
Well, you have every single ancient culture, Mayans, Incas, the Native American Indians, the Indians, like from India, you have the Sumerians, the Egyptians, all of them all have in their archaeological finds drawings and stories, writings, etc., artifacts that all depict some form of flight in a vehicle. Each one of these cultures, it's slightly different, so it's not all the same thing. From India, there's an ancient religious book, and it actually has the pictures of literally what you're watching a fight from Star Wars. You know, they have pictures in hieroglyphs of spaceships. They have pictures on the Incan walls of spaceships. All of this sort of stuff, and I mean, it is just a plethora of information. The Forbidden Archaeology site is absolutely fascinating to go through the things that they've dug up. And how do you explain it? Like Lindsay was mentioning the tunnels, you know, the tunnels in Africa that they've been laser cut. You can't argue with that, and they're thousands of years old. So
but why do you
that's
trust
the kind of evidence.
So-called archaeology, though?
If it was just one region or if it was just one source, then I would be a little bit suspect. But this is many, many different sources from all over the world, different eras, different religions, different cultures, different backgrounds. But they all sort of fall into and point to that I don't want to say intervention, but some kind of an interaction with an advanced civilization. Now, again, is it necessarily aliens? I don't know. Could it have been interaction with a civilization on Earth that was more advanced and they've just come across it? Possible. But the fact that they show interaction with an advanced civilization is, when you've looked at all of this evidence, you are convinced. There's no way.
Archaeology, though, Lisa, I get what you're saying. Like, if this archaeology is true, I fully get how you would then conclude that they might have had alien visitors. I get that. What I'm saying is that the fundamental stuff that you're basing this on, the archaeology, why do you trust it?
Well, you look at, you know, Pumapunku, for instance. That is that's not a new city. We know that is thousands of years old. There is, well, we've been around for, you know, what, recorded history, let's even say 2,000-3,000 years, and no one has lived in that city for at least 3,000 years. So we know it's been there for at least 3,000 years.
Do you know why the Dark Ages are called the Dark Ages?
Well, because they burnt a lot of knowledge.
Because we don't have information about it. And all the stuff that you're referring to is pre-Dark Ages.
Right.
Okay, look how easily they've managed to convince an entire country of Australia about certain aspects of World War II history, right? Look how easy it was for them to convince us to fully and completely believe utter nonsense. Look how easy it was for them. Why would we not think that they've been capable of convincing people prior to World War II of complete nonsense that just gets passed down as history? Why wouldn't we think that that's not just possible but probable?
Yeah, and I agree with that. However, these cities that they are digging up out of the earth, okay, so even if they're only a few hundred years old, the technology to cut the rocks the way that they have been cut, little, like, it didn't happen with stone tools. It happened, it was laser cut or diamond cut. And that technology wasn't around before the Dark Ages.
Lisa, we've got archaeologists telling us that they're digging up dinosaur... I mean, I don't know if you guys have looked into this, but if you look into it, you'll find out this whole dinosaur thing is a complete hoax. And so if we've got archaeologists telling us about dinosaurs, and if science is responsible for telling us about evolution, why the hell would you trust anything that they claim to have found? Like, why would you trust any of it?
Well, I'm a big believer in that dinosaurs actually were around with humans. I don't believe the whole dinosaurs were extinct 6 million years ago story. You know, I actually think our legends, our dragon legends, are actually probably closer to what our dinosaurs were. and I like to think of myself as being a dragon rider at some point in the past. I have a huge affiliation with dragons. Look, and I get what you're saying, John, but at some point you've got to look at the collective body, for sure. They're going to take some events, they're going to take some information, and they're going to twist it, and they're going to make it fit their agenda. But the other side of the coin is that while they can manufacture evidence, they can also destroy it. And like the Great Library of Alexandria, they destroyed that for a reason. There was a lot of information. And you have to do, I think, a little bit of a mixture of what have I got in front of me and what does my gut tell me. And when you come at something without judgment, when you look at something and say, I am not going to pass a judgment on this, I'm going to let that organically come, you find that your intuition and your inner guidance doesn't steer you wrong very often. And that's, for me, how I kind of, you know, when I watch things, like when I watched 9/11, how I knew it was a hoax, right? Well, not a hoax, but I knew it was bullshit from the moment I watched it, because I've learnt to listen to that. So, you know, hey, I know that they make a lot of shit up, but there's stuff there that they don't make up too. They're not making everything up. So
why do you believe them on this archaeology stuff? Like, is it possible that you want to believe that the archaeology is real? Like, is that possible that some people hold on to the alien thing and they use the so-called archaeology as their evidence because they want to believe there are other beings out there? Like, is that possible?
It is possible, but you've also forgotten one of the golden rules, and that is that, yes, they lie to us, but they use the truth to lie to us. So everything that they put out there is truth surrounded by bullshit. In just about everything we talk about in all of these hidden agendas, there is always truth built into it. So that means that even if there is some huge deception regarding archaeology, there is also truth in there as well, because they never ever just flat out give you complete bullshit. They always give you bullshit within truth. And that's what you're trying to dig out, is what's the actual truth, which sometimes you never will. Sometimes you just have to say, I think this is bigger than what I can answer, but my gut is telling me there's something to it, and that's all I really need to know.
Is that what we know, Lisa? Because then we could have people telling us, oh, my gut instinct is that kids died at Sandy Hook. And it's like, what the hell does that have to do with anything? We should be basing our opinions on evidence. Evidence that we have reason to believe is legitimate. Primary evidence. And when it comes to aliens, I've asked people for this. What's the primary evidence? What's the stuff that you base your belief system on that anyone could look at and agree with you? Like, what's the foundation here? Like, if the claim is that kids died at Sandy Hook, I want some evidence. Guess what? There isn't any. All the stuff that they put forward, it's crap as soon as you look at it. And that's the exact same approach that I take to everything. And if you take that approach to the alien stuff, what are you left with? What are you left with?
The thing with what you just said is when someone says, yeah, I think kids died at Sandy Hook, you've got to remember that's an emotional response. So when you're allowing your emotion to come in and answer, you're not going to get a pure response. But I agree about the evidence. You absolutely need to have some evidence. And for me, that's only the initial questioning. It's like when I listen to the flat earth stuff, I was listening, I'm going, okay, and I'm listening without emotion. So I'm listening to that inner voice to say to me, do I want to investigate this? Is there anything to it? And there were points that my intuition went, that's making sense. I need to look into that. So unemotionally, I looked into it, found I agree with a lot of the points that they're saying. Now, I've come up with some points to debunk it for my own mind, where I can say, hey, you know, that's not working for me. The same with the archaeology stuff, the same with the ancient alien stuff. There are some things that, you know, your emotions just react on, but there is a lot of stuff where you can actually get the evidence. And like off the cuff right here, right now, you know, I would have to go through all my playlists and all my old books and find all of the stuff and have that ready for you. But I have found the evidence that I personally needed to satisfy myself that there's something to it. Do I know what it is? No. Do I agree that there's an agenda? Absolutely. Does it matter to me to go any deeper than that? No, because I can't do anything about it. It's exactly the same as the Sandy Hook, Boston bombings, 9/11 stuff. You made a good point. People just get hung up on one thing. I judge these things based on what can I do about it. So I try to know a little bit about what's going on and all of these different things, but I can't do anything about the Boston bombings or the Sandy Hook hoax. I'm not in America. I can't arrest anybody. I can't charge anybody with it. So do I really need to continually, you know, follow along and get all the information? No, I don't. I know it was bullshit. That's enough. I know enough to share that with other people.
But what I'm saying is, they're trying to tell us that something happened, okay? They're trying to say to us, here's a story that you're supposed to believe. And I say, okay, where's the evidence? There isn't any. That's why I don't believe any kids died or got hurt at Sandy Hook, right? Same with the ball earth. Like in the live chat, Biz of 14 Life is saying, yeah, John, but what about the flat earth? Where's your evidence for the flat earth? Well, hold on, mate, that's the whole point. I'm looking for evidence for the ball earth, and there isn't any. Now, I've already explained to people why I've got a couple of objections to the flat earth model. I'm going to try and disprove the flat earth model. And then I might not know what earth we're on. We might not be on a ball, we might not be in a flat plane. You don't have to believe in something. So the people who are like, oh, but John, you know, where's your evidence for the flat earth? That's the whole point, mate. If you look at the evidence, there isn't any for the ball earth. Like when someone tries to make you believe something, you should ask, what's the evidence? What evidence have they given you? And with the aliens thing, I don't think there is any. I don't think there's any actual evidence that is solid enough to make me believe that there are aliens out there. And I think with a lot of people, they want to believe in aliens because they're so fed up with the humans on this planet. They want to believe there's something smarter than us. Like, if it's just us, it's like, damn, is this all we've got? Like, it's not enough for them. And who can blame them? You know, people are pretty fucked up right now. But I think a lot of it's almost like a religious thing. They need to believe in something bigger than them. They don't believe in God, so aliens are a substitute. But I've yet to hear someone explain to me with actual evidence why they believe that they're aliens that have come to Earth. I haven't actually seen any solid evidence. Nothing more solid than the crap that we get given about dinosaurs and evolution and all this other nonsense.
And look, and I respect that, and that's another reason why I continually watch things, because if you look at a lot of the Michael Tellinger stuff, Adam's Calendar, that is really compelling, you know, evidence. And I don't know if you have sat down and watched those documentaries. Like, that's me. I will look at everything that comes across my path, and for the last 25 years, the collected body of evidence that I've seen convinced me that there was definitely a period of time in the past when a more advanced civilization has come into contact with advanced civilizations. Now, am I 100% sure that it was aliens? No. Have I got any evidence that it was absolutely aliens and not just another civilized human race? No. But there's something to it, yes. And do I continue to look into that and search for more evidence? Absolutely. So I'm always looking on the lookout for new stuff. And Michael Tellinger's information is part of that new information that's coming, because like Lindsay was saying, the Zachariah Stitchin stuff, that's 20, 30 years old. So there is people who are putting in new research and uncovering new things. So you can't just put a line underneath it and say, well, to date I haven't been shown enough evidence, because there are people out there researching. Lloyd Pye did some excellent videos prior to his death about everything we've been taught is a lie. You know, so there are people out there who are providing the evidence. It is just a matter of, you know, looking at it and finding it for yourself. I'm not going to convince anybody.
What evidence is there for me to look at? Tell me.
Well, like I was saying, there are lots of documentaries. Look at the Michael Tellinger documentaries on Adam's Calendar.
What evidence does Michael Tellinger give, though?
Well, he produces...
Based on? If it's just archaeology, again, my question is, why are we trusting anything that these people dig up? They're the same people who dig up dinosaur bones and try and tell us that there were these things called Tyrannosaurus Rex. You know what I mean?
Well, he's not an archaeologist. He is a person who lives in South Africa, and he discovered, a friend of his discovered what they now call Adam's Calendar on his property. So he's not, you know, a paid archaeologist per se. You know, and then that basically sent him on this journey of investigation, and then now they've gone all over Africa, discovered way more of these structures and villages and all of these things, but they are not archaeologists. These are just a couple of people who live there and discovered some shit in their backyard. So, you know, it'd be much like me walking down to the pond and, you know, uncovering some...
financial interest in people writing about their findings in their back. Do you think there's money to be made in talking about aliens?
No. No, there's no money in it. I'd be rich if there was money in it. I don't think there is. There was a little flurry of interest, but again, that's part of the indication, isn't it? That we've been trained to look at. As soon as, you know, that's one of the things that a lot of people in the truth movement point. As soon as someone comes out and they're being ridiculed and attacked, especially like you look in the medical profession, if Big Pharma and the traditional doctors are attacking some doctor for him coming out saying, you know, vitamin C can cure cancer, you need to be listening to the guy who they're ridiculing, because you know damn well there's an agenda to silence someone who's got the guts to speak about the truth. It kind of is the same thing in this arena, is as soon as somebody comes out with anything that's really credible, they are vilified and jumped on. And that should be our little red flag to go, hang on a second, we need to listen, because mainstream science are trying to destroy this person's credibility. So, you know, if that's going to be our benchmark for other areas of investigation to red flag for us areas where we should go, then it also it works for everything, and that happens a lot in this field. People come up with evidence and they are ridiculed. Michael Tellinger, he has had his life taken from one extreme to the other, lost his home, you know, lots of things. That tells me that he's on the right track, because he wouldn't be vilified like that, and he wouldn't be attacked like that from the government, you know, in inverted commas, if he wasn't onto something.
All right, so how about this then? The topic of aliens, Hollywood are repeatedly and often making movies about aliens. Aliens, lots of alien films. Big blockbuster films about aliens. If aliens were such a dangerous topic to the establishment, how come the establishment's chief propaganda arm, Hollywood, makes so many films about aliens?
Well, that's to
You don't
desensitize
see
us.
films about Jews running the media. You don't see any films about Jews running the banks. You don't see any films about the Jews getting run out of countries because they control the banks and the media. You don't see anything like that.
Because they've made it a joke, John. Because it's treated everyone who talks about this subject, you have the tinfoil hat jokes come straight out. You have, you know, in every one of those movies, there is the comedic character. In Independence Day, you know, you had the crazy guy who was abducted by, and everybody made fun of him. Every single time one of these comes out, there always is a joke made about it. So it's never done in a really, you know, serious, dramatic, you know, proper way. There's always tongue-in-cheek comments made in the movies. There's always a bit of comedy. There's always a few little digs about people wearing, and that's all that subtle brainwashing that says this is a stupid subject and you shouldn't follow it. It's just entertainment.
Take Independence Day, right? Yep. There's the character who, you know, says that he was molested by aliens, and all the guys laugh at him. Then the aliens come and they all change their mind. If we're talking about the influence that this can have on people who are watching it, don't you think that this actually sort of proves my point? Like, yeah, even the ones who mock them have to admit, holy shit, there are aliens. And you like that film Independence Day with Will Smith and Jeff Goldblum, that I can't think of how many millions of dollars that made at the box office. Many people have seen that. I saw that as a kid several times. Like, I watched it over and over again. Lots of people have seen Independence Day. Lots of people have seen the film Alien or Aliens or whatever they call that franchise with Sigourney Weaver or whatever her name is. There's lots of films where aliens exist, and anyone who questions aliens existing, they get proven wrong in the film because the aliens exist. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. But, oh, pardon me. But when you look back and remember Independence Day, and it is in my top 5 all-time favourite movies, so I've seen it about 300 times. I absolutely love the movie. But the crazy guy is still always the crazy guy. It doesn't matter that he saves the day at the end. It doesn't matter that he was right. What everybody remembers about him is he was the crazy tinfoil hat abductee guy. The crazy is still there. The joke part of that is never erased, no matter what he does at the end of the movie. So the brainwashing
exists. This is not just where the aliens exist, but where there was a government conspiracy to cover it up to the point where even the president didn't know. Remember? Like,
yeah,
I fully get what you're saying about that character being the joke, but the central premise of the film is aliens are real and the conspiracy can run so deep even the president doesn't know.
Yep. And there's your
truth.
truth.
Tell me aliens
and there's
existing
your truth in bullshit.
Establishments keeping from us. Like, the only time that Hollywood admits that there are conspiracies is when there's aliens involved. You don't think they want you to believe there's aliens?
Well, but that's not the only time they admit it. Like, you know, it's like you were saying with Dark City, with The Matrix. I mean, all of these sci-fi movies, no matter what the theme is, if the agenda in Hollywood, now, because you've only got really 2 roads to go down. Hollywood is controlled, and they put out movies deliberately to distract us, to hide the truth in plain sight, so that when the shit hits the fan, they can say, well, hey, we told you, you know, we let the secrets out, Stargate, all of those. Or it really is just entertainment, and this really is just people's imagination. It's one or the other. So let's go down that Hollywood is controlled, and there's always an agenda behind every movie they allow to get made, whatever that agenda is. If we go down that track, then there is always truth hidden in plain sight. So regardless of how they package up the movies, there's truth to them. So if the agenda in Independence Day is, yes, there's a huge cover-up, but no, the presidents don't know, plausible deniability, there's your nugget of truth. Do you see what I'm saying? So it can't be nuggets of truth for some movies. Other movies are just pure entertainment. Maybe it can be. But we've got to, if we're going to accept that they give us nuggets of truth and then put it in entertainment around it, or in a hoax or in a false flag around it, then we have to accept that as a formula and apply it to most things. So therefore, even in the most absurd thing, there will be some truth.
I understand what you're saying. I don't think you quite get my point here. My point is, if aliens existing is so threatening for the establishment that they don't want it to get out, why the hell would Hollywood be making films about it in the first place?
Because they've made it a joke, John. That's the whole point. They have made it. They've made the movies, and the way they've made them is to ridicule and make it a joke. And you know, we talk to people about.
They make films where there were no aliens, Lisa. They're making films where the aliens exist. That's the point I'm making.
Because it's because the human brain, this is what I'm saying, they are conditioning us to believe that if you think this is real, you're a tinfoil hat wearing crazy. So you've got the information that you can get outside of the movie. So people start to think, well, maybe there's something to this, maybe. Then a movie, a big blockbuster comes out, and there are definite jabs, even in the most serious, even in that Edge of Tomorrow. That was not, I mean, the Independence Day, look, that's almost a comedy. With Will Smith and Jeff Goldblum, they have some of the most hilarious lines in that movie. It's not a drama at all. It's almost a comedy. But the Edge of Tomorrow was not. There was no funny one-liners in that, well, maybe one or two, but not very many. It was a really, really intense, dark, sort of a alien movie, right? Yet even Alan and I could see the propaganda woven in amongst the storyline, and even we could see how they made the story look, if you believed in this stuff, you're crazy, kind of thing. Like, so when you're really, really watching this stuff from the point of view of now I'm aware of all the different levels of programming that goes into it, you'll see that 90% of the time, while even if they made a serious movie about aliens, they're having a jab at it. So nobody walks away going, oh, that's a possibility.
There's no aliens? Like, why, if they wanted to mock it, why even make films where there are aliens? Just make films where there are none. Like, why? If they want people to not believe there's aliens, why not make films where there's no aliens? And then
because then they couldn't ridicule it.
History Channel is full of aliens now. Like, History Channel is full of aliens, and you think the establishment doesn't want you to believe in aliens?
No, twofold. One is, if they completely ignored it, then you would get the whole, well, they never, ever, ever deal with it, so there must be something to, they're hiding something. So they don't want that reaction. The second part of that is they want to desensitize us or program people to believe, because I don't, you know, I don't know personally what other species out there in the universe, whether they're going to attack us or not. But I do know that one of the agendas will be this fake alien invasion, and they want to make people's imprinted psyche accept that and not question it because they've seen so many movies.
Yeah, that's exactly the point I'm making. They want people to believe that aliens are even possible, and to do that, you release lots of films where aliens are real. You even put aliens all over the so-called History Channel. I mean, the History Channel, all it's about is terrorizing us about Hitler, like demonizing Hitler and trying to convince you that aliens are real. And like, most people are smart enough, at least in our circles, to realize that the demonizing Hitler thing, that's part of an agenda. They seem to want to believe that the aliens are real. Well, can't you see? Like, how obvious does it have to be that they want you to believe in aliens?
Well, I've never been given any evidence to suggest that they don't. You can't prove to me that they don't exist. So if you can't prove they don't,
that's like saying that I can't prove that God doesn't exist. You know what I mean? Like, that's the argument that you just made. That's the argument that religious people make. And I think a lot of
so my brain remains open. No one's proven to me that God doesn't exist, so therefore there is a possibility that he does.
Yeah,
No one's proven to me that aliens don't exist, so there is a possibility that they do. I am open to the possibility that that has occurred in our history, and it could occur in our future.
Yeah, of course it's possible. I'm asking, why would you believe it, though? Like, anything's possible, but the things that we actually believe in, we usually need evidence. And what I'm saying is, I haven't found any evidence that seems legitimate. And what's more, it seems pretty clear to me that the establishment, the enemies, like our enemies, no one disputes that they're our enemies, it seems pretty obvious to me that they want us to believe in aliens. So if they want us to believe in aliens, you have to ask why.
So I believe in the possibility because
I'm
of
asking
what I
if you
just
believe in
said.
the possibility. Like, I'm asking, why do you believe it's actually the case that aliens exist? Like, I think it's possible, but I don't, until I see evidence for it, I'm not going to believe it.
Because I have no evidence that they don't.
You've got no evidence that unicorns don't exist somewhere, but you don't just believe in unicorns because it's possible.
Yeah, why not? Who's to say that we didn't once have dragons and unicorns and fairies and elves running around on the planet? I don't know.
We might have, but why would you believe that it is the case or that it's probably the case?
Because I've got no evidence to the contrary. So it doesn't mean that I necessarily believe it exists 100%. It means I'm open to the belief that it's possible. So when I look at a documentary, I come at it from that space, that it's possible, and then I make a judgment on that information that I'm presented with. So exactly like the flat earth. Do I believe it's possible that they're lying to us? Yes. So I come to all the information that I've found through you and with Matrix. I come to that with a completely open mind of possibilities. So I make no judgment. And then I hear the evidence and I make a judgment on each individual piece. So I have had evidence that has satisfied me that we have had interactions with some form of advanced civilization in the past. I don't know what that is. That evidence has not yet been presented to me, but it's some form of advanced civilization interacted with lower advanced civilizations. That's all I'm saying. Is it aliens? I don't know.
Do you want to believe in aliens though? Like, does it make you feel better if they're real?
It doesn't make me feel better, but yeah, it'd be great if there were. I don't think they're all sitting out there, you know, waiting to come and save us. If they were, they would have done that already. I certainly don't believe in that. I don't believe there's a galactic federation fleet just on the other side of, you know, Saturn waiting to come and pounce. Because what the fuck are they waiting for if that's the case? So no, I don't believe that. Do I believe that the universe is vast and mysterious and amazing, and there are things that I couldn't even imagine to be true that I haven't discovered yet? Absolutely. And do I want to remain open to always believing that? Absolutely. Because to close my mind to the amazingness of the universe, I think you may as well just roll over and die.
Yeah, so there's a certain benefit that you get psychologically from believing that we're not alone, that there's other things out there. And this is kind of the point that I've made to people. I find it amazing how most people either believe in God and religion or aliens. Most people believe in at least one of those things. And I think it's because we have like a natural yearning to want to believe there's something else out there that we're not alone. Because most of us do feel very alone, because on this earth we don't have communities anymore. We don't actually have real families and real communities and real towns and a real nation. We don't have anything. So we're very alone. So all of a sudden we need to either believe there's a higher power out there, or that there's aliens out there, which is like a de facto higher power anyway. Like, I think a large part of the alien belief is because it makes people feel better to think there's something else out there, the exact same way that religious people do. And what I find is when I challenge people on the alien thing, they oftentimes have the exact same reaction that religious people have when you challenge their religion. It's like, well, this is my belief and you can't prove I'm wrong. And I'm like, I'm not trying to prove you're wrong. I'm asking why you believe that. You don't have to believe it, but you're choosing to, so what's your evidence? And that's what skeptics do. Skeptics say, I will believe something if there's evidence for it. Unless you give me good evidence, I'm not going to believe it. I'm not going to say that you're necessarily wrong, but I'm not going to believe it without the evidence. That's what skeptics do, and that's how I got into all of this in the first place. I said, all right, Sandy Hook Boston bombings, shit. The evidence that they've given me for this is pretty crap. I'm going to go and see if I can find evidence that it's real. Maybe these conspiracy theory video makers, maybe they're just picking out the bad evidence, but maybe these things are real. So you look into it further, and you're like, holy shit, there is no actual evidence that anyone died or got hurt. That's what skeptics do. They look for the evidence. And I've looked for the evidence with the aliens, and I can't find it. So if I believe in it without evidence, that's me choosing to believe something without evidence, which is exactly what the people who watch TV do all the time. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, we have to be consistent here.
Yeah, I do see what you're saying. I do. And I can honestly say, yeah, unlike the religious argument, I don't need... I have a really good community. I'm not on my own. Like, I have a partner who thinks along the same lines as I do. I'm not isolated. I have a lot of friends. While some of them are asleep, I'm generally, accepted for what I believe. So I've never had that sense of being alone. I'm actually surrounded by heaps of family, and so I don't think it's that. But I do understand where you're coming from. Again, it's one of those things where, off the cuff like this, the evidence that has satisfied me is not at my fingertips. And so what I will do is, since we're coming down next weekend, I will compile a dossier of some of the evidence, and I will bring it, and we will powwow on it and go over it, and you can pick it to pieces. But again, for me personally, I'm satisfied enough with what I've looked at over 25 years that the possibility exists for me. And that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, again,
it doesn't.
I've said to you, it is
it
possible.
doesn't change my worldview.
Again, aliens are possible. I'm not saying they're possible. I'm saying everything's possible. So I only believe that which can be proved with evidence. Where's the evidence proving this one? Until I see that evidence, I'm going to say, no, I'm not going to believe in this. Is it possible? Of course it's possible. Anything's possible, but we should only believe what we can prove with evidence.
And I agree with you. That's absolutely true. But you've got to remember also that in saying that, evidence can be manipulated. Just like with, they're getting really sloppy with all of their hoaxes and their false flags. But evidence can be controlled. Evidence can be planted from both sides. So it's not one of those things where you can just do in one single sitting. You've got to spend a lot of time looking into it. And my point is, pardon me, is to come at it. My biggest point is not to necessarily believe it, but to at least come at it with an open mind of a possibility, so that when you do see the evidence, you don't just discount it. That you can watch something and your brain is open to the possibility. Exactly like I did with the flat Earth stuff.
Again, Lisa, I'm not saying that aliens aren't possible, but you're saying that you believe that aliens are real. So why do you believe that? So you're saying that they probably exist, right? So I'm saying, how do you arrive at that conclusion? Anything's possible, but how do you arrive at the conclusion that they're probable?
Right. So I would say that my position would be, I have not yet been given 100% proof for me to say unequivocally that aliens exist. But I have been shown enough for me to be open to the belief that it's possible that they've been here before, and that there's at least other civilizations more advanced than us out there in the universe. That's where I'm at with it.
Don't you? You think it's probable that there are other...
It's probable.
Yeah, and I'm saying why? How do you get to the probable? The possible part we agree on, so don't worry about that. How do you go from possible, which I think anything's possible, to probable? How do you get there? What leads you to get to that conclusion?
Well, like I said, years of reading, years of watching, different documentaries, listening to different people speak, looking at it from all different kind of angles. you know, looking into Roswell, looking into the cover-ups of the military, you know, Project Bluebeam, Paperclip, all the different psyopses from the government over the last 60 years. I mean, you know, I was 18 when I first looked into this, and I'm now 48. So that's a lot of stuff for me to just list off for you to say, well, this is what it was. It wasn't one thing. It was the accumulation of knowledge.
That might mean that you're very invested in the idea, though. Like, if you've been into the alien stuff since you're 18, then you're probably, a large part of your worldview is based around the probability of aliens. Can you see how maybe you almost have too much invested in aliens to really be objective about it?
Well, but I first read the book about the Zionist movement when I was 18 too, so I've been researching that for the exact same amount of time. So I'm invested in that because of the control mechanism. I'm invested in it because...
You have evidence for that. Like, there actually is a place called Israel that exists for the Jews. You know, even if you don't believe that the learned elders of Zion wrote the book, we do have a book that does tell us in detail in advance what's going to happen, and it's happened that way. So there's actual evidence that we can point to for the Zionist one, but what's the actual evidence that we can point to for the aliens?
And again, off the top of my head, I would have to go back and I would have to go through and find the names of all of the books and the information and the people, because once I read it, you know, I have a lot in my brain, and I dump information that I don't need every day. So, you know, I can get that for you, and I can certainly share it with you, and you can look at it and you can say, nah, or you can say, hey, yeah, now I understand. But it isn't something that I can give you the reading list off the top of my head. Do you know what I mean? Because for the last few years, I've been politically...
You don't have to give me a reading list. You can just tell me what's in those books that convinces you.
Well, like I was saying, archaeological stuff is one, because I studied that in school. I studied ancient history, knowing obviously, as I do, that it's controlled. There is a lot of stuff. So I try to look at the ones that are discredited, that are vilified by mainstream. I've always done that. I always try to look for the people who are singled out and ridiculed, because I believe that that's a key. Again, the Forbidden Archaeology site, Michael Cremo, he has a lot of information on his site that you can go through. He has videos, he has books, he has information, interviews with people. You know, I've watched interviews with people, I've watched documentaries, I've read ancient books, and like Lindsay was making a point before, you know, when they're translating some of these ancient books, you can't be 100%, you know, that it's right, because they can make mistakes. That's absolutely true. So you don't look at it word for word. You basically have to look at these translations just as a whole. What's the general, like, translation? Because, yeah, the exact words can be mistranslated. So the Sumerian texts, the ancient Indian texts, they are fascinating to read. You know, Native American Indian, their verbal histories, their stories that they pass down, you know, all of these things. The Eskimos, even the Eskimos have verbal history that they pass down that talks about cosmology and the universe, etc. So all of these things put together, you get a sense of it. So is there any one thing? No, short of a bloody alien beaming down into my lounge. I mean, I saw a UFO last night, but, you know, like I've always said, we don't know whether that's actually alien or whether that's just our stuff and it's advanced craft that we're manufacturing. So I don't know. But I couldn't identify it, and we took pictures and video of it. But that's what I mean. It's not, there's not one bit of evidence that I could tell you. It's 30 years of accumulated evidence that just solidifies it time and time again. So I don't know what more I can tell you.
Yeah, all right. Well, in the live chat, SilverSlash333 says, Jono, no evidence for the flat Earth, but you believe it. On the contrary, my friend, I'm out to disprove the flat Earth theory. But I also have, in my opinion, I found enough evidence that the ball Earth model is ridiculous as well. And I think a lot of people, they're still stuck in this, they've been trained to believe in twos. Everything's in twos. You were trained as a kid to believe you have to believe in something, so pick something. So when I say I don't believe in the globe, that doesn't mean that I naturally have to believe in the flat Earth. I can actually just say, you know what, I don't know what we're on. And the two leading models, the ball one and the flat one, I don't believe in either of them. And then people will be like, oh no, you have to pick one. Who says you have to pick one? What's wrong with saying, I've looked at the claims, and so far, neither of the leading claims have convinced me. So I don't believe in either of them. Like, what's wrong with that? How come people are
nothing?
How come people are still stuck in this mode of, well, if you don't believe in the,
I think
you have to believe it's flat. On the contrary,
no, I think that's healthy. I think that's exactly the place you should be when you have not had. You don't just pick a side just to make other people happy. That's exactly the place you should be. And you say, I agree with you. The globe Earth theory that they're giving us is a load of shit.
They don't even
the flat Earth one.
Globe Earth. They've got Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that it's an oblate spheroid, which doesn't match their photo from 1970.
Exactly.
So they've already debunked their own theory. You see what I'm saying? So when I point that out, that doesn't mean that I believe in the flat model, okay? And I'm planning to fly from Sydney to Santiago, Chile, and if I can make that flight non-stop, direct, guess what? I've just debunked the leading flat Earth model too. And then people will say, well, geez, whose side are you on? I'm not on anyone's side. I'm saying I will believe that which there is evidence for. I have seen no evidence for aliens. What I have seen is that the government wants us to believe, that the establishment wants us to believe in aliens, which should be the first red flag right there. I've looked into the ball Earth model. There's no evidence for that, so I disbelieve that. I've looked into the flat Earth model, and I've got one major objection to it. And if I can prove that objection, if I can fly direct, then the distances that they're giving us on the azimuthal equidistant can't be correct. But if I try to take that flight and I get rerouted through New Zealand, then all of a sudden the flat Earth model is holding up in a way that the ball Earth model didn't. So I'd be more likely to lean towards it. But I still wouldn't say, oh, we're definitely on a flat Earth. But what I will say is we're not on a ball Earth. For me, this is very easy to understand. I can't see why people like Silver Slapes have so much trouble with this. I think a lot of people, they're heavily invested in the aliens. They're heavily invested in the ball. They're heavily invested in what I call big universe. They've been trained from a young age that we live in a big universe and that we're just these tiny little specks. Well, guess what? If I were the establishment and I wanted to enslave humans, guess what I'd get them to believe? That they're stupid little insignificant specks. I would train them to believe in the big universe. And the big universe would include a spinning ball, and it would include aliens from faraway galaxies. And guess what Hollywood gives us all the time? Big universe with aliens from faraway galaxies. And people can't work out what's going on here. I mean, to me, right now, it's so obvious. It's so obvious to me. But I'm going to lose a lot of supporters, and there are going to be people who listen to me who won't want to listen to me more because they want to believe in aliens. And I'm like, dude, I didn't get into doing this kind of research to sort of make people feel better about their beliefs. I got into this kind of research to look at my beliefs. I used to believe in big universe. I used to believe in aliens. I used to believe in a whole bunch of stuff that I no longer believe in. I feel like I'm better for it. And I think a lot of people, they're invested in belief systems that actually work against them. They want you to think that you're stupid and insignificant and small and that there are other powers out there. They want you to think that way because then you don't realize just how important you are. And you don't realize just how important other humans are. And you don't realize just how important this Earth and only this Earth are. If you believe that one day we're going to go and colonize Mars, then you've already started externalizing human existence. Whereas if you realize we can't go to Mars, Mars isn't a planet, it's a light source, then all of a sudden Earth takes on the real special meaning that it should have had right from the start. And if you realize there's no other life beings out there, humans, we are the intelligent beings, if you realize that, all of a sudden humans become important to you again in a way that they were before Hollywood convinced you that there are aliens out there. Do you see what I'm saying? We're far more important than they want us to realize, and the alien and the big universe psyops, they're part of keeping us from realizing this.
I see what you're saying. However, what you're saying with the flat Earth, globe Earth thing is that you, at this point in time, have no evidence either way, right? So you don't believe the globe, but you also aren't convinced about the flat. So you're sitting in the middle, you're on the fence saying, I'm open to either side, show me the evidence. And what I'm saying is that what is wrong with having that same philosophy where aliens are concerned? I don't know. What's wrong with the stance of saying, I don't know if there are or there aren't, but I'm open-minded enough to know that I don't know anything, and I can't trust everything that is being given to me by the establishment, so I'm going to sit in a place that says I'm open-minded to discuss it, to listen when somebody presents something from the for alien side, and I'm open enough to listen when somebody says...
You should be open-minded to the possibility of aliens. I'm not taking issue with that. I've already explained this 4 times. What I'm taking issue with is you believing it's probable that aliens exist. That should be based on evidence, and I don't think there is any.
But there is for me. I've satisfied myself. So the only thing left for me to do is to provide the same evidence that I have witnessed to you, and then allow you to make up your own mind. My point with you and the little jabs that I have with you is that whenever we mention it, you always make little cracks and little jokes about it. So it's almost like you're coming already from the place that says they don't exist, they can't exist, rather than coming from a place that says, hey, I'm open to having a conversation about it. No one's ever proven it either way to me, but let's talk.
Clearly, I am open to having a conversation because I'm asking you for evidence right now, and,
yes.
and you openly admit you can't give me any.
Well, you chat to Lindsay, and I'll go off and I'll find all of this stuff right now, and I'll spend 10-20 minutes off air and go and find it, and you can talk to Lindsay. I can do that, but you know, it's probably not the right place to do that off the top of my head. If I'm going to want to give you evidence, I'm going to want to make sure that it's good, that it's from things that I know, that I have read and seen, etc. So I want to be thorough. I don't want to just give you crap that I could just Google in 5 minutes. Is that fair enough?
I'm not trying to put you on the spot here, and I didn't even really plan to talk about the alien thing, but if Lindsay believes in aliens, I would say the exact same things to him. I'd say, of course they're possible, but if you think they're probable, why? How do you go from they're possible, which every sane person thinks anything's possible, to, oh, I believe they probably did exist. Okay, what is that part based on? And I would put the same thing to Lindsay. I'd put the same thing to Ethan. If you believe in aliens, I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just saying, is it actually based on evidence? And if it isn't based on evidence, then you can't really criticize all of the TV watchers for their beliefs, because all their beliefs aren't based on evidence either. They're just based on what they want to believe. It's a reality that they are comfortable with. If you're going to say no, they're wrong, that they haven't got evidence for their beliefs, fine, but then all of your beliefs should be based on evidence as well. And if they're not, that's totally cool as well. But then you kind of have to be a bit more, like you really can't criticize people who want to believe in ISIS, for instance, right? They've got no evidence for ISIS, but they want to believe in it.
True. That's true. And I'm not criticizing you for what your stand is on it, and I think the intellectual debate is important, and I think the conversation is important to have. Absolutely. But it's like, I believe, I guess my probability comes from that while I'm open to the flat earth, globe earth debate, I do not agree, and I won't use the word believe because at this point I'm not sure, but I certainly don't agree at this point that there is no space. I've looked in a telescope and I've seen the rings of Saturn, and I've seen Mars. I have seen the myself through a telescope myself. So I've seen these things with my very own eyes, with my own telescope. So, and like the Whopper Falls Observatory up here on the coast, it's a beautiful little guy, amateur astronomer, and he's just built up over 30 years donations, and it's $10 to go and spend the night, and he uses his big telescopes and all of that. So it's not through any controlled, planetarium or anything like that. So I've seen these things. So while I'm open to us being flat and a dome, outside of that dome, I still believe that there's a universe. I still believe that there are other planets. I still do believe that, there are round planets out there. So my open-mindedness then says, mathematically, when you look out at the universe, in that tiny little fraction of the sky, we can see the billions of possibilities that exist out there. To me, mathematically, it's impossible to believe that we are it in the universe.
Okay,
that's where my probability comes from.
You can see circular lights, I agree with you, but how do you know that they're spheres? How do you know that they're planets?
I don't have any evidence whatsoever to give you that they are planets, other than that I have seen them with. Now, it could be the ceiling of a dome, and they could be really well-made mobiles. I don't have the evidence to disprove that, and I don't have the evidence to prove it. But I have what I saw with my own eyes, so that's all I can give you. And that, in turn, has then fostered my probable belief that there is more life in the universe than what I could ever imagine. Do I have evidence to prove it? No. But that's what I believe.
Yeah, and that's totally fine. I'm not trying to change your beliefs, but even just based on your testimony there, you have to accept that you're choosing to believe that, just like a lot of people choose to believe in ISIS.
Yep, and I am choosing to believe it. And if you present me with evidence to the contrary, if I watch a YouTube video from Matrix or Eric or Dearth or any of those, and they give me the evidence that I can't debunk and that proves without a doubt that there's a dome and there's nothing outside of that dome, then I will change what I believe.
But why do you have
because I'm open
to you to change your belief? Like, how come you've already decided, well, unless you can prove it's a dome, I'm going to believe in planets?
Because all beliefs are chosen. Because we choose. I choose to believe that when I turn the light switch on, the light's going to come on. That's a belief. Now, as soon as I do it, then there's evidence. Oh, I flicked the light and the globe came on. The light came on. But everything we believe is a choice. And I've always had the philosophy of my opinions and my beliefs are only good till midnight on any given day, because I could be presented with some new information that will then change those beliefs and those opinions. So every single day I am open to an ever-changing and an ever-evolving belief system within myself. I could be given proof tomorrow that I'm actually, plugged into some coffin-like tube with, and this is all a computer simulation. Hey, I'm open to that. That could happen. I don't know. But at the moment, I believe that I'm actually a physical flesh and blood person sitting in this chair talking to you until new information comes to me. But when that information does come, I am flexible enough that I can go with that and accept it if enough evidence is given to me. And I think...
Sure. And so we could also just choose to say, I know I can see some stuff up there, but that's all I've got. That's all I have is that I can see some stuff. Beyond that, anything's speculation, and I can just choose not to take part in the speculation or in the belief systems. I can choose not to accept the notion that all the stuff up there are spherical balls just like ours, and it's this big universe. I can choose not to accept that. They haven't given me enough evidence for it. And the people who want to say that, oh, actually it's a dome, nope, they haven't given me enough evidence that it's a dome. I can choose not to believe that. I can choose to just believe that there's these things up there that I can see, and that's all I've got. And anything more than that is me choosing to believe more than what I've got.
That's it. But your belief is a choice. Yeah, whether you believe one way or the other, you're still choosing to believe it. Beliefs are choices. And no matter whether you believe in ISIS or you don't, or you believe 9/11 was a terrorist attack or it wasn't, it's a choice. And I'm choosing to believe that there is a possibility of everything. That's my
the
belief.
possibility is fine. No one is disputing the possibility. But what I'm talking about here is the beliefs. When we think that something's probable, where does that come from? I've got no reason to think that those things that I can see up there are probably giant balls of matter. I've got no reason to believe that. Turns out that everything else NASA has told me is easily provable to be crap. So why would I believe in the balls rotating out there in outer space theory? Why would I believe in that? And then,
Well, have you seen them though? Have you looked in a telescope and have you seen them yourself?
Of course. I can get my binoculars out right now and look at the moon right now. Like I'm
Oh no, binoculars. When you see it through a big telescope and the clarity that you can see these things through, it's way different than binoculars.
Sure, even telescopes though. What are you seeing? You're seeing lights.
No, you don't see lights. You see ridges, mountains. You can see features. Like, it's incredibly different when you actually look through a high-powered one of these really big telescopes.
Sure,
and
but
we might have to film it. I might have to bring you up here for the weekend and take you up to the observatory, and we'll do a little and show you. But it's way different, John. It's absolutely
but
way
even
different.
if I look through the telescopes, I'm still seeing light. That's literally what I see when I look through the telescope. Now, that light could be reflected off a big ball. Of course, I'm saying that's possible. The light could be coming from a dome. That's possible. The light could be coming from a projection. It could be anything. But I'm still just seeing light. That's not enough evidence on which to base the view that there's this giant universe full of spinning balls and suns out there. Like, that's a huge leap.
Until you've seen it, we'll make it happen, and when you see it, then make your decision. Because until you've seen it, you're only speculating on what you're going to see.
I'm saying even when you do see it, that's all you've got is that you're seeing light.
No, you don't just see light. No, that's what I'm saying to you. It's not just light. You don't just see light.
That's all your eyes can see is the visible spectrum of light. That's literally all your eyes can see.
Help me out here, Lindsay. Have you looked through a big telescope? Explain to John what he's seeing. It's not light. You actually can see the planet.
Okay, I've just clicked back on again. Okay, no, I think he is correct in that what goes into your eyes is light, which then triggers the receptors in your eye, which then your brain then chooses to make into something. But that's no different to walking down the street and seeing a car coming at you. The only thing you see there is light reflecting off the car. But if you don't get out of the way, you'll get hit. There's I can see both sides of the argument here. So I'll let you go back and start hammering at it again. We'll sit on the sideline for a while and see where it goes. Because it's true.
I don't dispute that you can see ridges and you can see what looks like the terrain of a surface. I get what you're saying. But what I'm saying to you is that the only data that you're getting there, the only sense that's being used is sight, and sight is based on light. I can show you a TV, and it looks like that you can see, like I'm playing a game of FIFA right now, right? It looks like I can see men playing a game of football. There's no men playing football. It's just light. You see what I'm saying?
So,
now with the car,
all right. I thought you meant we're just
I
seeing.
can smell the car. I can look at the car, see what it does, and observe other vehicles doing the same thing. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
I can actually test
I thought you meant you just saw a ball of light, like you see when you look up to the night sky, like a light. It's just like white when you look at a star, and then that's what I thought you meant. So, okay, yes, I'm with you. I understand that it's just light, and then it interprets it as an image. Well, the image that it's interpreting for me is that, I don't know, well, again, we'll have to get you at a telescope and side by side. That's the kind of investigation and evidence, you know, it's like, well, if you're not going to trust what you see, I don't know, then we shouldn't be trusting anything.
I do trust what I see, but if I'm looking at the stars, it's only what I can see. Like, that's all I've got is just the sight of it. And there are so many ways that could be not what they tell us that it is. Like, they tell us that it's these big balls of mass. There are so many other things it could be. Why just go, well, I can see it, so it must be a big ball? That's a huge leap. It's a huge leap to make, to go from, well, I can see this thing up there, it looks like a surface, so I'm now going to believe that it's a huge thing of mass floating around in space in a vacuum. That is such a gigantic leap to make, based purely on the sense of sight through a telescope.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll concede that. Maybe it is a big leap. I don't know. It hasn't harmed me in any way so far, but I'm still open. I'm still open to that being disproven. You know, it's not going to destroy the fabric of my life if it's proven that that interpretation of what I saw was wrong. So I'm certainly open to it. That's why I listen to all these videos. That's why I actively search, is in order to continually learn and expand my brain. And we have to let Jack get in on this because he's been chomping at the bit. So jump on in, Play, and save me.
I think it's a fantastic debate that you guys are having, and I'm glad that you, John, did mention about the fact that we do receive lights. What we're getting projected at us is purely light, and that everything quite possibly is based on frequency, and each object has its own frequency that forms that object. When it goes into our nervous system, my brain. So, for all we know, like it was mentioned before, we might be living in a massive Sims game. That's a holographic projection based on frequencies for each creation. The possibility of the almighty creator Alpha Omega could be a giant computer that's actually putting in different programs into this so-called universe and creating the objects that we see. So that's a leap in itself, thinking that we're just little avatars, but outside this avatar we could be, like in that actual movie Avatar, we could be bigger, taller creatures creating this reality as an experiment. So that's one thing I can add to it.
Thanks, Play. Yeah, and that's the thing. I think everything, and I do agree with you, John. I think everything should be evidence-based. But what's enough evidence for one person? It is going to change. Not everybody is going to need the same level of evidence, and that's okay. That should be okay. As for the flat Earth thing, it's like I was saying to you the other night. A lot of the points they make are great, but the Southern Celestial point they just gloss over. They don't address it, and they don't address the star trails. And like the plane flight, you're gonna take the plane flight and see if that one is possible or not. I'm going to attempt to film the star trails and see if we can show them that. So is the globe Earth model true though? No, don't believe it. I don't believe what they're telling us at all.
Let's see if you and I can disprove the flat Earth model. That'd be great. By disproving the flat Earth model doesn't mean that we have to go and believe the ball model. Like, that's the whole point I'm making.
Exactly.
What is your claim and what is it based on? And if the claim is that it's a flat Earth, well, here are some objections. Can they answer those objections? They can't? All right then. No reason to believe in the flat Earth model. That's exactly how I feel about the globe Earth model. That's exactly how I feel about aliens, Boston bombing, Sandy Hook, Sydney siege. You want me to believe something happened? Or you want me to believe that something is? No worries. Where's your evidence? And we got onto all of this on the aliens thing. I'm not saying you can't believe in aliens, but I'm saying if you can't provide evidence that aliens exist or that they existed, then your belief isn't evidence-based. And the whole problem that we have right now is so many people believe things like ISIS, and it's not based on evidence. That's the whole problem. That's the whole problem. Like we of all people should know not to just believe things because we want to, or because we always have, or because it makes us feel better. We should only believe things are real when we've got the evidence. And I'm saying to you, with the greatest of respect, I haven't seen any for the aliens. None. Like, if we have to go off what archaeologists say, well, there's a couple of problems there, isn't there? One, archaeologists also tell us that there were these things called dinosaurs millions of years ago. And the second problem is there's a lot of money to be made in the aliens thing because a lot of people want to believe in aliens. And then we've also got another problem. It's pretty clear the establishment wants us to believe in aliens. Hollywood is full of films full of aliens. The History Channel is full of aliens. I think they want us to believe in aliens. So there are all these reasons to be very, very skeptical of aliens. And so far as I can tell, no actual evidence, which is how I feel about Sydney Siege, Boston bombing, the whole list that I read out, the whole thing. And then people say, oh, but you believe in the flat earth. No, I believe the flat earth is possible, and I'm out to disprove it. And the ball earth that you believe in, NASA's already disproven. So, like, I'm not out to tell you what to believe. I'm asking why you believe it in the first place.
And what if it was that it wasn't so much that they wanted us to believe in aliens, they just wanted us to believe in the bad ones? Because all of these movies are all about invasion, attacks.
What about E.T., the extraterrestrial? He was a really cool alien. He was friendly, he was fun, he was a good guy. Widget, the World Warrior.
That was...
When I was a kid, there was a show with a purple alien called Widget, the World Warrior. He was the nicest guy ever. You know what I mean? Like, I disagree with your thesis that they only want us to believe in bad aliens.
No, because obviously they're not going to scare children. So children's movies are designed to open up the acceptance program. So you can't scare children. Otherwise, you'd have mothers up in arms if you gave horrible, scary, evil aliens all the time to children. And there are a few in some of the kids, but they're they're made a lot. Acceptable on a children's level. So when you're looking at the children's programming, they've got to make them nice and accessible to put the belief programming in. Then as you get into the adult movies, then 99% of them are all about invasion, all about the bad aliens, all about aliens coming to get us. There's not very many. There's the odd movie that is about benevolent, helpful aliens coming to save humanity or coming to help us rid ourselves from our overlords, etc. Those movies don't exist. So is there an agenda? For sure, absolutely. And that is to convince everybody that the only aliens that we will encounter are the ones that want to eat us or take over the world. So, you've got to look at that for itself as well, because what if that's not the case? What if the case is, like we were saying a couple of weeks ago, if the deception is there is a massive universal civilization out there akin to Star Trek, where civilizations are trading with each other. There is peaceful and warlike, both sides of the coin, right? What if they don't want us to know that, because that will in turn free us from the slavery that we're under, from their control, right? From the elite control. If we know that there is something greater out there, then we'll want to free ourselves and explore it. But if we are brainwashed to believe that there's only scary aliens who want to eat us, then they could fake an alien invasion, they could put us under more control, and they stop us wanting to even get out there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, completely possible. So what reason do we have to believe that alien civilization exists? This is the whole point I'm making. Like, you agree with me that the films are trying to convince people that aliens are real, but somehow you're then going to, but the aliens are real, but it's just that they're misleading us about the aliens. And I'm like,
no, I'm just looking at the agenda.
Why do we believe there's any aliens? That's the whole point.
I'm just analysing the agenda right now. If you look at all the movies, so from a purely analytical point of view, all of the movies, let's say 95% of alien movies are not about, like Star Trek is the exception to the rule, right? Star Trek shows both the good and the bad, so you've got that. But that's about the only one. The movies that come out, the big blockbusters, are all about invasion, destruction of humanity, blah, 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 blah. There is absolutely, in the adult movie genre, almost zero. I can't even think of one, and I love sci-fi movies. I can't even think of one adult movie where it's nice, where it's like Star Trek, where they've come to help us and liberate us. But Star Trek is it. So 95%. So the agenda is make us afraid of the evil aliens. So that's the place where I start my hypothesis of a belief that says, so is the agenda then to make us believe that that's the only, if there were aliens, that would be the only kind, that they'd be all out to eat us.
Yeah, that's
where
I'm
getting from.
That's fine. So we're at the point now we agree that there's films that are trying to convince us that there's evil aliens out there, right? How then do you go to, so there must be good aliens that they're hiding from us, rather than saying maybe there's no aliens and they want us to be afraid of the aliens so that when they tell us there's aliens, they think we're going to believe it, just like Wernher von Braun is alleged to have predicted. Like if we agree there's an agenda to make us scared of aliens, which I'm happy to agree with you about that, how do you then say, well, that must be because there's good aliens they're lying to us about, rather than, no, maybe there's no aliens?
Because my brain goes to a place that says they don't need to make us afraid of aliens. They have plenty of Earth-based fears that they can use against us. The galactic fear is not necessary to the agenda. If there really is nothing out there, they don't need to use it. They'll just make us scared of the terrorists.
Use aliens, fake aliens, as an excuse for more state power, again, as Wernher von Braun is alleged to have predicted.
But they could do that with Earth-based threats. They're doing that already.
Sure.
With Earth-based threats.
Sure, and if I showed you footage from the UN, if I showed you footage from the UN of world leaders saying that it might take for an alien invasion to finally bring the world together, would that start to make you reconsider your beliefs?
Oh, no, I've seen that. And again, they're using it. That's why they're saying it. But for me, my brain then says that unless there is something else out there that they're hiding, they wouldn't need to use the alien idea. They could say that the terrorists have a world, that like there's an evil, an evil Hitler again wants world domination, and we've all got to come together to, stop this evil dictator from taking over. They could easily do that. They don't need the alien agenda to bring us united under a one world government. I can see that they wouldn't need that. So to me, my brain says they need.
Of course they don't need to, but it's convenient, it's been foretold, and it seems to fit in with the agenda that we both agree is taking place with demonizing aliens. So based on all of that, if you've got that evidence in front of you, what conclusion do you draw? You could draw the conclusion that aliens are fake, especially since, again, the evidence that we've got for it so far doesn't actually seem that convincing. Or we can draw the conclusion, there's definitely aliens out there, but the agenda is just to demonize. Like you're drawing the conclusion you want to draw because you're starting from the position that you want there to be aliens. Whereas if you look at it objectively, no, there's an agenda to make us believe aliens are real and to demonize them, but there's no reason to jump from that to believe that aliens are real.
Well, yeah, but I'm just sharing with you the way my brain works, and when I'm analysing it from an agenda point of view, they're all the different avenues that I see. And so, to me, it makes sense. I don't know how to make that make sense to anybody else, but for me it makes sense when I'm analysing. But that's how I come to it. I analyse it from a purely agenda-driven point of view first, and then I look at all the spider veins of options, and then I look at the probabilities, and the probabilities to me, mathematically, in my brain, say that they wouldn't use the alien agenda to scare us if there was something to the alien, if there was no such thing as aliens, we would have a fairly even brainwashing, like in Hollywood, of aliens. It wouldn't be all one-sided to the evil ones. That's just what I think. I have no real evidence other than my own brain to say that. That's just my opinion. So from there, that's how I postulate that if that's the case, then there's obviously something behind that they don't want us to know. And then my brain says, well, what could they possibly want us not to know? And then that takes me, well, what would free us? What would save us? What would make humanity overthrow the elite? How could we get out from underneath their chains? And so you see what I'm saying? So it's a domino effect of cause and effect in my brain as I'm analysing this stuff. Does that make sense?
None of that's evidence, and that's the whole point I'm making. We of all people ought to be basing our beliefs of how the world is or how the universe really is on evidence. And if there's no evidence for the aliens, but there is evidence that there's an agenda to make us believe in aliens, then that fits the exact same paradigm of all the other psyops of their conditioning is to believe in something. They probably want us to believe in it. And if they want us to believe in it when there's no other evidence than the conditioning, we probably shouldn't believe in it. So why the hell would we believe in aliens? If it's all over the History Channel, if it's all over Hollywood, why would we believe in it?
But like I said before, I don't believe there is aliens. I believe there is a possibility of aliens. That's a big difference, John.
Yeah, no, but you actually believe aliens are probable. That's what I've said to you. That's what I'm taking issue with. Yeah. I think aliens are possible, but I'm saying what evidence do I have to believe they're probable? That's the issue here. Not the possibility, the probability. Yeah,
and that's all based on my own analysing of the agenda and the mathematical, possibilities of why they're doing it, and the domino effect of this, then this, then this, then this, and this. And, so that's just the way my brain looks at it, I guess. And I'm different from a lot of people in that way. And there's people who agree with me. So obviously I'm not alone, but that's the way you see something. I don't know that you can ever have evidence for it. It's like ghosts, I've had an experience that I can't give you the evidence for because it happened to me. And until it happens to you, how on earth, can you believe me just based on it happening to me? I have no physical evidence to give you. But it happened to me, and it happened, and I know it happened, and I wasn't on drugs. I was only 10. So it happened. I have enough evidence for myself, but I don't have enough evidence for you. Same with the vaccine issue. There are parents who got their kids vaccinated. There are kids who got...
Yeah, but your ghost experience, that's not empirical evidence. That's anecdotal, personal experience. And that's fine. Like, I'm not saying that you're wrong, but to prove a theory, you need empirical evidence. You need things that other people can look at and say, yep, I can see your evidence and I can understand how you drew your conclusions. Where, poltergeist experiences, I'm not disputing that you had one or that people have them, but you wouldn't try and use your experience to convince others. That's the whole point. And that's the same thing with aliens. If someone says, oh, I believe in aliens because it makes sense to me, that's fine, but that's not an evidence-based belief system. That's believing what you want to believe. And that's, like I said, that's our whole problem. People want to believe in ISIS. They want to believe that Osama bin Laden was real. They want to believe that Edward Snowden is a whistleblower. That's all fine, but it's not based on evidence. That's the whole problem. It's not based on empirical evidence.
Yeah, that's true. But when when you've had something happen to you yourself, that's evidence to you. That is physical evidence to yourself. It's like the vaccine issue, right? So some mums have had their children vaccinated and they've been injured and they have autism. That is enough evidence for that mother to say the vaccine did it. But it's not evidence to the other mother who had their child vaccinated and they didn't have any immediate damage, visual damage. Now, all vaccines do damage, I believe, and that will be shown in the future. But for the mum who didn't have a child who was immediately damaged, there's no proof that you can give that woman because her child is fine.
That is evidence.
But my child isn't, so there's no proof you can give me to say that they were safe.
But
so
if you have
there's two completely different sides of evidence.
But if you have a vaccine-damaged child, that is empirical evidence. Like that, if you can prove that the child is damaged, that they're somehow worse off than they had been, that is evidence. Now, that might not be enough evidence to convince someone that it was the vaccination, but at least you've got something physical there. You've got something to go off. Whereas the aliens thing, I'm saying, what's the actual thing we have to go off? Like, what is there?
Well, but that's what I said to you. I've seen enough physical evidence on the earth that I believe it. But just like with vaccines, there are mothers out there who will look at these, even the children who have been through vaccine court and won, like they've given over $3 billion in compensation to families whose children, they have proven in court that they were vaccine imaged, and you'll still have a woman stand there and say vaccines do not cause autism, but they just got paid out $2.2 million because they proved in court that the vaccine caused the autism. So there's the physical evidence. So I'm the person standing in the same mum. I'm standing here saying to you, I've seen the evidence that proved it to me, and you're like the mum that's pro-vax over there saying, I don't care how much evidence you've seen, I'm not convinced.
But if a court's proven it, then there was evidence. Like if it's been found to be true in court, and that is based on evidence.
Not in the vaccine world. It's not. I know the Minister for Health will get up and tell you there is no evidence. Doesn't matter if you can pull up every single one of those court cases and say, but they proved it was. And they're like, no, that's not evidence.
But don't you see how your case kind of proves my exact point? What you're saying there is one where there is evidence. People might try and deny the evidence, but there's actual objective evidence. Whereas with the aliens, what I'm saying is, where's the objective evidence?
Well, I believe there is some, and you believe there isn't. So I believe what I've seen is evidence. It's physical evidence. It's enough for me, and I believe, absolutely, if I had to take it to court, I could win based on what I've seen.
Well, don't worry about court. How about just with me? Like, again, I'm happy to believe in the aliens. If you tell me what the evidence is, I'll look at it. That's great.
Well, and that's what I said. So I have listed off some of the things that I've read. I've listed off some of the documentaries. I will get them for you, and you can watch them. Go watch some of the Michael Tellinger documentaries. Watch Adam's Calendar. Go to the Forbidden Archaeology site with Michael Cremo. Look at some of that stuff. I will get some information for you on Göbekli Tepe. I can never pronounce that stupid place in Turkey. And Pulmapunku. I will get you the information. And you look at it, and then you decide. But it's not something I can just give you in 5 minutes. This will take you a few weeks to go through and actually look at the evidence for yourself. And if you are open to do that, I am happy to put the effort in to give it to you.
Oh yeah, I'd be more than happy to look at it, but generally in my experience, if there's something that is based on objective evidence, you don't need to tell people to go and read a book or to have a documentary. You can just list off some of the facts. I'll give you an example, right? I talk about how there's too much Jewish control of our society when they're a tiny percentage of the population. And then I can read out to you the names of people. I can read out to you the families. Like five of the 10 wealthiest families in Australia are Jewish. Okay, they make up 0.5% of our population, but they make up half of our 10 wealthiest families. And then I can show you mainstream establishment press that verifies this. So these are facts that aren't in dispute. So this is what we'd call objective evidence. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that they have too much power. That's the conclusion that I come to based on the evidence. But that's evidence that I can share with you right on the spot. Or I can talk about how Janet Yellen, the current chairman of the Federal Reserve, Ben Bernanke before her, Alan Greenspan before him. The last 25, 26 years, the chairman of the Federal Reserve have been Jewish. Again, this isn't a disputed thing. This is an established fact. This is an objective fact on which we can start to build our worldviews. This is what we call objective evidence. This is very different to saying, oh, no, I believe there's too much Jewish influence, but you have to go and watch a documentary. No, I can just give you some basic facts. And then you might not find those facts convincing, but at least there's some evidence there. Whereas with the aliens, when I ask people for the evidence, they never give me any. They just tell me to go and watch this documentary or read this book, and I'm like, what am I going to find in there? Is it just going to be, some guy who calls himself an archaeologist? Is that our evidence? Because that's not going to be convincing to me. Archaeologists try and tell me that these things were dinosaurs.
Well, that's like me saying to the vaccine lady, she says, where's the evidence? How did they prove that it was vaccine? I'm like, well, I'll have to go get the records. I don't know off the top of my head. It's like all of these things that I've seen over 25 years, I don't remember the exact name of the guy or the terms or the bits of, like in my brain right now I can see the eye bars and all of that, and I can see the ruins and I can see it, but I can't remember what they were called, and so that's like, yeah, some people, there are definitely people out there better than me who have this recall ability and who can go, right, and there's this and there's this and there's this and there's this. I'm the wrong person. I'm not that person. I need to actually go back and find it and then go, here it is. Same with, like, I have friends who can list off all the bloomin', vaccine ingredients. I can't. I don't. My brain's full of other stuff, I've got mum and dad's pill roster and bloody doctor's appointments and, I got all that shit in my head. So, yeah. So when you say, do I have evidence? I believe I do, but it's not something I can just give you off the top of my head. I have to go find it, and I'm going to have to share it with you, and you are going to have to look at it. And that's as much as I can possibly give you. I don't know what else to say, and that's for everything. That's even, and anything that I talk about, aliens, vaccines, flat Earth, globe Earth. I don't remember all the stuff Matrix said about it. So when I'm talking to someone else now, and they say, well, what makes you think that there's a possibility to this flat Earth thing? I say, well, you need to go and have a look at this guy's video, because he says a lot of really good stuff, and it was enough for me, but I can't remember it. So, yeah, some people are good at that.
Why are you trying to convince people of the flat Earth in the first place? Like, surely you'd start off by saying, hold on, why do you believe it's a ball? What's your evidence for the ball? And they'll start giving you some stupid answers like, oh, we've got photos. And then you can say, actually, no, we don't. NASA freely admit that we don't have photos apart from blue marble. And then they'll say, oh, but people travel around it. And then you can say, people can also travel around on the flat Earth model. That's not proof of a ball. What else have you got? Then they say, oh, well, everyone knows it's a ball. And it's like, well, I'm asking you, how does everyone know? Like, you can go through their argument.
We have different ways of interacting with people. You are very much the investigator, researcher, give me the evidence. I'm very much the seed dropper. I don't care. I'll just go, here's a really good video. Now, if you want to watch it and find the information for yourself, you will take the time to watch it. You might not watch it for 2 years, but 2 years down the track, some person may say something similar, it triggered it, and you'll go, oh, I remember, that's me. I'm the softly person. I don't do the investigative journalism for other people. I do it for myself, and I read it all myself and all of that. But when it comes to other people, here's a good video, go watch it. If they watch it, great. If they don't.
Why would you even try and convince anyone the Earth is flat? Like, what I'm talking about here is, why are we trying to get people to believe in stuff? We should be asking why we believe in stuff. We're coming at it from completely different sides. I'm saying, hold on, we should only believe what we've got evidence for. I'm not trying to convince them to believe in the flat Earth. I'm asking them why they believe in the ball Earth.
Because it's just a good conversation. Because I don't believe in the bullshit that's given to us by NASA, obviously. I don't believe that the current globe Earth model is correct, right? So I'm just trying to help open the minds of the people in my circle, in my social media, and just go, hey, what do you think of this? What do you think of this video? And I just put it out there and let people start a conversation and just have a conversation. And I don't really care when I'm having that conversation if a consensus is reached or not. I'm about the conversation. What their conclusions are is their journey. That's part of their path. I see my role simply as the door opener. That's it. What they conclude when they walk through that door is their path, and I have no vested interest in that. So that's why I'm dropping flat earth videos on my network, is just to get people thinking and start a conversation. But also because I do believe they're hiding something. I don't necessarily believe it is actually flat, but I certainly don't, I'm like you, I don't believe that the globe Earth model is correct either. You know, I've come to the conclusion that the Earth is probably 3 or 4 times bigger than what they say. And there's probably a continent or two that they're hiding. There's probably where those disappearing planes went.
Yeah, but why do you believe that?
Hey?
Yeah, but why do you believe that?
Because the curvature math doesn't work, right? So I know that, and I trust the experiments that they have done. But I also know that the star trails actually exist. I've seen them with my own eyes. I've been a stargazer for 20 years. I know how the southern hemisphere stars move on a flat Earth model, and I actually made a graphic which I will show you. On a flat Earth model, the southern hemisphere star movement will not work. On, I think it was Dirth's video, he put up this little spinning disc graphic and showed how the sun, might have been Dirth, or maybe it was Eric's, anyway, but there was this little video and it showed the spinning flat Earth and the moon and the sun and how it goes around, and then how the stars go around, right? Those stars could not possibly, these guys have obviously never been to the southern hemisphere because those stars couldn't move like that. They absolutely can't move like that. So that's why I personally don't believe it's flat, but I do definitely not believe that it is the size that they are telling us. I'm just having trouble finding this because I'll screen share it as soon as I find it. But yeah, so that's why.
Believing in continents, like in new continents. Like, I'm not saying that there can't be, but I'm saying, why would you believe that there are? What evidence do you have that there are?
Well, I don't believe, I'm just surmising. My brain says, okay, so the flat Earth, the globe Earth model is wrong. It's obviously got to be bigger than what it is. Why would they lie to us about the size of it? Well,
why does it obviously have to be bigger though? I don't get you on that. Why does it have to be bigger?
Because of the curve math, right? The current size that they say it is, like Matrix has shown in his videos and the others, the curvature math doesn't work out.
But there's
right?
no curvature. So, like there's no curvature. And on a ball, like Eric Dubai says, even if the circumference of the Earth is twice what they say it is, we should still be able to measure curvature over Bedford, but we can't measure any.
Right. Okay, well, I obviously missed that bit. I wasn't aware that they were saying they can't measure any curvature. I will have to go back and have a look at that. But I'll share this, and I'll see if you guys can see this graphic. Just tell me if you can. Can you see that? Now I'll try and make it full screen for everybody.
Yes.
Full screen. Can you see that?
Yeah, we can see that.
Okay, so on this model on the video, and he's got a few little stars here, and he's got this pattern of the moon and the sun, right? And they are saying that the stars, you know, move around in this circular motion like this. So that means that the stars in the southern hemisphere would do what this white line does. They would come in from the northeast, they would curve down, and then they would go back up. They don't do that. They do what the red line does. They curve, they come in at the east, they go up, and they curve over. So there is no way, and they create a circular motion like they do in the northern hemisphere with the star trails looking at the North Celestial Star. They do exactly the same thing in the southern hemisphere from all the continents. That's impossible on a flat Earth model. So that's why I don't believe it's flat. That's why I believe, well, not believe, but it's just a theory. If it's not the globe Earth they're saying it is, if those mathematics don't work, what's another alternative? It's only a theory. It doesn't mean I believe it, but the theory is, hey, it's bigger. It's got to be bigger than what they're saying. So that's how I came up with that.
All right, then. So let's say that your evidence there is correct, and that what you see there is impossible on the flat Earth map as it currently stands. How do you then get to, well, there must be new continents? Like that's still a leap. That's like it's.
Well, I don't know. How did the guy who invented electricity go, well, if I just put this here and do that there, I'm going to get electricity? I don't know. Just thought it up. I just thought it up in my brain. I don't know where it came from. I was just sitting there thinking about it one day, and I went, well, maybe the Earth is bigger. You know, maybe they're hiding something, because that's kind of what they do. They hide everything. They lie to us and they hide shit. So what are they hiding on Earth? Continent. I don't know. Possible. You know, I mean, it might not be a continent. It's just a theory. But that's, you know, the flight paths say that they're hiding something. Fly over certain areas of the globe. Hiding something. What could they be hiding? Well, if it's in the middle of the ocean, is it an ocean city? Is it a continent? Is it, you know, maybe they have a huge floating city. I don't know. I'm just putting it out there. And if I leave myself open, then I will be able to investigate it further. And when more tidbits of information come to me, then I'll be able to analyze it. But for now, that was just what I thought.
Yeah, and it's possible. I'm not disputing it's possible, but the way that you said it sounded like you think that's actually probably the case. And then we get down to the thing of, well, if it's probable, then that should be based on evidence, like on evidence of its existence, not just its possibility, but of its actual existence.
No, I'm still in the theory mode of it. Like,
so you're not saying that you think the new continents are probable, you just think it's a possibility?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's totally fine. Like David Weiss has this puddle theory. He thinks that, you know, there's lots of the worlds that we have, you know, and we're all separated by ice. You know what I mean? And I'm like, okay, that's great, but what evidence do you have for that? You know what I mean? Like, we can debunk the ball Earth model. We don't then have to come up with new ideas of what it is. And if we are going to come up with new ideas, those should also be based on evidence, because if they're not, then they're no better than NASA's story. And the whole reason we're having this conversation is because we don't like NASA's story not being based on evidence. Do you see what I'm saying here? Like, we've got to be...
Yeah, but in order to find evidence of something, you actually have to have a theory of something first. So if we want to find evidence, we've got to come up, what the hell evidence are we looking for? Okay, well, globe Earth is wrong the way they describe it, so then we look at something else. You go, well, why would they be hiding it? What would be the possibility, the possible reasons for them hiding it? So then you go, all the possibilities of why they're hiding, so then you have to look for that evidence. Now, if you can't find that evidence, you tick that off your list, or you cross it off your list and go, well, it's not that because there's no evidence for it. But you have to come up with ideas of what they're hiding in order to search for the evidence, no?
Why are you assuming that they're hiding something, though? Like, again, that's another belief system. Like, they could be hiding something, but why are you...
Because they're always hiding something.
No, you can tell lies that don't have to be about hiding something. You can just be telling lies for its own benefit. Maybe you're lying about the Earth being flat so that you get people to distrust their own senses and trust the state, for instance, right? You don't necessarily have to be hiding something. That can just be a lie that's beneficial in and of itself.
True. Well, that's true. But in my experience, there's usually a reason, and okay, so you're right. So maybe it isn't hiding it, but there's definitely a reason why they're lying. So my first thing was what are they hiding? That's just where I went to first. Other people will go like you just did, well, they could be lying for another reason. So when we all come together and have the conversation, you throw all of these ideas into the pot, and hopefully between us all, we can, we can come up with some evidence, theories, ideas, and get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, I've got no issue with people talking about possibilities. Again, anything's possible, and it's fun speculation. But the moment that we say, "Oh, I think they're hiding continents," it's like, okay, what you're saying is you think they're probably hiding continents. That should be based on evidence.
That's a possibility.
Yeah, okay, and that's fine. Again, but when you say, "I think this is what they're doing," then that you're implying that you think that's probable. And again, that should be based on evidence.
No, it's just a theory, and so if I put that out there, there might be somebody out there who says, well, actually, I have this little bit of information on that theory. And someone else might go, yeah, actually, my granddad flew, blah, blah, blah. Like, do you know what I mean? So you've got to put a theory out there in order to gather the evidence.
Sure. Again, I'm happy for us to talk about possibilities, but when you say, I think they're doing this, you're implying that you think it's probable, and that should be based on evidence. Do you get where I'm coming from here? Like,
no, I don't. What word would you prefer me to use? When I say I think, that's just my brain thinking. That doesn't mean that I think it's probable, plausible, or even possible. It just means I'm thinking it.
Sure. And if you said, I think they might be hiding something, sure, they might be. I think that we might be on a flat Earth. Cool. I think we might be on a ball Earth. Okay, whatever. When you say, no, I think they are doing something, or I think, like, in that use of the language, you're implying that you think it's probable now. And then it's like, well, when we believe in things being probable, that has to be based on evidence. Otherwise, we're not being consistent.
Okay. So I think that maybe they might be hiding something. That is what I think. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's a maybe.
Yep, definitely. I think that's definitely possible.
So then that can then be expanded, and we can have a conversation with people. People in the chat, people you come across may have a tidbit. Lindsay might have some information on it. I mean, we do know that Africa is way bigger than what they show it on the map to be. It's actually physically bigger than what it's depicted. America is actually smaller than what it's depicted physically, the actual measurements. So the models of the maps that we have are absolutely geographically inaccurate. So if one continent is bigger and another is smaller, and we already know that to be fact, then we can surmise, well, if they're not going to change that and they know that that's the case, then what else could be the reason? Well, there's one reason. That's one reason why is they don't actually, I guess they don't want to admit that they got it wrong. If they admit that it's actually bigger, then they have to admit that they didn't really take pictures of it. I mean, the whole NASA thing would come unraveling. So, I mean, obviously that's why they still lie about it. But we've at least got to, put it out there. And that's why I love what Matrix and these guys, they're questioning it. And that's the most important thing sometimes, is just asking the question. Doesn't always matter whether or not we come up with an answer or evidence is the act of questioning some days is enough.
Yeah, again, I'm totally happy for people to question and to theorize and to come up with ideas. That's very different from saying, I think something is the case, I believe something is the case. Then you're getting into the realm of you're claiming something to be. You ought to have evidence, otherwise you're no better than NASA. If you just say, it could be this, it could be that, that's awesome. But that's very different to saying, no, I think this is the case, or this is probably the case, or this is what I think they're doing. Well, then, again, you're getting into the realm of, you're making a claim that should be based on evidence.
Yes. No. Well, I'm not making a claim. I'm just saying that that's a maybe. Maybe that's why they're lying to us. It's just a thought. It's just a theory at this point, and I certainly am going to see if I can find any evidence for it. And if I do, then we'll present it. But it's a hypothesis. It's a theory at the moment that I'm playing with, based on my exposure to, and I would never have thought, my brain would never expanded in this way had I not been exposed to Matrix and Eric's videos and your questioning of it. And that's why questioning is so important.
Yep, I completely agree about the questioning. And look, maybe this is my fault. Maybe I just misunderstood you. I thought I heard you say that you think they're hiding something. And maybe I misheard you. If you had just said, I think they might be hiding something, I wouldn't have had any issue. And that's the point I'm making. Like, if we're just talking about possibilities, I believe anything's possible right now. Like the Ball Earth model, that's still possibly true. And maybe, maybe we've been lied to. Like, maybe there's a much bigger meta-psyop going on to get people like me to consider that the Earth is flat. So we sound crazy, so we get discredited. You know what I mean? That's possible. Anything's possible. I've got no issue with any of that. But the moment that I hear people say, well, I think it's this or I think it's that, I'm like, well, hold on a second. That's exactly the game that we're trying to end here. We're trying to end the game of just believing things, because it sounds good or whatever.
Yeah, and look, they're making some really good points in the chat too. Silver Slave said the Pacific Ocean is massive. It must have more land in there. An elite playground, maybe. Again, that's a really good point. Greg said Atlantis, maybe. Silver Slave's Jurassic Park. I mean, the possibilities are endless. And then Silver Slave said, it's crazy that they want us to believe Earth is overpopulated. You go 10 minutes inland from most Australian cities and you'll see nothing, no one. There is land for thousands of kilometres. Silver, he's absolutely right. And that then plays into this overpopulation bullshit and agenda, doesn't it? So, it's same thing. I'm watching the bike racing at the moment, the tour of Italy I just watched. We had the Criterium on the last few days. They do the helicopter shots, right? It's over France at the moment. There is so much free land there. What the hell are they talking about? Overpopulation of this planet. Why is that on the agenda? So could all of these things be all connected? They're lying about the size of the Earth. They're lying about being overpopulated. They're lying about scarcity. So yeah, this, it's absolutely something that they're lying to us about. Why? Don't know, but that's what we as truth seekers would be investigating, and in order to find out, we've got to throw some ideas around and we've got to put it out there. So it could play into this whole population rubbish that they're giving us. I mean, that's a possibility too.
Yep.
Yeah, what do you think, Lindsay? Do you think it's that all of this is, that they're lying to us, that there's this overpopulation agenda could be at the heart of it?
I've never really considered that. I believe that there's the overpopulation thing is a bit far-fetched, but I've not really connected the other things to it. No. So I can't. Sorry, and I was almost asleep. So you woke me up there. Sorry.
We're boring, Lindsay.
No. I had a late night last night, so that's why.
Oh, poor Lindsay. And look, and I meant to ask you before, I'll just take this moment. A couple of people in the chat did ask how your mum was doing, and I meant to ask you, and I've been debating my little ass off with John LeBon, and I forgot to ask. So, how is your mum doing?
She's not too bad. She had another fall yesterday morning, so we'll just wait and see. I've just got to try and stop her from doing silly things, try and make her act her age. Whether that's going to be successful, I don't know.
I have that same problem, Lindsay. What is it with old people?
Yeah.
My parents do the same. My mum had a really bad injury to her leg last year. Took all the skin off her shin. Oh my God, it was 8 weeks of hell. Every day to the doctor, repairing the skin, because it wasn't, it was a skin tear. It wasn't deep enough for stitches. So it was gauze and all of this stuff. And you know how she did it? 87 years old, and she's climbing on a goddamn chair to get to the top of the pantry because she thought she was still young enough to climb on a goddamn chair.
Yeah. I understand. Anyway, so
that's your age, woman.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So why do you think I have you living here with me? It's so I can climb on a chair for you. So yeah, we've just well, you'll have to when I'll give you an open-ended anytime invitation, Lindsay. When you're being frustrated and you want to bang your head against a brick wall with your mum, jump on Skype and we'll have a mum bitching session together. Because it's good to have someone in the same situation who you can vent to, because people just don't understand it if they're not in it.
Yeah, no, that's right.
So feel free to vent anytime you like.
Okay, all right. Thanks for that.
That's all right.
Now, I might take this opportunity to say goodnight to everybody, and I might just go and have a kip. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much for joining us. Sorry that we've been talking so much and you haven't had too much of a
No, that's all right. No, that's all right. I think that's a good thing. I think it sort of went for a long time, so you sorted each other out. I think it's called rubbing the rough edges off each other or whatever, and I think that was probably a good thing. So and I'm sure for the other people listening, it was of interest too, both in style and in information. So I don't apologise for that. Anyway, I'll say good night to you and everybody else. Good night.
All right, Lindsay. Thank you so much. Sweet dreams.
Okay. Yep. Bye-bye.
Nighty-night. Take it easy.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
thank you for that. See ya.
Yeah.
Well, I'll move over onto Uplay. So what do you think? Do you think the overpopulation agenda is playing into this whole, is the globe bigger? Are they hiding? What do you think? They might be hiding something? Do you think that it plays into the whole climate change rubbish? What are your thoughts?
Well, firstly, the idea that we are overpopulated is a bit exaggerated, and it is a bit difficult to control a population of, let's just say, 7.2 billion people. So it will be convenient for them to get rid of some of the people to make it manageable. But I mean, for someone that has like a big imagination, straight away you get ideas like, well, we've been talking about the possibility of other land masses beyond the ice walls on the south side of the planet. So if it's getting to the point where if the population gets too big and it needs to spread to somewhere else, they might find out that there's actually different land masses that we can populate, for example. And they're guarding the ice sheets, the big ice wall, as if there is something to actually hide. So it makes you think, what if? But of course, like anything, this is a human experience that we're experiencing from different perspectives, and we remain open-minded but persistent in our truth seeking, and we will find out sooner or later. Let's say in 10 years' time or 20 years' time. John LeBon's pretty confident that the percentage of people will rise, and we will probably get rid of the parasites, the virus of the elites. So yeah, we'll just keep talking, spreading information, and trying to find the truth between the bullshit, and go from there.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And I again, it's hard to know. What one of the only ways would be to charter a plane, wouldn't it, and go flying and see if we could actually get a flight plan over some of these spaces. I know we looked up. There's an Australian company. They're the only company in the world that do flights to Antarctica, and you can do. It's like a joy flight, a day trip. It's 12 hours. The cheapest seats are $1,000. A window seat you can get for $2,000, and you can fly down to Antarctica for the day. They take you over the magnetic South Pole. They don't take you into the middle of the interior. They just stay on the edges. So I mean, it still doesn't really prove anything. But, you obviously would be able to see a lot of the landmass from 10, 15,000 feet up out the window of a plane. That is something that when I found that, I spoke to Alan about, and I said, yeah, I'd love to do that. That would be something, that I would save for. But I think that these are the sort of questions. They're really questions that require, if we really want the answers of, is it a globe Earth, is it a flat Earth, is there continents being hidden, the actual proof will be in getting a plane and flying around. And the only way we're going to do that is if there's enough people on the planet who actually want to know the answer. And, by donations and like GoFundMe, you raise the money for a complete, investigation. Otherwise, it is all just theory. There isn't much more that you can get as evidence other than physically getting your ass up in a plane and exploring like the old explorers did. Did you agree with that, John?
Kind of. I mean, we can disprove things. We don't need to get a plane to disprove things. If I give you a model to explain the Earth that you're on, you can test that model out. If I give you a model and I say, the model is that you are on a giant spinning ball, spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, spinning around the sun with a diameter of your circle around the sun of 190 million miles, whatever their story is, then I can test certain things about your model to see if they hold up to scrutiny. And it turns out that what we're told about the ball model doesn't hold up to scrutiny, whether it's the horizon rising with you as you go up when the horizon shouldn't follow you, or whether it's the lack of curvature, or whether it's the, like those are two things that throw the ball model out straight away. But then there are other things. If their model is so true, it should be obvious to us. We should have photos of it. Then we find out they don't have photos. So there's all these objections to the ball model. So we can very quickly chuck out the ball model. We don't have to jump in a plane. We can just say, well, based on your model, there should be certain things that we can observe. We can't observe them. Or there should be other things that we shouldn't be able to observe that we can, or vice versa. Same with the flat Earth model. Like, I could disprove the leading flat Earth model if I was to take a direct flight from Sydney to Santiago, Chile, right? It wouldn't completely prove the flat Earth model, but it would blow a massive chunk in it. And all of a sudden, I think a lot of people who currently want to believe in the flat Earth model, if I can take that flight and do it, then all of a sudden, if they're being honest with themselves, they're going to have to admit the flat Earth model has some massive problems. Like you can disprove some things very simply, and it doesn't take something as drastic as flying over Antarctica. And bear in mind that even if you've got the money together to buy your own plane and to buy a pilot, you're not allowed to fly to Antarctica. You'll be turned around, and if you don't heed those, and probably arrested as soon as you land, and if you don't heed those instructions to turn around or to land, who knows what might happen to you? Like we don't know. It's never been done. And it'll probably never be done.
We might be able to fly from Perth to Johannesburg, though.
Well, I believe I've done that, and I was discussing all of this on my Ball Earth Skepticism Roundtable during the week. Like I believe I have flown from Johannesburg to Perth. The issue is it was a night flight and I went to sleep, so I can't.
And they weren't very happy about that, John. they didn't like that you did that. I got the distinct feeling that they were very uncomfortable with the fact that you had actually done a direct flight.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like I'm happy to sit here and challenge you or Lindsay or Ethan on your belief in aliens, not because I'm trying to be a contrarian or to piss anyone off, but I'm applying the same standards of wanting empirical objective evidence. I'm applying the same standards to all of these beliefs, and so that tends to not endear you to people because eventually you're going to question one of their beliefs. But I'm not here to endear myself to people. I'm here to question my own beliefs and in the process question others. And you can convince me of aliens. Someone can convince me of the flat Earth. Someone can convince me of the ball Earth if they give me evidence that proves it to me. In the meantime, all I can try and do is disprove the claims that are out there already, and that's exactly what I'm doing. And so when you talk about a GoFundMe, that's exactly my plan, is to start a GoFundMe and say, hey, I will try and take that direct flight from Sydney to Chile, but be warned that if I get to Sydney International Airport and I jump on that flight and I do stay awake and I make it all the way to Chile in
you have to film
time, I'll do everything I can to document it. Be warned that if I do that and the flight gets made, I will happily come out and say I have to reject the flat Earth model. But also be warned that if I go to take that flight and they won't let me, they put me onto a different flight, say, sorry, Mr. Le Bon, we've had to cancel your flight, you're now going to be on a flight through New Zealand or something. Well, that fits in with exactly what the flat earthers would expect. Now, all of a sudden, I'm going to have to be honest and say, well, I did a big experiment, I invested a couple grand of my own money, and other people helped me, they chipped in as well, for me to take this flight, and I couldn't take the flight exactly as the flat earthers predicted. The flat earth model is starting to look better and better by the day. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't, it doesn't bother me one way or the other. I'm going to go with what the evidence says to me, and at the moment, there's nowhere near enough evidence for ball Earth. To me, ball Earth theory is ridiculous at the moment.
Well, I think, and I agree with Silver, just said in the chat that they're lying because they can't get up high enough to take a photo of the whole Earth, and that's absolutely true. They've never figured out how to get past the Van Allen radiation belts in order to get out far enough to actually get a photo of the entire Earth. And that's why we don't have any, and it's absolutely, and that's what brings NASA undone. And anybody who critically thinks about it will see that to be self-evident. It's like the photo that Apollo, which one was it? The one where they took the photo of the Earth from the moon. The huge mistake they made there is that the moon is smaller than the Earth. So if you were standing on the moon, the Earth would not appear to be the same size as the moon if you were standing on Earth. The Earth from the moon would appear to be massive. It would be huge because the moon is so much smaller than the Earth. So that was the first mistake that they made because there's no, that scale is so wrong. But people just don't see it. And unless you show them, there is a photo of what it should be. But if you don't show them that visual example, they don't think about it. So, but I agree there are things we can disprove, and that's the same as the star trails. I can disprove their star theory, how they say that there is no, circular motion of the southern stars. They're absolutely wrong. There is. And they need to come down here, and I'll show them.
but have you actually watched Eric Dubai's video where he explains that? Like, it's a half-hour video. Have you looked at his explanation for it?
Yeah, and he's wrong.
Okay, did you post a comment?
He needs to come down to Australia.
On his video for it, though?
Hey?
Like, so there's a comment section underneath his video. You objected to his evidence or to his conclusions. Did you post those objections? Did you give him a chance to respond to your objections?
No, I didn't. I actually said something in the chat the other night when he turned up, and he actually said there is no southern celestial point, and I'm like, yes, there is. Like, you're wrong. And then he said the stars don't rotate in the southern hemisphere, and I said, yes, they do. You're wrong. And it's like, they do rotate, and he's like, no, they don't. I'm like, I'm right here. I'm in Australia, and I'm looking at them, and they're rotating. So you need to come and get on a plane and come to the southern hemisphere and actually investigate it for yourself, because he's obviously not going to believe me.
Do you think it might be worth posting your objections underneath his video where he can like respond in a more like, it's kind of hard in a live chat? Is it worth just posting a comment under his video and letting him explain himself there?
Well, that's why I thought that when you have your little thing on Friday or whenever it is again, that because I think you extended an invitation to Eric, and that's why I did that little thing, and I was actually getting all my evidence ready, and I was going to go out and take some video footage and some photos. And I was going to have it all ready and see if maybe, I could actually discuss it with him if he turns up, during your little skeptic community chat you had. So, because I understand it's very difficult to do that sort of in a chat off the cuff. And it's much easier to when you're actually sitting there talking with someone and going, and explaining your point of view. It's much easier.
Yeah, and you could just post a comment underneath his video and let him respond that way.
Well, I could, but the basic premise is, and his basic premise is, that the stars do not rotate, that they do not, that all of the videos and all of the photographs from the southern hemisphere of astronomers taking photos of the star trails around the southern celestial pole are all fake. And
Lisa, I understand your opinion, but what I'm saying is, it seems to me that if you want to say that he's wrong, like he's put all this time into writing a book and making documentaries, there is a comment section underneath his video. You could just post your objections there and give him a chance to respond.
Well, I could, but he was in the chat the other night, and I said to him, but they do rotate, and he said, no, they don't. Watch my video. And I said, I have, and they don't rotate, and they do rotate. And he just said, no, they don't. And it was like, well, if he didn't even ask. He didn't say, what? Well, how do you know that? What evidence do you have? It was just, he just literally was dismissive of it and went, no, they don't. I'm like, okay, well, I live here, so you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so it's like,
I know what you're saying, but it seems the best solution here is to post on his video and give him a chance to respond there rather than a live chat.
I will.
And then
but
post
if you,
like, he's provided what he says is evidence that there is no rotation, so you should upload your evidence that there is. And until you do, then you're just disagreeing with no evidence.
I'm standing here, John.
On side here because he at least has posted his evidence, and then he's got a comment section that you're welcome to use.
Yeah, but I am the evidence. I'm physically here. So is every other Australian, and we can all go outside and tell you that the stars rotate. Like, that's the evidence.
Yeah, we all agree they rotate, but you're claiming that they rotate around a south celestial pole. You should be able to document that.
It's already been documented hundreds and hundreds of times. Everyone who goes, if you want to go and sit outside and watch them for 12 hours, like from sunset to sunrise, you will prove to yourself that they're rotating. If it was the flat Earth model, they wouldn't rotate. They would go across the sky in more of a kind of a flat horizontal arc, and I've got the picture that he put. Well, my point is if he was actually in the chat live talking and he was open to discussing it, he would have said I would have expected him to say, oh, why do you think that? And oh, really, and actually engage in conversation. But he didn't. He just dismissed it and said, no, they don't. You're wrong. And it's like, well, I'm right here.
That's all you're doing. But Lisa, that's all you're doing. You're saying, no, you're wrong. And that's the whole point of this. It's like, well, he has posted his evidence as a video, and he's left a comment section.
Yes, and as I said, I'm not going to go and just post a comment and say that on his channel. I will do that with my little evidence when I've got stuff and I can link it to him and I can say, like, so here and here and here. Like, so it's, you don't want to, I don't want to go onto his actual video, and I don't like, I don't like publicly, like on that's his video, and I would prefer, like in the chat, it would have been a good, what I deem private, because even though you have a chat like this might be listened to, but in that chat there was only about 10 people left, so it's not a big public, you know what I mean? It's not a big public debunking, so to speak. So I would have found that more appropriate than, going on his YouTube channel without him knowing who I am, and then just maybe thinking I'm a troll and just banning me. Do you know what I mean? So that's kind of...
That's proving that he's not interested in objections to his theory. Like that would reveal a lot about him, wouldn't it? Whereas you just coming on this show right now and saying, oh, Eric Dubai is wrong. Well, I'm like, Paul, why are you here telling us that he's wrong? You could tell him on his channel. That's what he has a comment section for.
Well, and I will do that. And I told him to his face in the chat. So it's not like I'm going around behind his back and saying it. Now, listen, we have to say hello to Ben, because Ben has jumped in. And you and me get talking, John LeBon, and we never let anybody else talk. So, Ben, unmute yourself. Say hello. Welcome.
Hey, Lisa, John and Jack. Really enjoying the show so far. A great discussion you guys are having. Yeah.
And what's your take on? We had a little chat in Skype, although I did get called away last Sunday. We were actually having a discussion about the South Celestial poll, and I got called away because I had to host Sunday sessions without John LeBon. We were having a little discussion about it, and we didn't really, I didn't really sort of, with you, get to any sort of a conclusion. So your take on the Southern Celestial poll, what's your view on it?
Yeah, well, I think it's a really interesting aspect of the debate. I mean, we're trying to figure it out, and looking at evidence. What is the evidence of the star trails going in an anti-clockwise direction? And there's videos on YouTube, and you gave me a couple of videos. One of them didn't show anything, but the other one was quite interesting, and so I've been looking into how people record star trails and stuff, and there's some truth going on. The idea that the stars are rotating that way, it's controversial. I mean, there's various evidence to suggest that they're not doing that as well. Things like Eric Dubay likes to state that the North Star is seen from below the equator, south of the equator, which would be impossible on a globe. So there's things like that to bear in mind as well. And someone like Captain Cook, who sailed around Antarctica, his journey was like 60,000 miles and took him a long time to do it. So we have to bear in mind that there's lots of evidence against it being a globe as well. I mean, whatever the star trails are, or the stars in the sky and how they behave, that's a part of it. But it doesn't negate the possibility of a flat Earth. I mean, there are various different ways of looking at it, different models, how the dome works, if there's a dome, if there's not a dome, what are we seeing, what are the limits of our vision and perspective, and so on. So I think it's really not a clear-cut thing. I mean, it'd be great when you yourself document the rotation of the stars there. I mean, Sigma Octantis itself is apparently very difficult to see and identify, and according to various sources, it cannot be seen at the same time from every point in the southern hemisphere, meaning that it's actually spinning around. It's not a pole star, so to speak. So there's a lot of controversy, and so and also I think sometimes what we see or what we think we see is not necessarily the case. I mean, I think it'd be really interesting to see your video of it. I mean, that would really help, because I'm more likely to trust you than what I see on the internet, and I think that would be great.
And that's it. The Southern Pole Star is technically not the actual southern pole. There isn't. We don't. Sigma's Octantis, however you say it, is actually a smidgen off south, but it's the nearest star to the actual southern pole point. So that's why they use it as a reference. But it is a very, very dim star. But on the southern star maps, they actually just have the south celestial pole as a point. They don't actually name, like the North Star is Polaris, and that is the North Star. But they don't actually do that on the star maps. And I've got a star map up on the wall. And the south celestial pole is point, and then Cygnus Octantis, however you say it, is just outside of it. So it is the nearest star that we can use to indicate where the southern pole is. So yeah, and no photos of it. I don't know. I've actually emailed a couple of. I emailed the Victorian Amateur Astronomers Club. I emailed the Astronomy Club of Tasmania, the South Australian Astronomy Club, and I've asked them if any of their members have a photo of it. So I will hopefully hear back from them this week, and with links to any photos from those people. So I am actually, searching out for actual evidence, because that was another claim, that there are no photos of it. And if anyone's going to have photos of it, it's going to be amateur, Aussie star photographers. So we'll see where that leads me. And as for the Star Trail thing, yeah, I said to John, we're going to be down in Brizzy. We might have to go up to Mount Cootha with the camera and see what we can capture. Depends on, obviously, if it's a rainy night, we won't have much luck. But I'm willing to get out there and do the field work and take the pictures and see. But I do have to buy one of those time-lapse apertures that you connect to your camera. So I'll go and pick that up this week as well. But yeah, looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to actually getting out there and doing the field work. And we might just, get some evidence.
Yeah, that's the way to go. I mean, it's all about the evidence. I mean, it's like why I went down to the sea and tried to measure the curvature. That wasn't there. I mean, it's about getting out there and doing the experiments yourself, if possible. And so, I mean, that's great. I mean, I'm really looking forward to what you find.
Yeah. As I said, because so far it's only what I know I've witnessed myself. I've stargazed. I first stargazed when I was about. Oh, there goes my mobile phone. I first stargazed when I was 9. I think 9. About a year and a half before my brother passed away. He took me out and introduced me to the stars, because he was just getting into astrological, star astronomy and photography, like photographing the stars. And I've seen a couple of I remember, and I'm pretty sure Mum would still have them in a box somewhere. I should go and see if I could dig them out. But he was just starting to experiment with all that time-lapse photography and everything of the stars. And I remember a couple of his early pictures of him, getting the star trails, and only, like even just in an hour, and it was, so many photos, and it just took up a whole reel of film, and it was only like an hour's worth because, anyway. But that's one of the last with my brother. So I've been looking at the stars since that time, for obviously nostalgic reasons. And I'm so open to a lot of the stuff, but when they start talking about how the southern stars move, I can just tell you what I've experienced over my whole entire life looking up. And I don't know what else to say to anybody, because what they put out in their video, how the stars would move down here, they just don't move like that.
But
so
at least if you fail to get photographic evidence of that, will you change your mind? Like if you actually can't get photographic evidence of what you believe you see, will you change your mind?
I don't know, John. I don't know how you couldn't get photographic evidence of what I'm actually seeing.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. Like, if you fail, like, the astronomers can't help you out. When you try to record it, the recordings just don't show what you think you see. Are you open-minded to changing your mind about all of this?
Well, definitely. Of course, if I'm videoing and taking photos of something and it's not showing up what I'm seeing with my own eyes, then we've opened up a whole nother can of worms, because what the fuck are we looking at and why isn't it turning up on the camera? So there's a whole matrix of a whole paradigm there that is going to open. That's going to be a huge can of worms.
Because sometimes we think we can see something that we actually can't see. Like our brains are very funny things, Like you can have someone rob a store and have the police there taking witness statements within half an hour, and already every single version of what people think they saw has changed.
Sure, I understand how that works.
Like with the Ash experiments, we know that a lot of people see the wrong answer. And they admit they were just going along with the crowd. But for me, the more fascinating aspect of the Ash experiments is a lot of the people after the experiment, and you ask them, "Why did you give the wrong answer?" They say, "I didn't." Like their perception of reality changes. You see what I'm saying? Like our memories and our senses aren't nearly as infallible as we like to think they are. So if we fail to document what we think we can see, then maybe we're not really seeing it.
Yep, and I'm totally open to that. Absolutely. Absolutely, 100%, because that's the whole point of being open-minded. Sorry about my phone. My daughter's text messaging me. She's obviously been out on the piss. Texting me. I love you, Mum. I love you too. But yes, I'm absolutely open-minded to it, and I'm excited to embark on the process of investigation, because it's not so much necessarily that I want to debunk it. I just want them to be accurate in what they're saying. So, you know what I mean? It's like, it's not even that I want to prove them not right. I just don't like the fact that they're making statements that are what I know at this point in time to be incorrect. So I just want them to be factually correct in their research. That's all.
Yeah, and I can completely relate to that, because that's exactly what I was discussing with you earlier about the aliens. It's like, if you're going to go out there and say something is the case, you need to have evidence for it that everyone else can see for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree. And as I said, there's going to be evidence that, look, we may come up with evidence of it and they may not accept it. And that's okay, because sometimes evidence is subjective too. We could do it, and they could have a very plausible explanations makes absolute sense because they're not here. And that sort of then follows along with, like what I was saying about, you know, the ghost experience. I don't need anyone else to disprove it. I experienced it myself, and there's nothing anybody else can tell me. There's no proof anybody can give me that I'm wrong.
Sure,
for
but
my own personal experience.
Celestial pole, then you should be able to document a whole bunch of stars spinning around a southern point.
Yeah.
If you can't
and I think we will.
stars spinning around a southern point, then there is no south celestial pole. No matter what you think you see, if you can't document it, then it's not. That's not evidence anymore. I'm actually really excited about this because basically, with what you're going to try and prove, if you can try and capture what you think you're going to try and capture, then you're either going to get evidence that does prove that there's a south celestial pole, in which case the flat earthers are in a lot of trouble, or you're going to fail to, and now the people like you are in a lot of trouble. you see what I'm saying?
Well, I'm not necessarily in a lot of trouble. I'm just then in a point where I've got to go, okay, so why or how is it appearing to be like this and it not? Or how, if we do it and we can't prove it and we don't get the rotation, then that means that every single amateur astronomer in Australia, South America and South Africa are all complete frauds.
Or they just don't know what they're looking at. I mean, like Adam Bravo in the live chat said, we've been trained ball Earth for 500 years supposedly, right? So it doesn't matter if you're like, oh no, I'm awake now, I'm questioning everything. It's very hard for you to undo all of that conditioning in a couple of days or a couple of weeks. Do you know what I mean? Like I put to you that we're all far more conditioned than we realize. Far more conditioned than we realize. Like what we were talking about earlier with the big universe. If you have been raised your whole life to believe in big universe, then even if you accept my supposition, which is you've got no evidence for big universe, none. All you've got is some lights in the sky that you have no idea how far away they are. Even if you accept my arguments, you're not going to go to bed suddenly thinking your universe is smaller. This isn't just a world view, this is a universe view. You're going to have to really think about this and meditate on this and deprogram your old system of beliefs. That doesn't take hours or days, that takes weeks, months, years even. Because the people who gave you the nonsense, they've had years to work on your mind. You see what I'm saying?
I do. And I understand that. There'd have to be some pretty convincing evidence, though, for me to change my view that the universe does not exist, that it's all just stars on a dome.
Who's saying that it's a dome, though? I haven't said that. Again, you're falling into that trap of thinking, well, if it's not A, then it must be B. No, we can reject A and B.
Well, that's true. It could be something else. But for it to be something else, there'd have to be a lot more than what I've seen so far. What I've seen so far does not give me any pause that space doesn't exist. I admit that there's been some very good arguments against the current globe. What's the word? Dimensions? No, that's not the word. My brain completely stopped working. Model. Thank you, Ben. Ben to my rescue. Yeah, the model. For sure. There's some dodgy stuff about that, but yeah, I haven't seen anything to convince me that there's no space.
But you haven't actually seen anything to convince you that there's space either. That's my whole point. Like that's what I mean. You've been trained now for as many years as you've been alive to believe in big universe. That is your evidence. Like you're using that as your basic frame. I'm saying that basic frame was given to you by people. Everything else they've ever given you was a lie. So why do you just assume that this frame they've given you of big universe? Why do you need other evidence to believe in something else before you dismiss the big universe? You don't actually have any evidence for the big universe.
Well, the evidence that I have, I'm not willing to share with you on air. How's that?
Okay, great, but that wouldn't be objective evidence. That comes back to that anecdotal problem that we had earlier, doesn't it?
Exactly. So for me, that personal experiences hold a lot of weight. Whether they're right or wrong from a world view, personally in my life, I'm not teaching children at school the model of the universe. So what I believe about it really has no bearing on the whole entire world. Now, I'm certainly open to having that challenged, and I think everybody who knows me knows that I'm extremely open-minded, and I will absolutely look at everything everyone presents me. If something comes along that challenges that, then I will absolutely, accept it and assimilate it into my being, and I will have to go from there. But just to date, based on where I am in my life right now and the experiences and the things that I've read, seen, witnessed, lived, breathed, all the rest of it, I haven't been shown anything that challenges it. So until I do,
proves universe, like it's still a belief system. Like, and again, this goes back to that problem of if you're saying you want to believe in the big universe, that's fine. I'm not saying you can't, but why would you expect anyone else to take your belief seriously if you don't have evidence that you can give them for it?
I don't expect anyone. People can take me however they want. I don't expect people to take me seriously. I don't have videos out there saying this is the way that it is. I'm just partaking in a conversation, and people can take me, leave me, love me, or not, and I don't care. I'm just here for the conversation. It doesn't bother me if people take me seriously or not. On these things, this is stuff that I deem important conversations for expanding our mind, but I'm not about to, I'm not depriving anyone of their livelihood or their freedom, if I believe that there's a universe or not. The stuff about law and constitution and our parliaments and all that other stuff I do, that's the stuff I really have to have integrity, cross my T's, dot my I's, make sure I know what I'm talking about, because that can affect people's day-to-day living. So, that you have when multi-dimensional beings, we have all different parts to us, and the universe part is one part that I like talking about, but I don't really care. Does that make sense?
Not to me, because for me, this is all about belief systems. Like I said right at the start when I joined you guys tonight, like they've altered our reality. They use their mind control methods to alter our reality. And if you're saying, well, I'm going to base my views on reality sometimes on evidence and other times just on what suits me, okay, well, you're choosing to not base your reality on evidence that's available to people. And then if you choose that for some topics, how are you to know that you're not choosing that for other topics? Whereas my perspective is, I'm coming at all of my beliefs and I'm saying, what evidence do I have for any of my beliefs? I don't care if I sound crazy. I'm going to try and prove anything I want to believe in. If I want to believe in a ball Earth, fine. I'm going to need to go and get some proof. Couldn't find any proof from all the sources I thought had proof. Now I've got to go and find some of my own. I'm not going to believe anything without evidence. Because to believe even one thing without evidence, well, that undoes the whole system. The whole system is meant to be, I base my beliefs on the evidence. Always. Even if it means that I have to give up on beliefs that I used to enjoy.
Yeah, and I'm prepared, absolutely. As I said, my opinion/beliefs are only good till midnight on any given day, because new information could come my way that changes them. So I'm always open, always. Does that mean that the evidence that I have will be enough evidence for you? Not always. But for me, I'm quite comfortable with knowing that there are parts of my reality that I have decoded. There are parts of the brainwashing that I have unraveled, and there are still parts to be unraveled. and I'm okay at where I sit with that. And that's all I think we can ask of ourselves. I don't know what Ben thinks about that. What do you think about evidence? Do you think it's personal, subjective? Do you think it should be absolute?
Yeah, I think it's very important. I mean, that's what we're doing. We're seeking the truth, and but it depends on the information that we've been presented with. I think, it is kind of a personal journey for every one of us. So, and it depends on what information we've been exposed to, and at what part of the rabbit hole we're in, and so I think it's a combination of making the best decision based on the information we've seen, and trying to discern it as best we can. I think things like we've always, most of us have taken for granted science, as evidence of there being this universe and gravity and the globe and so on, but that's quickly falling apart. So, things that may appear to have been evidence are now, highly questionable. So it's a case of navigating all these things. It's not an easy thing to do.
No, it isn't, and that's why I say, it's only good till midnight, because it's unraveling every single day. Every single day, a new revelation comes to light, a new piece of the puzzle drops into place, a bit of the brainwashing is undone. We're fluid, evolving beings that we're learning every single day. So I don't like to have such a fixed point, and maybe that is personality, but I like to think of myself as a work in progress and being really fluid. And what I present, and I've experienced this, things that I believe is good enough evidence for me, for somebody else at that point in time, but 5 years later, that evidence then becomes enough evidence because they've had 5 years of their varying experiences. Do you know what I mean? So I think evidence can be subjective sometimes as well.
Yeah. I think, about what people actually believe they can see. I think there's a lot to do with programming as well. I'm not saying this about what you're saying about the southern stars, the pole stars and the rotation and so on. But I know people who think they can see curvature of the horizon down at the beach.
Yeah.
And it's just literally impossible. And they will swear to you that they've seen curvature of the horizon at the beach, at sea level. And it's just, even if you were on a sphere or a globe, it's impossible to see that kind of curvature. All you can actually see is a 360-degree flat circumference, and you can draw them the models, and and they still want to believe it. They think they can see curvature out of an airplane, and
and I was guilty of that, Ben. I was guilty of the curvature thing from the plane, and then I understood what it was that I thought I was seeing. It's because you have the image of the globe in your brain, so when you look out that plane window and you can't see any further than what you can see, your brain just automatically assumes that it's dropped off and curved away. So while you actually haven't seen the actual curve of the ball, you think you did, because that's the picture of the globe that you have in your brain. So look, and that was one for me, because that was one of the first things I said when I heard about this flat earth thing. Was like, well, I've been in a plane heaps of times and I've seen the curvature from 40,000 feet. And it's like, then when I actually started getting to it, I realized, no, you're actually right. I saw the horizon line and I saw as far as my eyes could see out of those little bubble windows that distort everything in the plane anyway, and my brain just put two and two together, and I just imagined that the curvature was there. So yeah, you know. And so then I went, okay, well, no, you're right. It's flat. Not the Earth, but the horizon. It's like you don't actually see, you're not high enough up to actually see it curve away from you. You just see the edge of it. So I totally get that.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at like whilst you're on a sphere, it's impossible to see it. But when you leave the sphere and you go up in the air, it is theoretically possible to see the curvature. And the higher you go, obviously, and the further away from the sphere, you can see the curvature if it was there. But I mean, like the high altitude balloons, some of the footage, you know, shows that it's flat even at that height, like 120,000 feet, you know, 30 odd plus kilometers high. You know, it's still a flat horizon. And one of the interesting things about, you know, if we were on a sphere, is the horizon issue, and whether it would, you know, on a sphere, as you rise off the sphere, the horizon would keep dropping down below you as the higher you go up. But what we actually see is the horizon remaining at eye level. You know, like the dog cam footage, where they have one fisheye lens camera and one normal camera. You know, the balloon is spinning around, and the horizon is at the middle of the screen at eye level, you know, at that height, whereas it shouldn't be that height. You know, it should be dropping down below us. You know, you could actually see the curvature dropping away down below the higher you go. But if you're on a flat kind of plane of some kind, you know, the horizon will just keep rising with you, and you keep being able to see a bit further and a bit further. But there are limits to how far we can see because of the perspective. You know, how our eyes work and how far we can actually see ourselves. You know, but I mean, this is one of the proofs that the Earth is not a globe as well. You know.
Now, would that, what you're saying now, the looking at the horizon and looking at the ship and the experiment where if you then, and you think the ship disappears, but if you then get the telescope out, the ship is back. You can see the ship again, right? Because we can't see that far. Now, if you went up in a balloon and you can only see as far as you can see from your eyes, if you then got out a telescope in a balloon, should you not then theoretically be able to see further, and if it was flat, actually be able to see, maybe not necessarily the edge, but wouldn't you be able to at least then see, like if we were up high enough and it was flat, we should actually, from a balloon with a telescope, be able to see Norfolk Island, for example, if we went up in a balloon from Brisbane.
Yeah.
So you should then be able to see more. Would that not be correct?
That's theoretically correct, I think. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's one of the things. You know, it's one of the arguments they say that the Earth is a sphere because they think you can see further on a sphere, which is nonsense. You know, you can see further on a flat plane than on a sphere.
Yes.
And, so you know, I mean, the fact that the horizon keeps coming up with us is like a proof that the Earth isn't a sphere. You know, it's one of the very strong proofs. You know, you can look at various examples of how what we should be seeing. You know, we should be looking further and further down to see, you know, the horizon, but that doesn't happen. You know.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying with the telescope. If you were up in a plane, maybe not out of those bubble windows, but a plane that didn't have those really distorted windows, or like, I suppose a hot air balloon would be perfect because you've just got, you know, it's air. You should be able to then see with a telescope the actual land curving away from you. If like, you know, if it was a curve, or you should then be able to see land further going straight. I agree, like Silver just said, the Earth is way bigger than what they're telling us. That's what I personally have come to theorise. I think that might be the case. But then again, no one's ever gone up and done the experiment in a balloon with a telescope either. So maybe that's, you know, it's only $130 for a balloon flight from Brisbane. Maybe we could do that, because we've got Norfolk Island. We should be able to see it with a telescope based on that flat model.
Yeah, I think you know, the argument that it's much bigger. I mean, I think they seem to be hiding something, but the argument that it's much bigger is, I'm not sure about it, because you know, we have certain distances measured, you know, from like continent to continent, especially in the northern hemisphere. You know, the question, like what you mentioned earlier about the Gauls-Peters map, and like the sizes being way off. Like Africa is much bigger than somewhere like Greenland. But you know, on the existing Mercator map, they're virtually the same size. So there's definitely some funny things going on with distances. But I mean, if it was much bigger, you know, we you know, the actual model that exists right now of it being a spinning globe would change drastically. You know, how far Australia is from, you know, in the southern continents around Antarctica. So, you know, on a flat Earth, they're much further away. So, you know, there's different aspects of what the information we've been told about distances and sizes and in relation to each other is a problem. And I don't think that I don't think it's a much bigger globe. If it was even, you know, with the flight times and stuff wouldn't be possible at all. And also, if it was much bigger, then you know, we'd still be able to measure curvature. You know, the existing model is based on 25,000 mile circumference, and that appears to be the size at the equator. And on a flat map around Antarctica, it appears to be something like 50,000 miles around, or 60,000 miles around. You know, so it's much bigger down there. So I'm not sure about the Earth being a bigger model, because I think we have relative distances accounted for already. You know.
That's really interesting. I just there's also the part that I haven't heard anyone really mention, and that is, just because we cannot resolve, I know the thing they talk about, you know, the atmosphere moving with the Earth, gravity. Just because we can't resolve that doesn't mean it isn't resolvable. It just could mean that we just don't have the understanding of how it works. We do like to think as human beings that, oh, we can figure anything out. Maybe the universe, the Earth, the way it all works, maybe there's an element of mysticism in there, of magic, that we just haven't grasped yet. And so therefore we can't resolve it yet. Maybe in the future we will. But that's a side of it that I haven't heard entered into the discussion, and that is the humbleness of, well, maybe we just aren't smart enough to resolve it yet.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I agree. I think there's, you know, there's limitations to what we can know about our reality. I mean, you know, they may have been put in place on purpose, you know, to stop us from decoding everything, and from knowing God's, you know, how God works, or the Creator works, for instance. I think there's, you know, some things that we're just not really going to be able to find out, certain aspects of things, you know. You know, you know, I think for me, things like the moon, you know, we don't even know what the moon really is. You know, is it a sphere? Is it a disc? I mean, to me, now that I'm looking at it differently now, it appears to be some kind of disc and not a sphere-shaped thing, because the light on it, shine on it, is just uniform. The moon is uniformly lit, and if it was a sphere, there would be some diffusion to the light. And I've been looking at the moon more and more lately, and you know, things like the craters. You know, you look at it's very odd. I mean, the craters appear to, you know, you see the crater shadows around, right around the very edge, but there's no real diffused light. You know, it's just one uniformly lit thing, and so we don't really know what the moon is. Why doesn't the moon spin like everything else in the so-called universe? And so we don't know what that is. We don't know what the sun is, and we certainly don't know what the stars are.
No.
So,
and I think I would love to hear that humble honesty come into it, because I think when we think that we are clever enough to have the answers to everything, then we get into trouble. And maybe it is just that we just don't have the tools to explain how the atmosphere is moving with the Earth. It isn't a case of that it can't, it's just that we haven't gotten there yet. What do you think about that, John? Do you think that maybe we're being a little bit arrogant in saying that, well, because we can't resolve this issue, then it mustn't be true, rather than saying, well, we can't resolve it, but that doesn't mean it can't be resolved in the future when we have more understanding?
You'll have to be more specific. Like, who's being arrogant and saying, like, what's the topic that you think we're going to be able to resolve in the future that we can't resolve now? Because if it's to do with the atmosphere,
in general,
there's a whole bunch of problems with the atmosphere. I'll give you one example. If we're to believe that gravity acts like Velcro and is keeping the air spinning at the same speed as the Earth, and that's the theory. That's how it's supposed to work. That's why planes, can travel around the world against the, with the spin and not be overtaken by the Earth. It's because of the Velcro of gravity. Okay, great. But then you've got the problem of the higher up you go, the faster the air would have to be spinning. Now that brings a whole bunch of problems as well, because then what happens? Okay, say with the space shuttle. Okay, that would mean that when the space shuttle comes back into atmosphere, not only is it having to put up with the friction against the air traveling at that speed, but that it would naturally have, no matter what speed the air was going at, but the air would have to be going at some ridiculous speed that would tear anything up instantly. Do you see what I'm saying? That's not arrogance to point out the logical absurdities of the consequences of the individual story.
No, I don't mean it's arrogant to point out that. What I'm saying is that science as a community, human beings as a community, as a collective, have this, that they're saying, well, you just said that, and you say, so therefore the gravity can't exist, or the gravity is wrong. But that doesn't mean that it's wrong necessarily. That just means that we don't have the tools yet to be able to understand how it does that. It doesn't mean that it can't do it. It just means that we don't understand it. Now, I don't believe for a second that NASA have done the things they said they do. So their lie is to cover up the fact that they don't know how to resolve that. But we as human beings tend to talk a lot in absolutes. So instead of saying, well, the gravity is an issue based on the information that we have now, but that doesn't necessarily mean the information we have now is right. We could be able to explain it with quantum physics maybe, or maybe there is no scientific explanation for it today, but there will be in 100 years. There will be discoveries made that we don't know about today that could explain it, and then it will be resolved. But just to say that because we can't resolve it now with what our understanding is at this point in time, that doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't occur. Do you see where I'm...
Who's the we that you're talking about?
Humanity.
But the ones claiming that we're on a spinning ball aren't humanity. It's people like NASA and the science establishment. They're the ones making the claims. It's up to them to provide the evidence. Now, what we're saying is the evidence they've provided is crap. Now, if you're saying, oh, maybe they'll have better explanations in the future, great. I'll listen to their explanations in the future. Their current explanations are crap. And when you're trying to tell someone...
No, I understand that. I'm saying the collection of people who are saying... So the community that is saying that the model that they're giving us now is not workable, and we can't resolve how planes can fly around the opposite direction and catch up to the Earth, right? Like, so the people who are, the community who are saying that's unresolvable, what I haven't heard from that community is the humility to say, we don't know, it could be possible, but we currently can't resolve it with what we know. There's this human ego in place that says, well, we already know everything, and we're saying that that can't possibly be. It could actually possibly be. We just don't have the tools to figure it out yet. Do you see what I'm saying?
I've told you a few times tonight that I think anything's possible, but if you want me to believe something, you'd better have some evidence, and the evidence better fit together in a nice logical argument. Otherwise, I'm going to reject it. That's the case with aliens, that's the case with the Sydney Siege, and that's the case with the Ball Earth model. And they have tried to give us evidence, so we've investigated. I don't want to speak for others. I've investigated, and you know what? Turns out the evidence is all crap, so I'm rejecting their model. Now, again, if they come to me with better evidence, I'll look at it. I would be quite happy to see good evidence for the Ball model. I'd be very happy. I'd be very happy. I'd be one of the happiest dudes on the planet. Then I could go back to focusing on other things that I was focusing on before this all came up. But what I'm saying is the evidence that they're giving us is nonsense, so I'm rejecting their claims. Here's the issue, though. They're not just making any claim. They're claiming that the very Earth that we stand on is actually a spinning ball as part of a big universe. This isn't just some dude down the street telling you that he caught a big fish or that he's slept with a lot of women. It's not just some pointless, trivial claim they're making. They're making a claim that affects every other thing in our existence. It affects us as individuals. It affects us as societies. It affects us as a people, as a species. They're telling us that the very Earth that we stand on isn't what we think it is, isn't what we see it as. It's actually a giant spinning ball. That is a huge claim to make. You'd better have some good evidence for it, and it turns out they don't. It's not arrogant to reject it. It's stupid to not reject it.
I understand that, but where is the in the explanation of gravity and why a plane can fly in the opposite direction and it still takes 5 hours? There is this lack of, well, I'm looking for the word and it's late, and so my brain has shut down. I'm going to use the word magic. Don't laugh at me for that, but it's not the word I'm looking for. But there's an element of stuff in the universe and on this Earth that we might not have discovered yet, like CERN, with the particle accelerator. Maybe there's a law of physics that we have not yet discovered, and that's how the planes are flying around. Now, do you know what I mean? So to absolutely sit here and say that model that they're giving us can't possibly work, absolutely, that's only based on what you know right now. You're not saying that, well, maybe it could work, but we just don't know how it could work. That's what I find is missing.
2 + 2 = 5, and you say, well, based on my current understanding of maths, that doesn't work, I'm going to reject your claim. If I then turn around to you and say, oh, but in the future we might discover another way in mathematics that the 2 + 2 can equal 5, you would have every right to say, no, you're a liar. That's what we're saying with NASA. Their claims are logically inconsistent, to the point where they'll tell us that 1972 they've got a photo of a circular disc, and then we've got Neil deGrasse Tyson coming out and saying that it's an oblate spheroid. So their own story isn't even internally consistent. For us to reject that, that's you have to reject that. We can say,
and it might not be consistent because they might not want to admit that they don't know how. They've just made something up that seems plausible to the average person, and if they actually, the scientists and all of these people, because there is some, obviously not every single scientist on the planet is employed by the elite. Maybe they just are too egotistical. It's like medicine. It's like not every doctor is part of the agenda to keep everybody sick. But you try to get a doctor to admit that they don't actually know very much about the body and how good health can be achieved, They won't admit that. There's too much ego and pride involved. Even though it's true, they don't know. They don't know how to heal the body in a complete whole form. So they'll never admit it. But that doesn't mean they're in on an agenda. And I think that's the same of our scientific community. I think there's a lot of people out there with great brains who still can't figure some shit out. But instead of just go, I don't know, we'll discover it one day, they go, oh, blah, 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 and this formula, that formula, and that'll do. No one will ever know that we just made that shit up. Do you know what I mean? Ben, do you know what I mean?
Lisa, I don't really understand the point that you're making.
Well, Einstein himself, right?
He was a fraud,
refuted.
Lisa. I've got some bad news for you. Einstein was a complete fraud.
Well, he refuted his own theory of relativity. So, what in the academic world, there is a lot of ego. And even if they don't know something, they are loath to admit that they don't know it. So we are not given the truth. That they don't like saying, I don't know. They don't like saying that in the academic world. And that's what I think is the problem. So they might have made something up in order to protect their pride and their ego. And of course, your people questioning it unravel it. That doesn't mean that it's not possible. It just means that nobody has figured it out yet.
Yeah, and Lisa, I've said to you about a dozen
Ben?
times tonight that anything's possible. Anything. I'm not saying that the ball earth isn't possible. Anything's possible. But we should base our beliefs of what is on evidence, on objective evidence, on empirical evidence, on things that other people can inspect for themselves. That's what we should be basing our beliefs on. So you keep saying, oh, it's possible, it's possible. Of course it's possible. I've said a dozen times it's possible. But we shouldn't just believe everything that's possible. We should believe that which we can prove with empirical, objective evidence. And the ball earth model presents us evidence, and it's not convincing at all. In fact, it's bunkum. So we reject that model.
But that's my point, John. There might be things you can't prove because you just don't know yet. So to say, I can't prove that the plane should be able to fly like around the earth this way, just because you can't prove it doesn't mean that it can't happen. It just means that at this point in time, you don't have all the information in order to be able to show how it's done.
Sure, and I'm not the one trying to tell you to believe that you live on a spinning ball. Like, if you're the one making the claim, it's up to you to provide the evidence. So the people saying that we're on a spinning ball, it's up to them to provide the evidence. The people making that claim are people like NASA, and their evidence is crap, so we can reject it. Now, does that mean that we're not on a spinning ball? Of course, we could be on a spinning ball, but the evidence they've given us so far is crap.
Yes, but what's missing is what I'm trying to say is in these communities that are questioning, what has been missing is the willingness to say, I don't know, this is crap, but instead of saying it's still possible, I just don't know how, they say it isn't possible. And that's the part I have objection to. They're saying that because they can't resolve it, it therefore must not be true. Well, I agree with that. I say that just because you can't prove this model to be true with the information you have today, that doesn't mean it still can't be true. Ben, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think, we're learning, and as time passes, we're hopefully going to discover more truths about the world and the reality that we live in. Yeah, I see both of what you're saying. For me, one of the things that you brought up just now was like gravity and and airplanes and things like that. I mean, for me, from what my understanding is now on a flat Earth model, gravity is just density. When I'm looking at gravity more and more now, it just seems absolutely absurd. I mean, I wonder how does gravity hold down trillions of tons of ocean water, like the Pacific Ocean? How does it hold that down? You know, the force must be fantastic. You know, immense force to hold that weight down, pull it to the Earth. You know, the center of the Earth. Yet at the same time, you know, we can jump up in the air. You know, water jumps up in the air. We can fly, do all kinds of things like that. You know, for me, gravity is appears to be absolute nonsense, and something that Isaac Newton came up with to help justify this whole false model, globe model, and you know, building lies upon lies. I mean, Jack Plage shared the video with me the other day, and it was about you know, an Earth without the water on it, and it's this distorted sort of piece of chewing gum. It's not spherical. It's just you know, it's just, you know, people like to say, oh, you know, the Earth is created because of spheres and so on. But when you take off the water, you know, get rid of all the water, it becomes this horrible-looking thing, and you know, that's not a sphere. And you know, so how do you get the center of gravity if it's not like a kind of like a perfect sphere and so on? I mean, you know, gravity just seems to be more and more absurd as we go. You know, and to me, it's density. What I've talked about before is like you have an apple, which is quite dense matter, and you have a balloon, and you fill that balloon with helium, which is not so dense, you know, less dense than oxygen, and the balloon rises in the air. So it's really a matter of density, and the whole gravity thing to me is just appears to be absolute nonsense now. And not only that, it's holding us down whilst we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, hurtling through the universe. And you know, gravity is apparently the reason why the moon is where it is. But you know, the moon gets closer and further away. You know, we have evidence of that. And how does that work? You know, and how does the moon not get sucked into the, you know, as it gets a bit closer? How come it doesn't get sucked into the Earth's gravitational pull? And as it gets further away, being pulled by the sun and so on. I mean, you know, once you start looking at gravity, it appears to be nonsense.
The only way that you can believe gravity is if they drill it into your brain from a young age. And what do you know? That's exactly what they do.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, I agree with what you're saying with the current models, and it doesn't make sense. That does not mean that gravity doesn't exist. That just means that our understanding of it is lacking. So, you know,
for our understanding of it to be lacking, you're presupposing that it exists.
Well, I don't know if it's gravity. I don't know if it's density. I do know that we don't know. Even the smartest men on our planet don't know. And there are things that can happen on this planet, like levitation, people, telekinetics, people who can bend stuff with their mind. There's a plethora of things that occur on this planet that, based on what we call science, can't explain. That's not because it doesn't exist.
Their minds. Where is this happening?
There's been documented cases of it all over the world for centuries, John.
I've never seen any evidence of people bending spoons with their minds. Where's the evidence of that?
Well, there's been experiments done, and you know, again, I've seen stuff. I can look into it and give you the links, do all of that. Have you ever gone looking for it? You know, that's another thing. It's like you usually just don't see things unless you're looking for them. You know, so it would be, if it wasn't in your sphere of, you know, things to search out, you probably didn't come across it. But, you know, there's documented cases of strange things occurring on this planet that no one can explain. And that's because we don't have all the answers. And we just need to sometimes say, no, that isn't explainable, but that doesn't mean that it isn't occurring. Just because we don't have the ability to explain it doesn't mean it isn't occurring, and that's You know, whether it's gravity or density, I don't know either. But it does not mean that it doesn't exist. It just might mean we were wrong.
Yeah, I think like gravity. I mean, how do planes work if there's such a thing as gravity? I mean, if the Earth is pulling like the Moon, which is many times bigger than a plane, holding the Moon perfectly in place, how can planes take off and go up in the air and come back down and so on? Another thing is that they like to say is like, as planes fly, if the Earth was a sphere, the planes would have to dip their nose every about 2,000 plus feet every 30 seconds to maintain their altitude. Yet they want to say that the reason why that happens and we don't see it is because of gravity. Yeah, so gravity is affecting that plane, but it's not affecting the plane. So it's one of the they're called airplanes also for a reason. They're not called air curves, which is I find things are hidden in plain sight.
Absolutely, and that is the thing though, is that just because we do not have the tools to explain it doesn't mean it can't happen. Of
course it's possible, but just because something's possible doesn't mean that we should think it's real, and it doesn't mean that we should even think it's even likely. And so with gravity, just because we can't explain it right now, the smart thing to say isn't, oh, maybe we can explain it in the future. The smart thing to say right now is, well, you haven't proven it, so it's not a theory that I'm going to subscribe to.
Yeah, but it's the same as having babies though, isn't it? I mean, we had babies for thousands of years and we didn't know it was because the sperm went up and entered a cell and the cells split and the DNA and it all mutated and then a baby. We didn't know. The caveman just knew if he fucked his wife, she'd get pregnant and have a baby. It's the same. We evolved and then we got science and then we learnt and it's exactly the same. We are at a point where we know so much, but we don't know everything. We know so much, but we don't know everything. So it just doesn't mean that it has to be flat. It could be a globe, and all these things could be occurring. It's just that we don't know how to explain it yet, and the community, the science community, was just so egotistical that they didn't want to say, well, we don't know how it's doing it, so we're going to just make some shit up and hope nobody catches on, which is what then causes thinking minds like yourself and Matrix to go, hang on a second, that doesn't make any sense. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a flat Earth. That just could mean, it might mean, that it is a globe and we just don't have the intelligence, we don't have the tools yet, we don't understand all the laws of nature that are at work that actually make it possible. That's all I'm saying. But I just don't see how you go from that's not possible to it. Well, if that's not possible, it has to be a flat Earth.
Who's doing that though?
Well, some people are. No, you're not.
Who is?
Some people
are. Like that's the exact opposite of what we're doing. I don't want to speak for Matrix, but what I'm saying is I will believe things with evidence. I'll believe things with models that work, that are internally consistent. The ball Earth model isn't internally consistent. There's many objections to it. The flat Earth model, I've got one particular objection to it, which I'm going to try and prove. I don't know of any, when you say, oh, people shouldn't do this, people shouldn't do that, yeah, great, but you're not talking to those people. Why would you even bring that up? I'm not aware of any sane person who's saying, well, NASA's lying, so the Earth must be flat. I'm not saying that. I've never said that. No one who I do any of my shows has ever said that. That's mischaracterizing the position that we're, that's the complete opposite of what we're saying. We're saying, give us evidence and we'll believe it. That's what skepticism is. And that's what gets me is I got into all of this because I have a healthy skepticism. I think we all should have a healthy skepticism, and that skepticism led me to look into Boston and Sandy Hook and all the rest of these things. And I was like, wow, turns out the evidence is crap. And I have kind of been disappointed, like the TransAsia thing a few months ago, that TransAsia plane hoax. All these people who I thought were skeptics like me, turns out no, they weren't. They just wanted to believe whatever they were told to believe by their leader. Now we've got the same problem with the ball Earth stuff. People who are like, no, I'm a skeptic. I base my beliefs on evidence, and it's like, well, Kevin, where's your evidence for the ball Earth? Oh no, we don't need evidence for that. Like, that's one that we just know. Well, that's you're no better than the people who think that someone actually died in Sandy Hook. Like, how the hell can you pick and choose when you're going to base your beliefs on evidence? You should always be basing your beliefs on evidence. That's what healthy skepticism is all about.
I understand that, but there isn't always available evidence, is what I'm saying, because sometimes that evidence hasn't actually been discovered yet. So, you know, there was no evidence for penicillin until they just, but mold was, you know, moldy bread was keeping people healthy. But there was no evidence for it until they discovered it. That's my point. So while there may not be any evidence right now to explain that the Earth is a globe and how the planes can stay up in it and fly around, that doesn't mean that there won't be. So for some people, not you, but for some people to make the jump to say, well, because that we can't explain that, and that doesn't fit the model, the Earth must be flat. To me, that's a really big leap. Do you know what I'm saying? I would go first to the point that says, well, no, what they're saying doesn't make sense, so I'm more inclined to believe that they're just making the shit up because they're to cover their own asses. They actually don't know how it works. That, to me, is more believable than being flat at this point. Not saying that I won't change my mind, but you know, that's where I'm. That was just the point I was trying to make. Now I'm tired, and now I don't remember what the point was.
For me, one of the big issues is, you know, if the Earth was a sphere, a spinning sphere, you know, and NASA can go into space. And you know, they should be able to photograph it if the model is correct. You know, if the sun's 93 million miles away and the moon's 240,000 miles away, and everything is as they say it is, then they should be able to prove it. And they should be able to video the Earth spinning. They should be able to, you know, no problem at all. No problem at all. You know, if what they're saying was true about this model, it should be a piece of cake really to prove it. And you know, everything that NASA puts forth is fakery. I mean, they have a Jet Propulsion's laboratory that they have a video of the Earth spinning, you know, and it's like the clouds don't move over a 25-hour period. I mean, I look at the Japanese space program, JAXA, JAXA, and you know, they supposedly got some kind of orbiter of the moon. And they show pictures of the Earthrise. People should go check that out. I mean, it's just absolutely laughable. I mean, it's the worst CGI I've ever seen in my life. And you know, if it was what they say it is, if it was a spinning ball, it should be so easy to prove. I mean, the reasons for them not showing us it, you know, we see what it looks like from high altitude. It looks bluish, and you know, there's clouds and stuff. It really wouldn't be that much of a shocking revelation to show us what it really looks like. But one of the reasons why they're not showing us any real footage or photographs or anything of it is because it isn't a spinning ball, you know. And
hang on, Ben, hang on. Just because NASA is lying about their ability to go into space does not mean that the globe is not a globe. Like that's the huge leap that I'm talking about. Yes, NASA are lying sack of shits. They never put anybody into space. Absolutely true, 100%. They've never been to the moon, etc. We all know that they're lying about that. But that does not mean that the Earth is not a globe. That just means they've never been to space. That's all that means. They're just lying about that. Do you see my point?
Yeah. Then we have to, like, you know, question what are the possible alternatives. Why are they not doing that? You say they can't go into space and stuff, and the reason is why can't they go into space? And so we have to look at the evidence that's being presented by someone like NASA and pull it apart, you know, and analyze it and say why? What are the reasons? What is the real logical reason why they're not showing us the Earth from space? It's because they can't go there, and because the Earth isn't a sphere. I mean, that's what. If it was, they would be able to do what they say they're doing, but they can't. So we have to make a decision and say, well, what are they hiding?
Well, there are lots. There are lots of reasons.
Okay. Well, what are they? Go on then.
Well, one was money. 2 was ego, because let's face it, that does play a huge part in the human psyche of why they do things. They had the space race in the 60s.
I understand why NASA are doing what they're doing. For me, it's a big cover-up, a big lie. It's a lot of money. It's about hiding God, the Creator, what have you, and so on. But what is an alternative? What is the Earth? Why can't they show us the Earth?
Because they've never been up there. They can't show us the Earth because they've never gotten outside of the Van Allen belts. They haven't been able to resolve the radiation issue. They can't get out there.
The Van Allen belt is like a long way out. It's not like where the International Space Station is. It's like a long, long, long way out there. It's like thousands of miles away from the Earth.
But it's still not far enough for them to get out and get a whole picture frame in one frame of the Earth. In order for them to get out there and take a photo of the Earth in one shot, right?
Yeah, if they've got satellites up there. If they've got satellites
they would have to be in the Van Allen belt, and they can't. They can't put the satellites in the Van Allen belts. They can't. They can't get anything past them.
Yeah, well, the satellites are in geostationary orbit, maybe like 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles away, allegedly. And from that distance, you would be able to view the Earth, and there's some even further away. And the Van Allen belt is further away than that. So I mean, once it's a case of deductive, logical reasoning to say well, what are they really hiding? I mean, they can supposedly go high enough, I think, to show us the Earth from space. Much higher than all we really have is the International Space Station at a measly 250 miles. And that footage is completely laughable. It's just total CGI, and there's no reality to it whatsoever. So I mean, this all points to they can't get out, they can't go high enough, they can't get a real photo of the Earth because the Earth isn't what we've been told it is, and it wasn't until NASA came along that we could actually prove whether the Earth was a spinning ball or not. Up until then, it was a highly debated subject. Even in the 19th century, 20th century, it was still people arguing that it's flat and that the sphere Earth model is wrong. Yet we had for hundreds of years globes in classrooms with the Mercator map on it, and they're really clinging on to that. I mean, even if the Earth was slightly misshapen, I mean, maybe that's one reason. Maybe. I mean, I'm just trying to think.
A lot of it, I think, really is. I think a lot of it really is. Yes, I do believe. I agree with you. There's something that they're hiding. The second part of that, I think, is ego. Is that they just don't want to admit they can't do it. They didn't want to admit it 60 years ago. They don't want to, and then of course it's like any lie. They did something untoward. They lied about it to get on the world stage and say, hey, we did it first. And then they just have to compound that lie, one lie on top of another lie on top of another lie. Yes, absolutely, I think they're hiding something, but I definitely think the human ego has also got a lot to do with it as well. Because, and I really hate gender biases, but men hate to be wrong a lot more of the time than women, and men have been the ones in charge, and their egos do not like, especially these people who are the kind of people who are leaders and are running the world. Their egos are huge, so they're even less inclined to say they were wrong, or oops, we just told a lie because we wanted to be the best. So yes, I think they're hiding something, but I still haven't seen any evidence to point me in the direction that it's actually flat. But I definitely agree that they're hiding something. So I just think it's a leap.
You've seen evidence that points you in the direction, but it's hard to be completely convinced. That's what I think. You've seen there's no curvature and things like that. You've seen the horizon at eye level, at altitude, and so on. And there's various different arguments, but I mean, you've seen evidence that points you in that direction. But it's you're still not convinced, and that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen evidence to show me that they're lying. I've seen evidence to show me that the current model doesn't fit, but not enough evidence for me to make the leap that says, well, if it doesn't fit, it's got to be flat. I'm still sitting in the middle there that says, well, there's obviously some things there that we have not discovered yet that could possibly explain it. So I'm still sitting in the middle, but I haven't seen anything that's convinced me to go straight from, if this doesn't work, then it has to be flat. So I'm still on the fence.
Cool.
What have you seen to make you think it's a ball, though?
Hey?
Like, what have you seen to make you think it's a ball? What's that belief based on? Because think about it, our senses tell us that we're still. Like, you go outside, and if you hadn't been trained from a young age to believe you're on a ball, you would just assume that you were on a big flat bit of land. You know what I mean? You'd have no reason to think there's a ball if you hadn't been trained to believe that. So your senses tell you that it's flat, but we've got scientists telling us that it's a ball. Then when you look at the evidence, you find out the evidence doesn't actually hold up any water. It's complete crap. So then you ought to go back to your senses, which tell you that you're not spinning at 1,000 miles an hour or 700 miles an hour, around the circumference of the Earth, and you're not spinning around the sun, and like all these other things. If it doesn't seem that way on natural instinct, and then the scientists can be proven to have lied, why would you even for a moment continue believing the ball? What evidence do you have for the ball?
All right. So, have you? Well, obviously no, because you would have used it if you had have. Fishermen, okay, that live on their boats for a living, like we're talking trawler fishermen, big deep sea fishermen. They go out to sea for 3 months at a time. You speak to them, and I used to have a very good friend whose husband was one of these fishermen. Now, when we get on a boat, we feel the motion of the waves, the ocean, the water underneath us, because we are not used to being on the water. But fishermen who spend 6 weeks to 3 months out at sea will tell you that after a while, you don't feel it anymore. You feel like you are on land, on flat. Then when they get back on land, they get all wobbly and, they've got to get their land legs back, right? So your body adapts to the environment quite quickly. So when we're born, we are born onto, and I'm not saying it's absolute, but I'm just taking it from the globe Earth side. We're born onto the ball that's spinning. So from day dot, we experience that motion. Therefore, we don't notice it. Exactly the same way as a fisherman who spends his time at sea does not notice after a while the motion of the waves. And then when they step onto land that's not moving, their whole entire equilibrium has to readjust. That's why you don't feel like you're spinning, because you've been spinning since the day you were born. If it were to suddenly stop spinning, you would feel it and you would notice the difference. Or if it wasn't spinning and it suddenly started spinning, you would feel the difference. But if it's been doing the same thing since the day you arrived on the planet, then no, you're not going to notice it.
Okay,
and
listen,
your
2 points. 2
senses
points. Firstly, that's
do
not a
adjust.
reason to believe in the. That's not a reason to believe in the ball. Like that's like what you're saying is tantamount to, well, I feel like I'm still, so I must be spinning. But that's absurd. But the second point is, if that were the case, if you were right there, then someone flying from the equator, flying either further north or further south, they're changing their speed. You're meant to be going at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, but as you get to like the North Pole, you're not spinning at all, right? So suppose you go from the equator. Suppose you're holidaying in Ecuador, and then you get back home to New York. Your speed has changed dramatically from close to 1,000 miles an hour back down to say 300 miles an hour. That's a huge change in speed. So if it was the case that you're simply acclimatized to the speed you're going at, how come you don't notice anything when you change the latitude that you're at?
Well, that has a lot to do with the pressurizing, you know, of the cabin. All jet lag is an experience of that travel, that motion. You know, there are all of these other things, and I'm not a scientist, so, you know, I don't know the scientific way to explain all of those things. All I'm saying is that there are explanations for why our senses adjust and why we don't necessarily feel motion. It's the same as, you know, you live near a train line. When you've lived there long enough, you won't hear the trains anymore. Your senses tune out. Now, why is that? Is that there's no real reason physiologically, because your ears can't turn themselves up and down. That's something that your brain adjusts your body to do. So in the same sense, like I was saying, if it is, and again, I don't know, I'm not saying either way, but if it was a spinning globe, one of the explanations for why you don't feel it spinning is because you've been born onto it spinning your whole entire life, so your body is already accustomed to it. Just the same way as somebody who is born on a boat and lives on a boat does not feel that constant motion, their body has adjusted to it. So
yeah, but
the human body...
Why that isn't an explanation for why the Earth is a ball. You're still taking...
It's not. It's not. You didn't ask me to explain... You didn't ask me to explain why it isn't a ball. You asked me why you don't feel it spinning. And that's what I'm telling you.
Why asked you, what reason do you have to believe that we're on a ball? What reason? Because you don't naturally feel it, right? So what reason do you have to believe it's a ball?
Because I don't have any evidence to the contrary at the moment. So I will...
You don't have any evidence that it's not a big giant pyramid, but you still don't believe it's a pyramid. Like, I don't think you've quite worked out yet just how indoctrinated we are into the ball model.
No, I understand that. I understand that, but in lieu of having evidence to the contrary, I will default to the currently accepted theory that we're on a globe.
Why?
Because you asked me. Otherwise, I don't think about it. It doesn't, unless I'm having the conversation, that belief, ball or flat earth, does not affect my day-to-day living. In the overall big grand scheme of the picture of things, yes, philosophically, the government's lying to us, all of that, it's an important conversation to have. But on a day-to-day basis, globe or flat earth doesn't affect my ability to feed my family, take care of everybody. So,
that's no reason to believe the ball. Like that's no reason to believe the ball, though. Like, I'm asking you, why would you even give the ball any consideration at all?
I don't until someone asks me.
But you still believe it. You still believe it's a ball, probably, right? But why?
I don't... believe is such a strange word. I am open to the possibility of it being something else, but until I know what that is, I can only give you theories. I can't give you an absolute. You're asking me for an absolute, and I can't give it to you, John, because I don't know. So if you ask me, what do I believe? I don't know what I believe, but in lack of evidence to a flat earth, I'm going to go with the default globe. I think it might be a globe, but I'm open to somebody proving otherwise. But that's all I can give you, John. I can't give you anything else because I don't have anything else. Does that not make sense?
Yeah, I think you're making sense, Lisa. You know, it's just like it's just the way we are. I mean, it's not easy. It's not an easy thing to decide. And that, I mean, I think John was wanting to hear what your best evidence was that it's a sphere. Why you think it's a sphere. You know, and you know that's what part of this discussion and these kind of discussions are about. It's like we're trying to discover what is what. You know. So you know, I get where you're coming from, Lisa, and where John was coming from as well. You know.
Yeah, and look, I agree with him. There's so many holes and there's so many problems with it, but at the same time, it's only a conversation at this point. It's not like I can do anything about it if it is flat or it's a globe, is there? You know, it's just an interesting, mind-expanding conversation. That's all it is.
Yeah, it depends on what, you know, what's important to you, really. I mean, the whole subject of the flat Earth. I mean, or the shape of the Earth. You know, where we are. You know, to me, it's the fundamentally most important aspect of our existence, and you know, everything else comes out of that. You know. Whether there's a creator or whether there's evolution or, you know, science. What is science? You know, how do we function in this reality? You know, for me, it's like where we are determines who we are, and it's, you know, to me, it's the most important subject. You know, overall subject that I can think of. You know, it's like a debate. It's like debating the creator versus no creator. Is such a big and important thing to our lives, and it's very similar to that, if not the next thing to that. You know, so you know, for me, I mean, it's my interest in the subject is like, where are we actually? What are we being told? What are the lies? You know, and from, you know, the more truth that you come to know on our journey seeking the truth, and more knowledge we gain, or whatever our perspective is, you know, we can then make better decisions regarding our lives and our existence. So to me, it's really is the most important subject. I mean,
absolutely, absolutely, and for some people it is. My journey and what's important to me is the journey. I am not as invested in the end. In the destination as I am in the journey, and for me the journey is about exploring, expanding the mind, and learning how to be open-minded, how to be tolerant, how to be, you know, how to expand the consciousness of our reality. And so for me, yeah, the end result, if you prove it's flat or it's round, either way, the end result is not, I'm not invested in that, but I'm certainly interested in the journey and the discussion that occurs along the way. And I'm also not the kind of person that cares really about, you know, the scientific stuff. I'm very much more esoteric and spiritually, philosophically minded, and these sort of conversations sometimes don't always go in those directions, and that's a lot harder for people like, welcome back, John, by the way, who want evidence-based stuff. A lot of your esoteric and spiritual conversations, you can't give the kind of evidence that some people want. So yeah, it's one of those conversations that I'm just happy to have the conversation, and I'm not worried where it goes, you know. So,
Yeah, I think there's a lot of mysteries still to be solved. Things we just don't know. May not be possible to ever know. I mean, I heard when I tuned in late to the show, but you're talking about aliens and stuff like that, and and whether they're possible or not. The same goes for like demons and angels and ghosts and things like that. So it's there's and you mentioned recently about telekinesis and other kind of things, magical powers. And then we're getting into the idea of discussing magic and what are we? Another aspect of our reality is. So which I think is a really fascinating subject as well.
exactly. Well, welcome back, John.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that, guys. The computer went dead.
Was the aliens?
Okay, well, I think it's been important to have this conversation. Like, I think it's important for people to see that, like, we can have some pretty strong disagreements, like not just about particular topics, but our overall belief systems and sort of how we put together our worldviews. And we can do it, and 3 hours later, we might not have necessarily changed our minds, but no one gets hurt. There's no troubles. There's no drama. This is how adults are meant to behave, and it amazes me how just how much they've messed up our minds to the point where I know a lot of people who think they're grown-up adults, but if someone says something they don't like, they instantly just start acting like little children about it and, hating on them and carrying on like pork chops. They can't handle someone disagreeing with them. They just, like, it has to turn into an argument. And I know a lot of, supposedly grown men who act like this. They act like children. They don't understand just how dumbed down they've been. But we can sit here, we can have a disagreement, and at the end of it, no one's feelings have to be hurt. That's the way it should be.
Yes, and I do want to address it. There's been a couple of comments in the chat, that are attacking me and, etc. But you and I are friends. John and I are friends. We don't live far from each other, and it's quite healthy. I have debates like this with my friends on different topics, and that's all part of the friendship. And I certainly don't take it personally, and I love chewing the fat with you and with Ben and with everyone. This was not a planned discussion on Flat Earth. It just happened to organically evolve into that discussion, as discussions do when you're sitting around, with your mates having a chat. So I do want to clear that up. No one was. I do not feel attacked at all by my mate John, and we will have some more good discussions next weekend. Look, what I'm going to suggest is that maybe, John, because I started this on my channel, Alan has to get to bed. He's got to work in the morning. So if you and Ben want to invite Grim and anyone else on, maybe we could end this hangout and they can jump over to your channel if you want to continue it. But I have got to sign off, so I don't know whether you want to do that, whether you feel like keeping on talking, or what you want to do. But I've got to close it up.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll leave it up to Matrix. Matrix, if you want to host a chat on your show, I'm happy to press on with the Flat Earth for a bit longer. But if you want to wrap it up, we can wrap it up and chat another time. It's up to you, Matrix.
Yeah, I can't host because of a copyright strike. But yeah, I mean, I think it's been a good discussion. I really enjoyed the show. Yeah, we could keep going on talking about things if you want to put a show on, John. But yeah, I think it's been great, and we really enjoyed it.
Alrighty then. Well, I'll host a show on my channel. It'll be up in about 5 minutes. All right.
Okay. Cool. So
if people want to head there, I'll get that sorted out now, and I'll see you at John LeBon in 5 minutes. And it might only be like a 30 or 40 minute chat, but I think it'd be good to touch base on Flat Earth. Man, it's been a big work. It's been a big week in the Flat Earth world, hasn't it? So it's really a shame to carry on the conversation. And any of the people in the chat, most of whom seem like pretty cool guys, and then there's one or two dills in there as well. If they want to come along and listen to us explain some of the problems with their beloved Ball Earth, they can come and join us. They might even want to join us on the panel if they're ready to have their views tested the way that Enchanted had her views tested tonight, and hopefully they can be as grown up about it as Lisa's been, and and maybe they can't. Time will tell, eh?
Maybe. Well, as I said, my opinions and beliefs are only good till midnight at any point in times. So I'm always open to having a fluid and ever-changing reality. And I think that if we go into the world with that attitude, we will never go too far wrong. I would like to say thank you so much to everybody in the chat. Some of them have hung around since we started, so that is fantastic. We obviously didn't bore them enough for them to leave. Loopy and Biz, Trevor and Greg, everyone, Grim and Sav were a bit late to the party, but thanks for coming in. Linda, thank you. And give a shout out to Green Pill and Play who've left us, but they started out with us. And a huge thank you to Ben for joining. And of course, it was an honour to have you, Mr. Le Bon, on your Sunday sessions without you, with John Le Bon. And I'm looking forward to coming down on the weekend and spending some time with you guys, and hopefully we'll get some good research.
Excellent.
Yeah, all right. Well, thank you, everybody. Have a great week, and we'll see you on the flip side. Thank you. Good night.
Thanks,